Chapter 10:26 Assault. This is not possible. Lulenlin's faith was collapsing. She found the situation unacceptable. She tried her best, yet she was completely unable to hurt Su Ping. Even though he had voluntarily stopped using the laws of time, he was still able to slay her with a single attack. The gap between them was devastatingly huge. It also meant that she still had a very large room for improvement. However, she had been feeling that she had hit a bottleneck and would hardly improve from then on, unless she found her own path and rose to the ascendant state. That was also an indicator that her talent and potential had almost been exhausted. Is Lord Supreme's disciple really this monstrous? Lulenlin looked at Su Ping with a complicated expression. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Let's have one more match. You may go all out and I'll use my real level too. Let's have a real spar." Okay, Su Ping nodded readily. He was glad that she listened to his advice. He would have started to feel bored if they fought again on the same level. After all, the gap between them was too wide. Su Ping's quick acceptance made Lulenlin feel rather frustrated. However, having gauged his strength, she didn't feel that the guy was underestimating her. She had never suffered such a huge setback since childhood. She felt like a loser now that she had been defeated by a Star State warrior. The two of them entered the virtual battlefield again. Su Ping smiled upon looking at Lulenlin, whose aura had risen to the Star Lord state. He would finally be able to use more of his strength. Although unable to release his small world, Su Ping had long discovered that Star State cultivators didn't have to use the power of a small world to defeat Star Lords. They could break a Star Lord's world as long as their laws were sharp and powerful enough. If the world could compare to a hard iron ball, laws would then be like steel needles. I don't think my deity aura has been recorded. I'm just a regular Star State cultivator right now, only 2% as strong as my original self. Su Ping was rather excited. He had been performing his minor ultimate tricks, which weren't costly and could be powered just a bit of the energy inside his body. However, he was facing Lulenlin, who was a Star Lord using full strength, and he couldn't make use of his small world. As a result, he felt unusually challenged due to the pressure. Right before him, Lulenlin was already prepared. She said solemnly, "This is rather unfair. I won't mock you even if you fail." She meant it. She wouldn't have challenged Su Ping in such unfair conditions if she hadn't been as eager to prove herself. She wouldn't feel the least bit proud, even if she won. Perhaps she simply didn't want to lose, deep down inside, or admit that she was too weak. Okay. Su Ping glanced at her. He saw respect as well as fury in the girl's eyes, so his attitude also became solemn. Su Ping intended to use all his strength despite all the restrictions, all to respectfully face his opponent. Bang! All restraints were removed as the battle began. Lulenlin didn't attack first this time. She waited for Su Ping to take action. A beautiful, scenic world popped up around her, with a hazy mist and rare flowers which blossomed all over. It suggested that the world in her heart was clean and wonderful. However, wonderful things weren't suitable for battles. Su Ping's eyes turned deep. He quietly stood where he was, like a predator whose muscles had been warmed up. He calmly assessed his prey's weaknesses. The aura inside his body was flowing slowly, seemingly unprepared to fight right then. And yet, all of the aura was concentrated in one direction. Lulenlin wasn't in a rush either. After all, she was a Star Lord. It was normal for her realm to pressure Su Ping and make him act prudently. However, having made use of the power of her small world, she didn't think he could beat her with any laws or skills. She was feeling embarrassed by how that unfair revenge was unfolding. Bring it on. Hardly had Lulenlin opened her mouth when all the hairs on her body twitched. Her voice was muffled and her body tightened. It was an instinctual reaction. The beautiful world suddenly turned from an illusion to a real entity in front of her. However, exactly at that moment, a sword aura mixed with the properties of many laws was already approaching. The law of time. Her small world blocked some of the sword aura, but not completely. There was a boom. Then Lin felt that her head had gone blank, as if something had broken and was then digging into her shell. Following that, she saw that the sword aura turned into the most brilliant light that occupied her world. Lin couldn't help but cry and move back. Then, she nearly fell off. She found herself back in the cabin, and the equipment in front of her was displaying the final image of the battle when her body collapsed on the virtual battlefield. Su Ping was the winner. Lin gazed at the scene, not entirely convinced. How did I fail? She enshrouded herself with her small world for protection, considering that Su Ping could ambush her with the law of time. Still, her small world was shattered. On the other side, Su Ping took off his helmet feeling satisfied. The previous experiment had allowed him to discover one thing. Unleashing the full strength of a normal star state cultivator in the advanced phase was precisely enough to penetrate a Star Lord's small world. Considering proportions, it was merely 1% of his total energy. The expenditure was so insignificant that he could easily absorb and recover energy right after using it. That was the advantage of having abundant astral oceans. Not only did they boast a 50-fold capacity, he was also able to replenish his energy and heal himself much faster than normal star state cultivators while in real battles. This is impossible. Lin found the picture rather disorienting. She even suspected that something had gone wrong with the equipment. Did I sit in the wrong direction? Or maybe, was her astral sign not compatible with Su Ping's? How did you do it? Lin looked at Su Ping with eagerness overflowing through her eyes. She could not believe what she had just seen. I have a secret technique that is called God's Arrival. Su Ping was going to explain further, but then the cabin trembled violently. The ship might have hit something. Lin's pet instantly fell from the table. However, it was quick to react. The creature jumped and landed safely before it looked out of the cabin with vigilant eyes. The little skeleton, at the moment resting on the floor, lost its bones. Some of them slid under the couch, and its skull rolled until it reached one of the cabin's walls, just like a ball. Its eye sockets were emitting red colors, as if blinking. What is going on? Lin was stunned. Su Ping suddenly had a strong sense of danger, so he instantly unfolded his small world. Once his small world appeared, golden light shone and enshrouded Su Ping, Lin, and the other serving Star Lords in the cabin. After that, a deafening explosion burst out. A sharp stream of silver light dashed over, and the spaceship was quickly burnt into dust, vanishing into space. The space vessel was so solid that even Star Lords would have a hard time trying to destroy it. However, it was as vulnerable as paper in the eyes of an Ascendant. The Federation had yet to create spaceships and equipment effective to deal with Ascendant state cultivators. That was also one of the reasons why Ascendants were so renowned. They were in a dark area where planets of different sizes could be seen at the moment. However, all those planets seemed desolate. Who's there? Stop hiding and show yourself. Director Zhu appeared in front of Su Ping and Lin. The girl who flew the spaceship solemnly stood behind them. There was nobody else in the dark space. A streak of silver light darted again from the void and moved towards Lin the moment Director Zhu said that. Director Zhu's expression had a slight change of expression. His divine mark surfaced on his forehead, and the entire void seemed to be collapsing. He then shattered the silver light. "Pay 100 divine source stones if you want to pass," said a cold voice which echoed in space, spreading in all directions. "Space bandits." Director Zhu narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you aware that we are members of the Lin family? Our family emblem is included in the spaceship's livery. Or are you indeed aiming at us?" "What's all that about the Lin family? You think the Lulens own the universe? I only rob those who are rich. Hurry up, cough up the divine source stones and your lives will be spared," declared the voice. Director Zhu squinted a bit, then glanced at Su Ping, who was behind him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly manifested 100 shiny stones. "Are these enough?" "Yes." The voice laughed, and a force was unleashed to collect the loot. Big families are truly generous." The voice sounded delighted. However, witnessing the situation from a place in deep space, the mysterious speaker Yin Xing was feeling quite gloomy. His target succumbed too easily. The group of travelers willingly allowed themselves to be robbed, which was beyond his expectation. One of his speculations was that his target had already realized the robber's true purpose. Yin Xing laughed and said, "See you later." Right when he said that, streaks of silver light burst out of the void, flying from all directions toward Director Zhu. "They're indeed coming for us." Coldness surfaced in Director Zhu's eyes. He summoned his spear, and 4 ascendant pets stepped out of the vortices around him. Considering the beautiful pilot, there were altogether 5 ascendant state pets. All of them looked like human beings, but they then roared and revealed their monstrous, real appearances after being summoned. Gigantic, horrifying creatures began to appear. Some entered Director Zhu's body and merged with him, while others unleashed their abilities and made space collapse. One of the pets was an 8-armed, 100-meter-tall ape with black fur all over its body. It extended its hands and twisted the void as if it were cloth, in an attempt to locate the enemy hiding there. Bang! A fiery pillar suddenly emerged from the void and struck the ape in the chest. The scorching flames on the surface began to disperse, but the sparks contained many laws of fire. Even the hardest ores on a planet would have been burnt to ashes by those laws. Only laws could be used to fight laws. The 8-armed ape roared, not giving a single step back. Instead, it moved forward and stomped on the void as if standing on solid ground, making the void shake. While feeling exasperated, it then extended its hands into the deep space, breaking the fiery pillar and pulling out a gigantic hand. However, the head was 10 meters in diameter, and the neck behind it was dozens of meters long. Further behind was another hideous head that was unleashing a complete path of lightning towards the ape. Countless lightning bolts exploded, containing the traits related to the law of lightning. A complete path was tremendously horrifying. It could easily tear a Star Lord's small world apart. Chapter 10:27 Escape. Su Ping had combined multiple laws in the virtual battlefield to make his attacks carry multiple traits and become much more destructive. However, those laws were apparently not as compatible as the laws in the same path. A gigantic creature roared and rushed out of the deep space as the 8-armed ape continued pulling. What the primate pulled was only a small head, or rather, a tentacle. The creature's original body was like a turtle covered by a thick shell. There were thick tentacles and a pointy head at the front. The beast was massive, 1,000 meters long. It looked like an interstellar aircraft carrier. Roar! Hardly had the giant beast been pulled out when a couple of tentacles tied up the 8-armed ape and released the complete paths of fire and lightning. Meanwhile, heavy rocks appeared on its tentacles and shell, preventing the dark energy on the ape's arm from leaking. That was a complete path too. A few other beasts dashed out of the deep space towards Su Ping and Lulen Lin, while the giant beast held the 8-armed ape back. Overwhelming brilliance was manifested on the beasts, spreading out a unique aura. All of them made use of their ascendant state power. Damn it! Director Zhu looked rather awful. They were obviously going for Su Ping. As for Lulen Lin, although she was one of the Lulen's core descendants, she didn't deserve an assassination scheme carried out by ascendant state cultivators. The Lulens had a lot of heavenly lords who could pull strings and investigate who the murderer was. To put it simply, Lulen Lin wasn't worthy of being assassinated by such a powerhouse. Besides, they were still in the Golden Star Zone. Although far from Lulen territory, the family had plenty of scouts in that star zone. All hostile forces had already been driven away. You dare to be distracted, die. Deep inside the void, Yin Xing didn't show up, but he quickly took action when he saw Director Zhu's weakness. His divine mark became hot, and he used all of his strength, hopping to finish the battle as soon as possible. He didn't intend to spend the rest of his life in the home of havoc. Director Zhu roared, having no choice but to fight. He became cold once he saw that all of his enemy's pets were using their maximum power. Then he said, "Lin, take them away." The woman who had been manning the spaceship received the instruction and slightly changed her expression, but she didn't hesitate. She quickly carried Su Ping and Lulen Lin away, revealing her true self, a glowing, bloody phoenix that flapped its wings and broke into the void. "Where do you think you're going?" Yin Xing roared. His pets dashed out quickly and tried to stop them. But on the other hand, Director Zhu was resisting them with his own pets too. The bloody phoenix took Su Ping away in the end. "You're asking to be killed," Yin Xing roared, but he remained calm while being in deep space. He was still going all out with his attacks, aiming to kill his target. In another place, the bloody phoenix tore the void apart and flew across half a planetary system in the blink of an eye, moving as fast as a phantom. It only took a few minutes for the phoenix to reach a distance so far that it could no longer detect Director Zhu's battle. However, it could still locate its master through the pet contract. Inside the golden light released by the bloody phoenix, Lulen Lin looked at Su Ping solemnly. "Are they here for you?" Even though the enemy's pet had lunged at her as if she were their main target, she had never endured such an attack before. The Ascendant State assassin who ambushed her would be investigated. Only Su Ping was enough for them to pay the cost of killing him. Su Ping frowned hard, as he had thought the same. However, he couldn't figure out who his enemy was. Who would pay that much to kill him? He had been training in seclusion, and had not offended anyone. Was it the guy named Yiling he had confronted earlier? Su Ping wasn't sure, but he didn't think it was that guy. After all, they could talk it over and solve grudges on their own by fighting after reaching the Ascendant State. "My master asked me to be extra careful because I might accidentally offend someone. Have I affected other people's interests? But I haven't received anything except the treasures of the Lulen family, which shouldn't have caught enough attention to warrant this attack. Or maybe they're not coming for me." Su Ping blinked and looked at Lulen Lin, but he shook his head shortly after. She could only reach the Ascendant State at best, and that wasn't certain. Nobody would send an Ascendant State cultivator to kill her. "They want me dead only because my existence is an obstacle for them. That's why they pay such a price. Are they my master's enemies?" The more Su Ping thought about it, the more likely he found it to be. Such a move was something definitely affordable if another celestial expert was behind this. After all, he had great potential. He would surely be on his master's side when he grew up. In any case, I should do my best to survive first and ask about it later. My master should know his enemies better than I do. Su Ping concentrated his attention and looked around. He was about to open his mouth when a dazzling blade abruptly darted forth from a deep space where flashing was supposedly impossible, making the phoenix's chest bleed. In the deep space, a shadow that was 1,000 meters long slithered over. "What a delicious scent! Tusk, tusk, I should be able to mutate again if I eat you." The bloody phoenix shrieked due to the pain. It roared after seeing the enemy clearly, and a fiery divine mark appeared on its forehead, bursting out with dazzling brilliance. Corruptive flames were spread out in the deep space as if it were a meadow. The flames weren't entirely made of energy, as they were based on laws. It was a unique path that the bloody phoenix had created. Strange whispers and chaotic space blades seemed to be present. However, of this affected the phoenix. Its corruptive flames minced the violent space power and turned it into nutrition. The beast, like a dragon in the deep sea, wagged its long and sharp tail as it slithered rapidly. It then spurted out a brilliant blade with flowing, colorful light. The weapon cut through the bloody flames. Then the creature approached the bloody phoenix with a flash to bite at Su Ping and Lulen Lin. Lulen Lin stared at the bloody mouth, pale and stiffened. The unmasked Ascendant State aura made her every cell quake. Su Ping couldn't have looked gloomier. He took out a mirror, which produced a reflection of himself. A second Su Ping then walked out of the mirror. That was a clone made by the Prime Sky Mirror. Su Ping was also able to control it. There was a faint connection between them. "Senior, let's go to other spaces. We cannot fight it," said Su Ping quickly. "Find the Lulen family's nearest base and have them inform the family headquarters." The bloody phoenix flapped its wings upon hearing that, intending to return to the sixth space. However, the space jump needed time and the other beast was obviously prepared. It roared and released a daunting pressure. Even Su Ping's heart started to race. He was almost shivering. However, he had faced countless ferocious beasts in the cultivation sites and was soon accustomed to the deterrent power. He was going to break the void apart and escape into the eighth space with the bloody phoenix. Ascendants could only wander in the seventh space, which was an already dangerous place for them, as they could die there at any time. However, Su Ping could travel there with the prime sky mirror. He would have to travel constantly to avoid disasters in the eighth space. But then Su Ping felt some resistance the moment the mirror was activated. The void around him was indestructible. It seemed to be blocked. "Master specifically sent me to ambush you here. You think I wasn't prepared? Go to hell," roared the beast, cutting apart the golden light with a brilliant blade which was about to wipe out both Su Ping and Lulen Lin. The bloody phoenix immediately shrieked, with bloody flames all over its body. It then flapped one of its wings, raising a flame tide to maul the beast. The avian pet turned around and spurted a mouthful of flames that caused a hole in the void. Then it pushed Su Ping and Lulen Lin inside. "Just run. Don't bother me." The phoenix's voice echoed in Su Ping's head, determined to sacrifice itself. Su Ping looked rather awful. He immediately attempted to activate the prime sky mirror when he was pushed into the hole, this time being successful. He sensed that the spatial layers were near at hand. They reappeared in the sixth space. Su Ping flashed and arrived in the tertiary space. After that, he flashed once more, switching between spaces again and again. He quickly jumped forward while he did so. Even Su Ping's abundant strength had been used up halfway after 100 times, even when he was quickly replenishing his energy. "We should have left it behind already. Even if it tracks me down, it would have to zigzag a lot. Besides, I even went to the eighth space." Su Ping's eyes glittered. He only stayed for one moment in the eighth space before he jumped again. However, during that one moment, he felt an extremely cold aura leaking out and freezing his body. Whoosh! In the last flash, Su Ping went to the universe outside. He found himself in a strange area. There were multiple desolate planets nearby, and a primitive planet devoid of any signs of life. Su Ping immediately took Lulen Lin to the planet. He turned on his watch as they traveled, trying to find out where they were. But weirdly enough, the coordinates on his watch flashed constantly, unable to fix a position in the end. "Do you know where we are?" Su Ping instantly asked Lulen Lin. She was in a trance, as the beast had frightened her quite a bit. She might have been killed or ended mentally deranged if her willpower were any lower. She finally snapped out of it when Su Ping nudged her. After being dazed for a long time, she looked at Su Ping and then her surroundings. She was relieved to find that they were both alive. She shook her head and said, "No, I've never been here before. Let me see." "It's useless, I've just checked. We can't find our location here." "I have special services," Lulen Lin said and quickly searched, but then found that she couldn't find their location either. "Your special services might not be better than mine." Su Ping looked at her watch and found that she was Tier 6, although she had more titles behind her name. In any case, his Tier 7 clearance should have granted him more permissions. Chapter 1028, Spaceship. Lulen Lin was lost for words, but then she found it understandable, as she recalled that the young man was a Celestial's disciple, and the champion of the Universe Geniuses contest. However, was it really the best time to discuss that? "Let's go to that planet and ask around. We must inform my family, or my brother may really end up in danger." Lulen Lin seemed worried. Su Ping stopped her from leaving the protection of the divine power shield that the bloody phoenix had set for them. "Don't panic. Your brother will be safe for now. It's very hard for an ascendant to kill a peer. Your brother can keep himself safe if he's in danger. Besides, it's very unlikely for two ascendants to have shown up to ambush him." Lulen Lin asked suspiciously, Why are you so sure? I've seen plenty of ascendant cultivators. Su Ping let go of her hand and stared at the planet before them. It was then that, while still protected by the golden shield, they penetrated the planet's atmosphere and landed with ease. Su Ping's senses probed all over, soon covering a continent. There weren't many seas on the planet and most lands were desolate. However, there were some primitive buildings. The planet seemed to have no connections to the Federation, just like the blue planet in the past. That explained why they couldn't be located. We'll be in trouble if this is a barbaric planet. Su Ping frowned. He had in fact traveled back and forth with the prime sky mirror in order to bewilder his enemy. Although the assassins couldn't catch up with them for the moment, the young pair would still be in danger if they stayed for too long. Soon, the two of them landed in an enormous city. That megalopolis was humongous and primitive. Some obsolete cannons had been set in the city. However, several carefully structured cannons which carried devastating auras could be found in the corners of the city. Su Ping scanned them with his watch and immediately found their information. They were popular Star-State hot weapons found in the Federation. A mix of primitive and modern. Has this planet just been accepted by the Federation? Su Ping's eyes glittered. The Federation had thus far been expanding every year. Had they escaped to the border of the Golden Star Zone? Su Ping scanned the desolate lands outside the city. There were plenty of beasts over there, but the strongest among them barely reached the void state. The strongest human being in the city was in the fate state. Su Ping immediately flashed to meet him. Enshrouded in golden divine power, Lulan Lin and Su Ping landed in front of a building made of hideous bones. Su Ping released some of his aura, shocking the nearby warriors. An old man was at the moment cultivating inside the building. He opened his eyes in shock and went outside. The old man's pupils shrank the moment he saw the handsome pair in golden light. He then asked in a shivering voice, Who are you? Su Ping felt relieved upon hearing that the elder was speaking in the common tongue. He then asked, What's the name of your planet? Where is the strongest person in the city and what is their cultivation? The old man was stunned by the sudden burst of questions. He asked suspiciously, Are you from the Federation? This planet is called Wookiee. Our sovereign is the Continental King. He's far stronger than me, but I'm unaware of his cultivation. Where is he right now? Do you have a spaceship? Asked Su Ping again. The Continental King is in the kingdom up north. I've never seen a spaceship before. The old man hesitated. He felt an even greater pressure from those strangers when comparing how he felt when interacting with the Continental King, so he didn't dare lie. Still, he was also panicking, wondering why experts of the Federation would pay them a visit. The North. Su Ping raised his head and looked, vaguely detecting a powerful aura somewhere up north. He nodded, then immediately took Lulan Lin to the northern region. The pressure abated as Su Ping and Lulan Lin vanished. The old man felt utterly exhausted, as if having just crawled out of mud. Will there be a disaster? The old man mumbled. The Wookiee planet. Su Ping searched for it in the map on his watch. Soon, he located the planet, finding that it wasn't at the border of the Golden Star Zone, but in a remote planetary system. They would need to travel for half a day to reach the nearest Tier 4 galaxy using the prime sky mirror. Since this planet is connected to the Federation, it's bound to have spaceships. It seems that the place is too underdeveloped and barren, probably just a lousy Tier 5 planet, Su Ping thought. Lulan Lin stood next to Su Ping without uttering a single word. She had planned to deal with the situation, but then felt safe and reassured after seeing how skillfully Su Ping had handled the whole situation. Soon, after space jumping with the prime sky mirror, Su Ping appeared on the other side of the planet, immediately detecting a powerful aura somewhere. He spread out his senses and saw a prosperous planet. The aura was right at the center of the kingdom. There were countless cities and towns around said energy signature. None of the beasts dared to step into the range covered by the aura. They merely stayed in the wilderness further away. He's in the advanced phase of the star state. Not too bad, Su Ping mumbled and moved towards him. Inside a prosperous city located in the very center of the kingdom, Su Ping and Lulen Lin suddenly appeared inside a building made of dragon bones. The barriers set on the place didn't hinder them in the slightest. After all, the prime sky mirror was an ascendant treasure which enabled traveling through the void. It couldn't be stopped by those minor barriers. Who's there? In front of them was a spacious bedroom, in which three girls and a brawny man were engaged in heated physical communication. Su Ping and Lulen Lin's sudden arrival shocked the brawny man. The aura he released had almost killed the beautiful women around him. Near Su Ping, Lulen Lin was stunned for a moment when she saw the live Po. She blushed, then spat and looked away. Let them put on their clothes. Su Ping pulled the curtain with his power and covered the brawny man, leaving only his head exposed. He asked, "Are you the continental king of this planet?" The man tried to break free, but the feeble curtain had somehow become extremely tensile, seemingly containing some sort of laws which prevented his escape. He asked in shock, "Are you from the Federation?" "Yes, our spaceship is broken and we need a new one. We're heading to the Blue Castle planetary system, which is not too far," said Su Ping. The brawny man struggled, but to no avail. Feeling frustrated, he said, "We're under the protection of federal laws. This is robbery." "So do you want to die?" Su Ping had no time to explain, as he was in a hurry. If the Ascendant Pet tracked them all the way there, it could destroy the entire planet with one breath. The brawny man realized that the strangers were most likely robbers. Still, if he got killed, who else on the planet could find the murderers to exact justice on his behalf? And what about law enforcers of the Federation? When would they ever come? He calmed down and immediately said, "I can give you a spaceship for free." "We have the money. Don't worry, we'll pay for it," said Su Ping. "Take us to the spaceship right now." "Okay," said the brawny man, secretly relieved to hear that they were willing to pay for the spaceship. He didn't think that the two strangers were the ferocious kind, or else they would have killed him and kept all the loot for themselves. They might have even had the ability to destroy the planet. Having suppressed him that easily, they were undoubtedly Star Lords, and there might even be experts who could reign over the Blue Castle's solar system. "This way, please." The brawny man rose and put on a robe, which helped in covering the curtain tying him up. He led the way at the front, while Su Ping and Lulen Lin followed right behind him. Lulen Lin glanced at the room, only to find that the women on the bed were still shivering in their birthday suits. She looked at Su Ping angrily. "Didn't I ask you to put some clothes on them? Why is he the only person with clothes on?" "I'm fine with them being naked. I only offered to dress him up for your sake," replied Su Ping. Lulen Lin was almost infuriated to death, but there was nothing else she could say. Soon after, the pair was led by the brawny man and headed toward an enclosed port. Su Ping immediately detected a spaceship in the port. Right after entering, Su Ping scanned it and found both model and information related to the spaceship. It was a truly old model, but it was still spaceworthy, as it could still perform space jumps. "The distance is so short, yet the journey will take half an hour. What super short jumps?" Su Ping shook his head and sighed, but he could only deal with it for the moment. "Is this your most advanced spaceship?" "It is our only spaceship. Our backup spaceship is still under maintenance," said the brawny man in all honesty. "Fine, my lady, go on and pay for it." Su Ping could only accept the situation. Lulen Lin glanced at him, but she didn't really mind paying. Besides, the spaceship was so cheap her daily allowance could already cover it. Once paid, the brawny man was completely relieved. He then said, "You're free to sack the workers on the vessel if you don't need them." "Okay." Su Ping boarded the spaceship. All the staff running the ship were in the Fate state. He glanced and saw 5 of them in total. He asked, "Which one of them is the pilot?" "Me." A seemingly dutiful and innocent young man stood up. "Okay, you'll stay. The rest of you may leave." Su Ping fired the rest of the workers. All the others were stunned. They could only leave in frustration and slowly walk to the door. "My lord, I'm the spaceship's maintenance engineer. I've worked here for years," said a short old man who was unwilling to leave. Su Ping stared at him for a while and said, "Okay, you can stay. You'll repair the spaceship if anything goes wrong." The old man was delighted, so he was quick to express his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Chapter 1029, Assassination. To the Blue Castle Planetary System, Su Ping said to the pilot. The young man nodded respectfully and returned to the cockpit. Su Ping took Lulan Lin to a rest area. Soon, the spaceship shook and soared to the sky. The buildings down below quickly shrank in size while quickly approaching the blue sky above. Soon, they flew out of the atmosphere and reached the vast space of the universe. The spaceship shook once more, and the scenes outside of the window immediately turned blurry. They were about to start a space jump. Su Ping was firmly seated inside the spaceship while he considered something. Lulan Lin had a slight frown. She looked around, worried about her brother's safety. Just then, the golden divine power protecting them thus far became shallow and finally dispersed. Su Ping opened his eyes and frowned. Lulan Lin changed her expression and looked at Su Ping. "Did something happen to my brother?" "Not necessarily." Su Ping was quite calm. "That was the protection from Senior Bloody Phoenix. Something must have happened to her, since the beast that ambushed us is stronger. She probably can't endure for much longer." "So to speak, is the beast chasing us right now?" "In a sense, yes," Lulan Lin said with a pale face. "If it catches up with us, we won't be able to escape, even if we reach the Blue Castle Planetary System. An Ascendant State expert can destroy a planetary system easily. We need another half an hour to reach Blue Castle." Su Ping frowned. Ascendants were very fast. He wasn't certain about how long it would take for the beast to track them down. "Why are you still so calm? Have you made other preparations?" Lulan Lin became hopeful again, since she saw how calm Su Ping was. Su Ping shook his head and looked at her. "You are a core descendant of the Lulan family. Heavenly Lord Jian Lan seems close to you too. Didn't they give you any life-saving treasures?" Lulan Lin smiled bitterly. "Heavenly Lord Jian Lan is my grandmother. Although I'm never short of treasures, very few of them can keep me safe from an ascendant. I'm not qualified to have any of them." "It seems that your position isn't high enough," Su Ping couldn't help but complain. Lulan Lin was rather lost for words. After a moment, she said, "Is this really the best time to talk about such matters? Your master is a celestial. He didn't give you any treasures." Su Ping shook his head. "That's impossible." Unconvinced, Lulan Lin was about to say something else when she lowered her head and saw that green light was surging from the emerald necklace she was wearing. Lulan Lin's expression changed a bit. At that moment, the short, old maintenance engineer arrived with food. He said gratefully, "My lord, these are some local specialties. Thank you for keeping me on your spaceship." "You're welcome," said Su Ping, accepting the food offered. But then Lulan Lin exclaimed exactly at that moment, "Stop!" She unleashed a powerful force and revealed her small world, smashing the old man. The old fellow, clad in filthy clothes full of oil stains, was still wearing a grateful smile. However, his eyes had become scary and cruel. He waved his arms, launching black bursts of energy as sharp as blades towards Lulan Lin and Su Ping. Lulan Lin's expression changed again as she blocked the old man's arm and then tried to knock Su Ping away. "What are you doing?" Su Ping's voice was exceptionally calm in such a dangerous moment. He pulled Lulan Lin away, thwarting her attempt to take the attack for him, and then kicked the old man's arm. The old man was flung back and hit one of the spaceship's walls heavily, as if smashed by a hammer. Lulan Lin was pulled away, dodging the old man's attack. Hardly had she regained her balance when she saw the old man being flung away. She looked at Su Ping in a daze. "You're really something." Su Ping coldly looked at the old man. Lulan Lin was stunned. "You knew something was wrong with him." "It's hard not to suspect a Star Lord maintenance engineer." Su Ping looked at her. "How did you notice?" "My necklace is a secret treasure made of gallbladders from powerful poisonous beasts. It will automatically neutralize any nearby poison," said Lulan Lin quickly. Her necklace was still shining like a green lake. The old man had decisively taken action when he noticed Lulen Lin's necklace. It was also the moment when the divine power protecting Su Ping and Lulen Lin had been dispelled. "You can sense my cultivation. That's impossible." The old man quickly stood up after hearing what Su Ping said, eyes becoming cold and sharp. He was furious, but his head became crystal clear. He was a top assassin, so he was considering what to do next. "Is there poison here?" Su Ping sniffed, but he didn't perceive a thing. He filtered his senses with laws and finally noticed something was wrong. It wasn't a normal poison. It was one of the tremendously lethal kinds that could even deteriorate laws. "How can you be fine?" Lulen Lin looked at Su Ping in surprise. She had thought that Su Ping had already noticed the poison and taken measures to resist it. "Maybe because the poison is too normal." Su Ping shook his head and stopped investigating the poison. Although colorless and odorless, it didn't seem to be very effective. He went and examined himself, finding that the poison had already been assimilated. Su Ping had been to many dangerous places in cultivation sites and encountered all types of beasts. Most of those beasts carried lethal poisons. Su Ping had already been tested by them, some among them being ascendants even. He had already developed a strong resistance to poison. "Normal." The old man became so infuriated by Su Ping's dismissive remark that he almost stopped thinking. They had spent a fortune for the poison, enough to bankrupt a Star Lord. The substance could have killed a bunch of Star Lords caught unaware. It was awfully scary, even in the forbidden black market, and was still difficult to procure while using their organization's channels. And yet, Su Ping despised it. "You're in league with that ascendant assassin." Su Ping looked at the old man, biding his time before attacking. The old man had already been exposed, but he didn't admit a thing. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Good people, you're obviously not poor. Hand over your valuables if you're smart. You're pretending to be space bandits." Su Ping looked at the cockpit. "Are you buying time for the pilot so he can take us to the trap you prepared?" The old man's eyes twitched, but his expression remained the same. "What are you talking about?" "I think there's only one ascendant assassin. If there were two, they could have already ambushed and killed us, not giving us a single chance to escape." Su Ping mumbled and looked at the old man. "So, you're that ascendant's underlings, and you're responsible for killing me while he keeps our ascendant protector distracted." "Cut the crap, you!" the old man roared. Su Ping had attacked before he finished. "You still won't admit it. Let me just take a look then." He quickly flew out like an eagle lunging at its prey. He was so intimidating that the spaceship was shaking with the momentum. On the other hand, Lulen Lin realized what was going on and charged at the cockpit. "You're asking to be killed," roared the old man, and narrowed his eyes upon seeing Su Ping making a move toward him. He unleashed his strength, and a dark small world surfaced behind his back. He also performed strange skills he had acquired in ancient relics. They formed a black and hideous mouth that aimed to chomp Su Ping along with his small world. The elder would have made a run for it if he ever encountered a genius from the Divine Lord rank 2,000 years prior. However, they had been through endless suffering over the years in the home of Havoc, and were no longer what they used to be. All of them were confident of fighting high rankers. Even though Su Ping was said to be incredible, he was well aware of his own strength and would never underestimate himself. "Roar!" The black mouth produced with strange skills carried a strange, intimidating aura that twisted space and affected the mind. Countless people were crying deep inside that mouth, as if it led to hell. However, right when the mouth was about to reach Su Ping, the latter punched so violently that his fist seemed about to penetrate space itself, as it contained infinite strength. After a boom, the illusory mouth was shattered, and the spaceship's side was smashed through, knocking the vessel out of the space jump. "You're too weak," said Su Ping indifferently. He looked down at the old man. When his small world was perfected, Su Ping had already become one of the strongest Star Lords in the Federation. Adding the deity aura being transformed in his body, he was as strong as the best Star Lord in every aspect. The old man wasn't at all weak. since he could rank just below the 20th on the Divine Lord rank, but he was no different from a normal Star Lord in front of Su Ping. The power of laws condensed by the latter was already too much for the assassin. Su Ping then threw a punch that would cripple the guy. The old man's expression changed considerably. His mind was also injured when his strange skills were shattered by Su Ping. He spurted a mouthful of blood and ended up with heavy wounds. He looked at the young man, horrified. He was kicked away after the failed assassination earlier on, and a single punch from Su Ping had destroyed his strongest attack. It was terrifying. He recalled what Yin Xing had said, finally believing. Even though the young man was in the star state, he was as strong as the best on the Divine Lord rank, however unbelievable it might sound. Furthermore, the man seemed even more horrifying than the second-place holder of the Divine Lord rank. They had assassinated 2,000 years in the past. Night Tiger, the old man roared. He could only try his luck now that his plan had failed. All his blood was ablaze at the moment. A shadow quickly surfaced behind him and merged with his body. He was about to burn his life force, sacrificing himself to fight with Su Ping. Chapter 1030, Dark Tower. Stop! A roar burst out of the cockpit along with its door exploding, right when the old man was about to use his ultimate skills. The innocent-looking young pilot had put on a mask that had a smiling face. Lulen Lin was fighting him, but she was being suppressed by his small world and was losing. "I'll kill her if you don't stop." "Don't bother me, I can still endure," cried Lulen Lin. She didn't expect the pilot to be so horrifying. She was a Star Lord who was listed among the top 30 on the Divine Lord rank, yet she was being suppressed. In the boundless territory of the Golden Star Zone, only 30 or so Star Lords were stronger than her, and the pilot was one of them. "Can you endure? You would be dead already if I wanted to kill you," said the masked young man with a cold tone. He increased the pressure, and his small world was squishing Lulen Lin. "Don't bother me," Lulen Lin shouted. Special secret patterns appeared on her body. It was the secret technique of the Lulens that could provide a temporary strengthening. She didn't want Su Ping to be distracted by her. "You're asking to be killed." The masked young man's eyes were even colder. "The way I see it, you are asking to be killed." Su Ping's calm voice was heard up close. It was quite chilling. A person swooshed from Su Ping's back. It was the copy created by the Prime Sky Mirror. Although the copy couldn't compare to himself, it had still inherited half of his strength. That was the power of an artifact. "Damn it!" The masked young man stopped hesitating. Since Su Ping didn't care about the safety of the Lulen Sionus, he planned to kill Lulen Lin and then finish Su Ping off along with the old man. He hadn't really believed that Su Ping would be threatened with Lulen Lin's well-being. After all, Su Ping was an unparalleled genius in the universe. It was highly unlikely that he cared about anyone else. That was why they had found all the information about Su Ping, including his hometown and parents, but didn't dare to capture them to threaten him. They were afraid that he would be alerted before they could threaten him. Hardly had the masked young man attacked when he realized that Lulen Lin, whom he had been suppressing, was gone. His attention had been solely focused on Su Ping. He then discovered that she had reappeared next to Su Ping. "How did you?" The masked young man had yet to figure out what was going on when he saw Su Ping's clone charging at him. He hurriedly resisted the attack. Lulen Lin was stunned too. She looked at Su Ping in a trance. Soon, she realized that it was the law of time. He had used the law of time without anyone else realizing it. Had he paused the time or reversed it? Or did he use another approach? Lulen Lin wasn't sure, but she did realize that Su Ping was very strong, to have rescued her from the horrifying masked young man without making a sound. She even thought that he was as capable as the top 3 warriors of the Divine Lord rank. Bang! The old man next to Su Ping suddenly took action, seeing that Su Ping was distracted by the masked young man. An unpredictable dagger appeared in his hand. The weapon was of a pure black color, covered in dense scales. The aged assassin made a stabbing motion, sending it into a deeper space and activating a secret curse technique he knew. He was going to kill Su Ping with the mysterious curse power he had acquired from an ancient corpse. He would succeed as long as he could stab Su Ping's body. Ding! The next moment, an unexpected noise burst out. A purple shield surfaced on Su Ping's body, blocking the dagger. It was one of his master's gifts, which could resist the attack of the strongest Star Lord. Back then, Su Ping hadn't yet reached the Star State, and Star Lords were major threats to him. The treasure had remained unused until that moment. Die! The old man's eyes were almost popping out. He had to seize the opportunity. He could not fail. The dagger penetrated the shield as he exerted his strength, finally stabbing Su Ping. But it seemed to have hit a hard item. The old man was stunned. Then he saw a red feather surfacing from the place his dagger had made contact. A feather? The old man was bewildered. But then a scorching aura swept out and enshrouded him. An almost complete law of fire raged forth. Su Ping had mastered the law of fire earlier than other laws. It was almost perfect at the moment, thanks to the memory fragments passed on through the Golden Crow bloodline. They improved and helped Su Ping significantly. Soul sealing. Su Ping looked at him indifferently and raised his hand, which turned bigger and bigger in the old man's eyes, as if about to cover the entire sky. His eyes widened with disbelief. The law of fire swept out and melted the old man's arm. His hair and clothes were quickly burned, and so was the astral power in his body. He was rapidly losing his cultivation. His consciousness, still in Su Ping's hand, had yet to be corrupted, but it was gradually blocked. Let me find out who organized this assault. Su Ping's eyes were cold. He was going to search the guy's memories, which wasn't hard for him to do. He had obtained all sorts of special secret techniques in the cultivation sites. Mind infiltration was one of them. He had learned it from the undead creatures a long time before. Many spirits were capable of doing that. The little skeleton could too. Not a chance, roared the old man in a scary manner. His face was contorted, although it was unclear whether it was caused by fear or pain. Black fog erupted from his body as if ghosts were crying. You're cursed. Su Ping sensed that the black fog was rather weird. There was an aura of a curse that only the horrifying undead creatures would have been able to master. That old man had clearly been deeply corrupted. The curse could even erase the old man at any time and replace his consciousness. The old man cried miserably and cursed at times. The black fog surged and gathered, before pointing at Su Ping like a black finger. Su Ping slightly changed his expression and snorted. His eyes turned into a pure golden, just before he spouted golden crow flames. The most dominating flames in the entire world appeared and almost set the entire cabin ablaze. Even laws and the void had been melted. There were trailing fumes coming from the black finger, as if the finger were being burned. A snort was heard when it was about to be melted. The snort inflicted a heavy strike on Su Ping's mind, just like a hammer. Such an attack left him quite shocked. He would have passed out if his willpower hadn't been significantly improved in the sea of illusions. The finger made of black fog gradually dispersed, along with the creepy and dark aura in the air. Su Ping's expression showed a slight change again. That old man had obviously contracted something unclean, likely the lingering consciousness of a dead expert. Or maybe an expert was trying to resurrect by using the curse. Fortunately, it's just the lingering consciousness. Su Ping was secretly relieved. He looked at the struggling and roaring old man and then suppressed him without granting any mercy. The old man's remaining awareness seemed to realize that he was doomed. He immediately planned to blow himself up. However, Su Ping's willpower was far greater than that of any Star Lord. He had completely suppressed the old man and could detect any change in him. He didn't give the man a chance to kill himself. You want to kill yourself? Not yet. Su Ping coldly looked at the masked young man on the other side after capturing the old man's soul. He saw that the man had already been heavily wounded by his clone. Even if his clone was only half as strong as himself, it was still enough for him to suppress his opponent. Freeze! Su Ping suddenly pointed with a finger, making space and time quake. The still struggling masked young man stiffened for a moment. Su Ping's clone seized the opportunity and suppressed him, sending him to its small world. The copy's world had been perfected too, except that it was only half as powerful as Su Ping's. Even so, the masked young man was unable to break free. The spaceship had been seriously damaged, and everybody was exposed in space at the moment. Lulen Lin was overwhelmed by disbelief, having seen that Su Ping had finished off the ambushers in the blink of an eye. Her shock increased, leaving her at a loss for words, when she saw the masked young man running about in the copy's small world and trying to break free. If you saw that something was wrong with them, why didn't you do anything earlier? Lulen Lin asked Su Ping after a long while passed. By then, Su Ping had infiltrated the old man's mind and read all his memories. Once hearing Lulen Lin's question, he replied, "Although they hid their cultivation, I wasn't sure they were against us. What if they were actually good guys? They were too suspicious. How could they not be against us?" Lulen Lin didn't know what else to say. "I thought only ascendants would be sent to kill us." Su Ping shook his head. "It's actually unbelievable that they would send such lackeys." Dumbfounded by the answer, Lulen Lin was planning to argue with him. However, she was rendered speechless upon seeing the old man's lingering soul as Su Ping squeezed it, plus the other assassin who was confined in the small world. The pair of strong Star Lord assassins had been suppressed by Su Ping with tremendous ease. She too felt that the world was crazy. "Do you know of the Dark Tower's existence?" asked Su Ping. Lulen Lin narrowed her eyes, goosebumps forming all over her body. She asked in shock, "They belong to the Dark Tower. How is that possible? Is it a very famous place?" Su Ping almost wanted to search for it on his watch. Normal people have never heard about it. However, in terms of assassination, it's the unquestionable #1 in the entire universe. Lulen Lin couldn't help but explain further. The Dark Tower's targets have never survived. Also, the Dark Tower's assassins are never scared. It's said that a celestial expert is behind the group. No wonder they were sent to kill you. It makes sense. Only the Dark Tower would dare to send ascendants to kill you without worrying about your master's retaliation. Lulen Lin understood everything and gasped. "However, I'm going to be an exception," said Su Ping casually, but he was rather solemn. The Dark Tower was backed by a celestial state expert. Did they choose to attack him out of their own initiative, or was it a contract? Even though the old man had failed to kill himself, he seemed prepared to be caught. His memories had been modified, which prevented Su Ping from acquiring all the information. However, he had found a lot of things about the assault. For example, the Ascendant expert's code name was Yin Xing. He committed that to memory. Furthermore, the Blue Castle planetary system had already been cleared by the assassins. 4 additional assassins had set up a grand trap there, ready to kill Su Ping. Unfortunately, when they tried to poison Su Ping on the spaceship to weaken him, they didn't expect that Lulen Lin would have a secret treasure that could detect poison. They felt really confident of the poison they had bought. Probably not even experienced assassins may notice it. However, Lulen Lin noticed it and became alert. "I traveled 100 times in the void and eventually arrived in this region, and yet they had already set up a trap in this place." Su Ping was rather impressed after reading the old man's memories. The surrounding space had been blocked. The ascendant named Yin Xing had only planned to keep Su Ping's ascendant protector distracted and then push Su Ping into the bag they had prepared in advance. That part of space was the interior of the bag. If Su Ping was unaware of the arrangement, he would be stuck inside the bag no matter how many times he teleported. Chapter 1031, Space Graveyard. It seems that the ascendant named Yin Xing didn't dare to kill you. He could have killed me. Was he scared that my master would track him down if he did? The other assassins dared to kill me because they could hide in the home of Havoc, which is a special area where even Celestials are unable to use their abilities to the fullest. Besides, those people were rogue assassins. Su Ping's eyes became cold. Those Star Lord assassins, were the real ambushers set up to attack him. All of them were ready to sacrifice themselves. They could be compared to the top star lords on the Divine Lord rank. What do we do now? Are we still going to the Blue Castle planetary system? I'm worried that there'll be ambushers there too. It's frightening to think they predicted that we would come to this planet, said Lulen Lin quickly. She was quite smart. Although she didn't look into the captive's memories, she had made her own speculations based on the information at hand. Worry was overwhelming her, as the Dark Tower rarely failed. Even the members of the top families would be wary if the Dark Tower's assassins went after them. Blue Castle is the only planetary system near us. Our spaceship was destroyed, so we have to get another one, said Su Ping. What if there are ambushers waiting for us? Su Ping told her the situation. Blue Castle has been annihilated by them. There are 4 guys waiting for us there. Lulen Lin was dumbfounded. Then she angrily clenched her fist while her face had a contorted expression. They slaughtered an entire planetary system to ambush us. An entire planetary system. Did they intentionally spare the planet we just visited? That planet was the bait, said Su Ping coldly. Unfortunately, they've caught a Dragon King. If they're waiting to ambush us in the Blue Castle system, won't it be too dangerous if we go there? Lulen Lin was angry, but she swiftly calmed down. The lady of the Lulen family kept a cool head in such a dangerous moment. After all, she was among the top 30 on the Divine Lord rank. She couldn't have claimed such an achievement simply by staying home and cultivating. That ascendant's pet might catch up to us if we're held up by those assassins. Let's just finish them off as quickly as possible. If the pet is fast enough to catch up, it will surely reach us on our way to Blue Castle, said Su Ping. For him, traveling took much more time than fighting. Besides, he was still inside the space pocket his enemies had woven for him. In order to reach the border of that pocket from its center, the fastest way to leave was through a ship's space jump. Lulen Lin couldn't argue with that. She too knew they were already inside a trap, and that they had to finish the battle as quickly as possible. She could only pray for good luck. Su Ping took out the Prime Sky Mirror and traveled through several spaces, taking Lulen Lin and his clone to the planetary system. They moved at full speed. 2 hours later, Su Ping arrived in Blue Castle. Watching from a distance, it could be seen that a helical blue planetary system was spinning, with a dozen planets in tow. Quite a few of them had their own satellites. There were also a lot of space stations outside of the planetary system, where spaceships and workers stayed. Everything looked normal. Su Ping was already aware that the planetary system had been destroyed. When looking at the people moving inside the space stations, he keenly captured their mental powers and his eyes glowed brilliantly. He then gathered his willpower on his eyes like swords. Soon, the seemingly lively and prosperous planetary system lost all its disguise. It was broken, desolate, and quiet. The entire planetary system was dead silent. The space stations where workers were talking and laughing were also badly ruined. A lot of torn bodies were floating in space. The entire planetary system had been turned into a graveyard. A slaughter. Su Ping's eyes were cold. Those assassins were extremely cruel. It was easy to tell from the gory scenery, and the giant pits on the looked like bitten apples. What kind of horrors had befallen that planetary system earlier? Every planetary system was supervised by a Star Lord. However, Blue Castle was just a Tier 4 planetary system. Its master clearly couldn't have been a strong one, aside from being as vulnerable as a baby when butting heads against monsters who could compare to the top performers of the Divine Lord rank. Here, Lulen Lin looked at the scenery and found that everything was normal. She truly felt puzzled. Su Ping waved his hand, tearing apart the illusions like removing a curtain. Lulen Lin was then able to see the cruel scenes too. Her face immediately turned pale and distraught. One of them is hiding in a space station. The other 3 are on the biggest planet. Su Ping spread out his mental power, vaguely detecting a few auras. He probably couldn't have detected them if his mental power hadn't been strengthened. Those assassins were hiding themselves in arrays. Let's finish off the one in the space station first. He must be planning to cooperate with the assassins on our spaceship, said Su Ping. He looked at the masked young man in his clone's small world and punched him. After a boom, the young man's body exploded. His consciousness dashed out and cried in fear, "What are you doing?" He had seen the Blue Castle's demise. He didn't expect that Su Ping would dare to go to that place after learning of their plan. That was truly confident of him. All geniuses were confident, and they often died because of their confidence too. The masked young man cursed Su Ping continuously, wishing the latter would die miserably. "He's all yours." Su Ping plucked the young man's consciousness. It was easier for the former to suppress the latter with a much stronger willpower. He squeezed the target into a ball, pushing its head into its body before he threw it to the little skeleton. The bony pet saw the ghost, and its eye sockets quickly started emitting a red light. It then spouted a stream of dark energy to absorb the ghost with its mouth. "You think a mere star-state pet can?" The masked young man roared furiously, but his declaration soon turned into a scream of fear. The little skeleton absorbed the ghost. This time it didn't drop it from its chin. He was crunched by the black mist in its mouth. The little skeleton chewed. The young man screamed so miserably that even Lulen Lin's expression was changing. She finally discovered that the seemingly cute skeleton was actually a horrifying being. Although Su Ping had helped in suppressing the young assassin, it was still terrifying that the pet was able to swallow a Star Lord's ghost. "Take care of yourself." Su Ping asked the little skeleton to stay and protect Lulen Lin while it absorbed the masked young man's ghost. He moved forward along with his clone, ready to finish the battle quickly. Su Ping arrived at the space station without making a sound after traveling through spaces via the prime sky mirror. Inside the space station, a brawny young man was seated on a comfortable chair at ease and talking to himself. "I wonder if that kid boarded their spaceship." Huh. All of a sudden, he sensed something and frowned. He sat up and carefully examined the environment. A deafening explosion burst out right when he focused his attention. Meanwhile, two iron fists smashed into his face, one from the left and the other from the right. "What?" The brawny young man narrowed his eyes. All his hairs were shaking. The two iron fists contained infinite strength. They also came with the power of a horrifying small world. The space on their way had been frozen. Even his mind seemed to have slowed down. He wanted to fight back, but his body had been smashed into pieces the moment the idea occurred to him. Su Ping didn't show any mercy. He made use of his small world to finish off his enemy. He could have killed the man with his clone, but he chose to do it personally. He did in person only because it would be faster, and there wouldn't be any accidents. Su Ping looked at the young man's ghost, which had just flowed out of his broken body. Su Ping squeezed until it turned into a ball to suppress him in his small world. After that, the prime sky mirror flashed again. He vanished into the void and quickly approached the main planet. Inside Su Ping's small world, the brawny young man roared in fear, "Who are you?" His body had been instantly shattered. Even his consciousness was badly wounded too. All the contracts in his head had been broken. He found it hard to believe that someone could kill at such a fast speed. He had survived countless dangers in the home of Havoc. However, Su Ping's attack was so unexpected that he didn't even have the time to react. The illusions outside weren't torn apart either. How did this man arrive here? He hadn't detected the ascendant aura from Su Ping. Otherwise, he would have thought that the young man was an ascendant. "You don't know whom you're ambushing. Shouldn't the Dark Tower be better than this?" said Su Ping indifferently. The brawny young man looked awful. His pet was unconscious. Before Su Ping replied, he had figured out who the person was. The target they were supposed to assassinate was the only one who could have entered the region. "How did you find this place? Are you really in the star state?" The brawny young man found it unacceptable. He had indeed learned a lot about the target from Yin Xing. He thought he was able to confront the top fighters of the Divine Lord rank after all the training in the home of Havoc. Even if he was unable to win, he could always escape. However, Su Ping turned out to be much stronger than he thought. More importantly, he was only in the star state. "Your companion brought me over," said Su Ping casually. Then killing intent flashed in his eyes, dashing forward along with his clone. On the main planet of the Blue Castle planetary system, inside a certain building, 3 people were hiding above an ancient array. The building was the array's pivot, which was powered by the energy deep inside the planet, to then cover the entire planetary system as well as themselves. "They haven't sent any messages yet. It seems that the Star State brat hasn't found this place so far," said the young man who was holding a pet in his arms, eyes full of disdain. "What a shame. We would have been able to accomplish this mission with ease if Senior Yin Xing was willing to lend his pets to us," said the one-eyed young man with a sigh. "Don't talk about him. That senior is very smart. He wants all the returns, yet he doesn't want to pay anything. Humph. He's just a coward. He doesn't deserve to be an ascendant at all," said a beautiful woman, ending with a snort. She was stunningly gorgeous, yet she had quite the rude behavior. Her personality had been changed and molded in the home of Havoc. They had lived in the home of Havoc, together without Yin Xing, so they were comrades in a way. Chapter 1032, Ascendant State. Ascendant experts are really prudent, but don't bother. This trip is totally worth it. The young man didn't want to gossip about an ascendant behind his back. After all, they had just talked to the man for a bit. He was worried that the latter would have ways to eavesdrop on their conversation. They knew how terrifying and capable the top-ranking experts of the Dark Tower were. "Huh." Suddenly, the one-eyed young man changed his expression. "Did you feel anything?" The charming woman was stunned for a moment. She narrowed her eyes and spread out her senses, but nothing came from the probing. She was about to shake her head when the one-eyed young man changed his expression and roared, "Move away." After a boom, the void was torn apart, and 2 sword auras slashed down. The one-eyed young man reacted the fastest. He escaped into the void, reappearing thousands of meters away. The charming woman was quite fast too. Her body disappeared like rays of light, then reappeared in the distance. The last young man had yet to realize what was going on, but the hideous pet in his arms had sensed something. It shrieked, unleashing a small world that looked like a honeycomb, where countless cocoons were buried in holes. It was rather scary. The small world covered the young man while he fled. However, one of the sword auras managed to hit it. The small world immediately shook and then exploded. The sword aura flattened all the holes in the small world and glowed. The hideous pet screamed and trembled in the young man's arms, bleeding hard. Without any ado, Su Ping shouted coldly, "Die." The entire planetary system had been wiped out, just so that they could kill him. The assassins of the Dark Tower had no respect for life at all. His clone also attacked the charming woman. Su Ping unleashed his small world, and the law of time was spread out. The time and space nearby was consolidated. Su Ping was going to reverse time and bring them back to life. The law of time. The assassin trio looked somber as they saw how sand and stones were moving in reverse around Su Ping. Fortunately, all of them had released their small worlds and used them as buffers, which could prevent them from being corrupted by hostile laws. It would require a lot of time if their target wanted to tear their small worlds apart. Nightmarish charm. The stunning woman was shocked and wary as she looked at Su Ping's clone charging at her. The clone was so intimidating that she found it hard to tell whether or not it was Su Ping's original self. She knew that he had the prime sky mirror and what the artifact could do. But how could his clone, which was only half as strong as his original self, be so terrifying? She used her special secret technique without hesitation. Hers was a natural demonic constitution, a rare one related to spirits which endowed her with a mental power much greater than what those at her level would have. If Yin Xing hadn't said that Su Ping's mental power was much higher than hers, she and Zai Tong would have killed Su Ping in the illusions. Su Ping's clone stopped for a moment but quickly broke free. Silver light darted out of its eyes, which was Su Ping's condensed mental power. It was strong enough to cut through everything, unless his opponent's willpower was greater. Annihilation. Right when the clone attacked, Su Ping raised his hand and squeezed the young man. It was just a simple movement, and yet the entire void collapsed. His small world was quickly manifested. Enhanced by laws such as time, space, and speed, the law of destruction hit the young man's small world, piercing through it unimpeded. Ever since his small world was perfected, Su Ping was able to crush any Star Lord's small world with his own, unless his opponent had also reached the peak. "Divine path!" cried the young man in fear. Golden light circulated in his small world and fell to pieces before he could mend it. A terrifying aura was immediately spread to reverse the flow of time. He was then surrounded by the power of his small world. Although he managed to stop the reversion, his mind gradually slowed down and his body stiffened. "Damn it!" In the distance, the one-eyed young man was shocked. Su Ping was much stronger than he expected. He was even more unbelievable than how Yin Xing described. He even suspected that Su Ping had already become a Star Lord. However, how could any Star Lord be as terrifying? The alluring woman was trying to flee from the clone. She had already sensed the smell of death upon seeing the young man be defeated by a single attack, so she cried to the one-eyed young man, "Captain, stop hesitating. It'll be too late if you don't attack. They must be dead already." The one-eyed young man felt cold. Su Ping's unexpected arrival meant that their plan had failed, and his teammates had very likely been killed. Only 3 members remained from the team of 6. The young man they had high hopes for was even suppressed and defeated by Su Ping. Both he and the alluring woman were better at mental attacks, but Su Ping was even better. What kind of bloody mission is this? The young man couldn't have felt more regretful. He gritted his teeth. His body had already taken action. He had to take a chance or all of them would die. "Come out!" roared. A deafening roar came from the one-eyed man's back, breaking Su Ping's space and time blockade. The space nearby seemed to have been caught in a swamp that had tied everyone up. An indescribable, awe-inspiring, yet frightening aura was spread out. It was the Ascendant State aura. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. He coldly gazed at the summoning vortex behind the one-eyed young man, from which a creepy head craned out. The head seemed to have been skinned as it was bloody, while covering it seemed to be wriggling. Following the head, an enormous body crawled out. The body was thousands of meters long, covering the entire sky. The buildings nearby couldn't endure the unrestrained pressure. All of them exploded and fell in the dust. An Ascendant State pet. Su Ping was quite gloomy. He had wanted to finish the battle as quickly as possible because he was worried about such a situation happening. Although the chances were low, he was truly lucky to meet one. "You just had a good share of food. I'll give you some more if you kill him. You can eat as many people as you want in the future." The one-eyed young man looked at the behemoth in fear. He had acquired that pet in the home of Havoc, which served as his team's ultimate weapon. However, it was extremely ferocious and terrifying, all because it had grown up in the home of Havoc. It might attack its own master at any time. However, he didn't have any other choice. The pet was his only hope. Su Ping became even more sullen after hearing that. Many of the people who had been slaughtered in that star system might have been fed to the monster. "Retreat!" Furious as Su Ping was, he decided to step back. After all, the gap between them was too wide. The Ascendant State was too powerful for him at that moment. He couldn't even beat the weakest Ascendant. However, before he left, Su Ping exerted 50% of his strength with God's arrival and condensed all his laws into an ultimate sword aura. He then stabbed forward with his small world and the power of faith. After a boom, the young man who had just woken up from the time pause was stabbed through. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe he would die that easily. The scary beast in his arms cried sorrowfully. Bang! On the other side, Su Ping's clone roared and went on a rampage as it fought against the alluring woman, igniting all of its strength and small world to catch up with the woman and kill her. Once it managed to kill the target, the clone exploded too due to energy overuse. The two things almost happened simultaneously. Su Ping didn't even have time to look at them. He simply escaped with the prime sky mirror. "Where do you think you're going?" The one-eyed young man saw the miserable deaths of his 2 companions. None of the measures that they had set in place had been put into use yet. Su Ping was simply too strong and unstoppable. The battles merely took 2 to 3 seconds. They were so strong that even the second-place holder of the Divine Lord rank they had ambushed in the past would have had to struggle in order to kill them. However, Su Ping was much more terrifying than that guy. The one-eyed young man's pet mimicked his actions and roared. It moved its scary eyes to gaze in Su Ping's direction, to then open its mouth and inhale. Space was immediately broken. Chaotic spatial power was absorbed by its mouth, but Su Ping was already gone. The beast seemed to be infuriated. It shook, then vanished into deeper spaces. Su Ping swiftly reached the 7th space with the help of the Prime Sky Mirror, wasting no time to charge at the 8th space. The Prime Sky Mirror could keep him safe in the 7th space, but the 8th space was completely different. Su Ping didn't bother to hide his aura. He then quickly jumped back to the 5th space and concealed his aura. Later, he jumped back to the 6th space and escaped further and further away. Freeze! Once he arrived in the 4th space, Su Ping threw out a water ball and transformed it to resemble him, making it look alive. After his vitality law was perfected, Su Ping was already able to create living creatures. However, he wasn't yet capable of creating real souls and complete lives. Still, if there was a soul, he could provide it with a living body to dwell upon. He left part of his consciousness in the body he had just created to then continue traveling. He repeated the process in every space layer. Soon, Su Ping found that the body he had left first was torn apart when it was resisting blade torrents in the 5th space. It has locked onto me. Su Ping gloomily flashed non-stop. He had already left the Blue Castle planetary system. However, instead of appearing in the primary space, he kept jumping into deeper spaces and leaving his clones behind. He entered the 8th space again to leave immediately after. The 8th space was so dangerous that Su Ping felt scared every time he went there. He had the feeling that he might get lost there forever if he stayed for one more second. The mysterious whispers and chaotic energy in the 7th space were being blocked by the Prime Sky Mirror, and Su Ping didn't really feel a thing. That was why he was able to reach the 7th space even though he was only in the star state. Chapter 1033, Key. Whoosh! Su Ping immediately returned to the 5th space and ran in another direction after jumping out of the 8th space again. If anyone were to observe the multiple spaces in general, they would discover that Su Ping was escaping in an arc-shaped route. At the end of this arc, Su Ping seemed to be turning back to the main planet of the Blue Castle planetary system. He took a turn and quickly returned to the main planet. Whoosh! Su Ping dashed again into the 7th space. That was a world none of the assassins could detect. It was already extremely difficult for Star Lords to sneak into the 6th space. Only the top Star Lords were capable of doing that. As for the 7th space, no Star Lords could possibly survive it. Su Ping had snuck into the planet through the 7th space earlier, because he was afraid that the assassins would have set up traps in the 6th space around the planet, even though it was unlikely. That was why the assassins had failed to detect him. On the planet, amongst the debris, the one-eyed young man gloomily arrived at the place where the body of the alluring woman fell after her head exploded. He took away a few small adornments, which were her storage treasures. Then he went to see the young man again, hopping to fetch his belongings. However, the scary pet next to the young man's body expanded significantly. The contract between them was nullified since he died. Their past bond was quickly forgotten. The scary beast followed its heart and revealed its true form, which was the combination of an insect and a reptile. It was 100 meters long, with plenty of sharp claws. It lay next to the young man's body, roaring at the approaching one-eyed young man as a warning. The latter became even more sullen. His sole eye emitted purple light that made the scary pet stiffen. Its eyeballs moved slower. Then, a streak of light struck its body in its most vulnerable part. Having lived and fought together for more than 2,000 years, the one-eyed young man knew the beast's weaknesses fully well. He had saved the pet several times, and was saved a few times in return. After a boom, the scary beast fell to the ground. Blood surged out of its body, soon dyeing the nearby debris red. The one-eyed young man waved his hand, attracting the young man's body to him. He was about to search for the victim's possessions when he sensed something and raised his head. Right then, a sword aura brushed past him. The young man dashed and narrowly dodged it. However, the young man's corpse he had moved was hit and cut apart. It melted quickly, as if corrupted by acid, thanks to the law of destruction in the sword aura. You! The one-eyed young man looked at his side in shock, where Su Ping emerged and charged at him without delay. No way! The one-eyed assassin couldn't have been more shocked, as he could tell that his ascendant state pet was still hunting Su Ping in deep spaces according to his instructions. However, Su Ping had made it back. He was bold enough to return, instead of running away from an ascendant beast hunting him. Rot in hell! Su Ping's small world expanded quickly. He had fully revealed his small world by then. The 4 perfected supreme laws emitted light that circulated in the small world like pillars. The other perfected laws were also flowing and releasing a suffocating pressure. The one-eyed young man was so appalled that he couldn't say a thing. However, his abundant battle experience allowed him to realize what was going on and perform the forbidden skill of his clan. Dream God. It was said that ancient gods could be summoned with that forbidden skill. However, the gods weren't usually in a good mood when disturbed. According to the history of his clan, some of the summoned gods had caused disasters, so it had been listed as a forbidden skill. Purple light glowed brilliantly in his eye at the moment. However, a sword aura darted out of Su Ping's small world at an unimaginable speed, which went into his only eye and blew his head up. Bang! Su Ping followed up and punched, smashing the man's body into pieces. However, he controlled his strength and was able to grab the victim's items. Meanwhile, he also attracted the other young man's body and threw it into his small world. Once he collected the items, Su Ping punched to reach the bottom of the debris and destroyed the array hub, which had been buried deeply under the building. The illusions enshrouding the surface of the planet would disappear. Most importantly, if the array wasn't destroyed, it would eventually absorb all the planet's energy until it fell apart. It might even trigger a chain reaction and destroy the entire galaxy. Su Ping escaped into the void again and appeared outside the planet. He sensed that Lulen Lin and the little skeleton were hiding in the tertiary space, so he immediately went there. His senses could no longer be blocked by the shallower spaces after his law of space was perfected. That was the power of the strongest Star Lord. He almost had no weaknesses. Lulen Lin was quite surprised to see Su Ping and quickly asked, "Have you figured it out?" Su Ping pulled her wrist and petted the little skeleton before he sent it back to the contract space and escaped. While they ran, he said, "It's done. They hid themselves on a planet and probably set up deadly traps, but they didn't have a chance to use them." "It's done!" Lulen Lin was stunned. It's only been a couple of minutes, yet Su Ping already took care of the Dark Tower assassins lurking on the planet. The masked young man on the spaceship had left a deep impression on her. Although she was able to fight back, she would have surely been captured if the fight dragged on. That guy was only bait to lure them, so the other assassins had to be even more horrifying. However, one of the assassins had an ascendant state pet, which is hunting us at the moment, Su Ping added. Lulen Lin. An ascendant state pet is chasing us. Lulen Lin suddenly felt a strong headache. She had never been so exhausted in her entire life, even though she didn't do anything. "Don't panic. We should be able to get rid of it," Su Ping reassured her. Lulen Lin became hopeful again. "Your master gave you other treasures, right?" "No." Lulen Lin fell silent. Su Ping traveled everywhere with her using the prime sky mirror. In the meantime, he charged at the edge of that spatial pocket according to the map on his watch. It's slowing down. Su Ping was able to tell where the ascendant beast was through the clones he had left behind. He finally felt less anxious after sensing that it had obviously slowed down. He took the risk of going back and killing the one-eyed young man, partly for his own escape. After losing its master, the pet would gradually forget its last instruction and would stop hunting him persistently. Fortunately, the one-eyed young man only had one ascendant pet, and Su Ping didn't expect that it would return. Lulen Lin suddenly said, "Just abandon me if there are no other choices. Just abandon me." Su Ping, "Avenge me later if you manage to get away." Lulen Lin raised her head and looked at Su Ping with a vague smile on her face. "I'll try my best to fight and buy as much time for you as I can." Su Ping glanced at her. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" "Of course I am." Lulen Lin didn't seem concerned. She held her head high. "However, I would rather see one of us escape than have both of us die here." Su Ping nodded. "Fair enough." Lulen Lin seemed disappointed, but the sentiment was quickly gone. She was still wearing a smile, as if she didn't care about her life anymore. Seeing that, Su Ping didn't say anything else, simply moving at full speed. The astral power in his body continued to flow into the prime sky mirror. Traveling back and forth again and again, Su Ping stopped on a desolate planet a couple of hours later. Then he quickly searched the victim's belongings, finally finding a spaceship stored in the woman's accessory. He took out the spaceship and asked Lulen Lin to board it. "Can you fly a spaceship?" Lulen Lin shook her head. That skill was useless to her. Su Ping could only explore on his own. Very soon, he discovered that this advanced spaceship had aptly sensed that he wasn't an authorized pilot. Lulen Lin searched with her watch and suddenly said in delight, "Huh, this is a spaceship manufactured by Lulen Enterprises." Su Ping asked, "So you know how to fly it?" "No." "Then what's the point?" "But I have the permissions." Lulen Lin felt thrilled as she quickly operated the cockpit and explained to Su Ping, "All the spaceships produced by the Lulen family have a back door, allowing our family members to use them with all permissions open under special circumstances. It's a convention. Most families do the same." Done. The spaceship's security was bypassed after her joyful cry. It scanned and confirmed Lulen Lin's identity. Then, under her instruction, it switched to autopilot mode and jumped to the edge of the spatial pocket. "Why hasn't the ascendant pet arrived yet?" asked Lulen Lin nervously. The spaceship had provided them with a slim chance of survival, but only if the monster didn't catch up with them. "Oh, it has already given up," said Su Ping casually. He took out the Dark Tower members' belongings and examined them. "It has." Lulen Lin was stunned. Having no time to scold Su Ping for not telling her sooner, she asked in delight, "Really?" "Yes, of course." Su Ping gave a casual reply while he examined the objects. Lulen Lin was rather suspicious, seeing how casual Su Ping was. However, she remembered that Su Ping had no reason to trick her, so she gradually calmed down and said, "I was so worried about you." Su Ping ignored her while he quietly checked the loot. He soon found a lot of secret treasures and techniques. There were also ancient scrolls. The words written had already turned fuzzy. They seemed to have been acquired from ancient relics. In addition, there was a hill of astral crystals and some rare pet food. Huh. Su Ping saw a lot of lifelike robots in one of the storage spaces, which were all alluring and from a variety of races. However, most of them had been ruined due to brutal handling. Su Ping could only express his admiration for the fella. He took the garbage out, throwing it to the side. "That many combat robots." Lulen Lin leaned over curiously. She had no doubt that the robots the Dark Tower assassins carried were top of the line. An alluring voice echoed when she accidentally stepped on one of the robot's blonde hair. "I feel so hot." Bang! The robot's head exploded, and its speaker cracked into pieces. Su Ping said without raising his head, "Don't touch anything." Lulen Lin had already figured out what those ruined robots were for by then. She blushed like a kid who had done something wrong, and slowly moved to where Su Ping was. Not a bad harvest. Su Ping had examined most of it. Apart from the weird things he couldn't recognize, all the items were extremely valuable. It was a massive accumulation of cultivation resources that could be exchanged for many treasures. Even he didn't get such loot often. "It's all yours. I don't want any of it," said Lulan Lin quickly. "You were the one who killed them. Besides, I'm not short of cultivation resources." "I didn't mean to share them with you anyway," Su Ping interrupted her. "They're mine."
Yes.
Su Ping gathered all the belongings in a storage space. Once he categorized them, he found a lot of uncanny stuff again. Some of it was clearly garbage. Su Ping simply destroyed it, including the robots on the ground.
Huh.
Suddenly, an item fell from the destroyed garbage. It turned out to be intact. Su Ping was rather surprised by this. He picked it up, only to find that it was an unremarkable iron badge. It wasn't destroyed. Su Ping observed it carefully, but it simply looked like a piece of iron from every perspective. It was also covered in rust, as if about to crumble at any time. Su Ping used the law of destruction to envelop the badge, only to discover that the power which could easily annihilate a Star Lord wasn't even able to remove the rust. "What's this?" Su Ping was puzzled. Soon, he remembered the brawny young man's soul he had imprisoned. He released the guy from his small world and pressed him to kneel with 3 silver swords. "What's this?" The old man's memories were incomplete, and Su Ping didn't find anything related to the item. The brawny young man saw the scattered items around him and was overwhelmed with disbelief. "Did our ambush fail? My captain and teammates died. But the captain had a horrifying ascendant pet." "I asked you a question," said Su Ping coldly. The brawny young man felt that a mountain had just been laid on top of him. The excruciating pain refreshed him. He quickly said, Wait, I'll confess. That's the key to our base in the Home of Havoc." Chapter 1034, Group Annihilation. The key. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. The Home of Havoc was a broken area where multiple spaces overlapped. One might fall into deep spaces and get killed there. Also, there seemed to be a power that even Celestials were scared of. Some people who had offended them would choose to go there and hide. Notorious criminals often fled there too. The explorations done by the Federation were proportionally similar when comparing the charting of the Home of Havoc and the Sea of Illusions. They too barely knew the former. "It's true. This is the key to a place with ancient relics. We would have died in the Home of Havoc without them," said the brawny young man quickly, not daring to lie at the moment. He kept considering ways to escape while he talked. "Will I be set free if I speak the truth?" He didn't even dare to dream that. After all, he had interrogated countless people. The tables had turned this day, becoming the one cornered with no way out. "You just glanced at her," Su Ping suddenly said. Stunned, the brawny young man quickly said, "I didn't, ah." A scream burst out. Su Ping's mental power squeezed the man's soul. Then, he summoned the little skeleton and threw food to it. Lulan Lin was shocked by the scene, listening to the guy's screams while the little skeleton chewed away. Su Ping was quite sophisticated, cruel, and decisive. She could hardly believe he was a genius who had just begun making a name for himself. Many of her acquaintances were talented geniuses, but they seemed like harmless sheep compared to Su Ping. On the other hand, remembering what Su Ping had just said, she had a strange feeling she never had before. The man was brutally killed just for glancing at her. Naturally, Su Ping didn't know what was on Lulan Lin's mind. He simply realized that the guy would very likely try to escape with Lulan Lin's help. After all, the Dark Tower killer should have known better than to ask for mercy. Both knew Su Ping wouldn't spare him, so the guy was surely looking for an opportunity. Besides, Su Ping had already learned what he intended to know. "I'll just keep this. Maybe it'll come in handy someday." Su Ping pocketed the badge and cleaned everything up. Then he checked his coordinates. They would reach the spatial trap's edge in 15 minutes more. The man blocked quite a large area in space, gradually and naturally as he did so. Is that what ascendants are capable of? Su Ping's eyes glittered. He had met a lot of ascendants. Unfortunately, he had never pushed any of them to test their limits. Furthermore, he had fought ascendants up close, being always killed so fast that he didn't know much of their special methods. I'll test the waters with another ascendant after I condense a second small world, to see how much harder they have to fight, Su Ping thought, eager to return to his store. 15 minutes passed soon after. The two of them reached their destination, and the ascendant beast didn't seem to follow them, which made them feel relieved. However, they weren't out of the woods yet, and Su Ping would not dare relax. Once he left the spaceship, he released his small world and merged with both the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound. His strength quickly rose to the peak. His aura was enough to make normal Star Lords submit. It had to be noted that he was only in the star state at the moment. Inside the spaceship, Lulan Lin looked at the seemingly invincible young man in space with some sort of light in her eyes. Is that his real strength? He's so horrifying. Soon, Su Ping concentrated 90% of his strength and slashed forth with God's arrival. The entire space seemed to be falling apart. Light was bursting out and countless laws collapsed. The ultimate sword aura penetrated the dark universe like the rays from an exploding sun. Then, with a boom, the void in front of them rippled fiercely until it collapsed, showing an opening which looked like an abyss. I might have tried too hard. Su Ping breathed heavily in space and canceled his power. While the spatial enclosing was an ascendant method, it wasn't as solid as he had imagined. It was like a giant web that could catch fish without alarming them. Let's go. Su Ping returned to his spaceship. Lulan Lin immediately ordered the spaceship to fly out of there. Several minutes later, they dashed out of the spatial abyss and reached another region. Both felt relief upon seeing the stars in the distance. Su Ping checked his watch and found signals. Relieved once more, he sent Ria's coordinates to Lulan Lin. Let's go to my place first. Also make sure to inform your family so they can rescue your brother. Okay. Lulan Lin nodded and gave an instruction to the spaceship. Then, she spoke to her family and asked for reinforcements. The news of them being attacked by an ascendant was too shocking for the person on the other end of the call, and action was quickly taken. Worrying that her family could have more infiltrators from the Dark Tower, Lulan Lin contacted her grandmother whom she trusted, and sent another pair of coordinates to her. Half a day later, they saw the Lulan spaceship in the rendezvous coordinates. They seemed to have waited for a long time. Lulan Lin sent out the Lulan's distress call. The spaceship flew immediately toward her. Uncle Hazen. Director Feng. Su Ping was slightly relieved to see Lulan Feng. That didn't seem to be another ambush. The Lulan seemed to know that they were paranoid after being assaulted, so they sent Lulan Feng, who was more familiar with Su Ping. That would also be another chance for them to bond. Mr. Su. Lulan Feng was greatly relieved to see Su Ping safe and sound. He moved towards him at a high speed. Zio Lin, the strong ascendant next to him, wore a gentle expression when he saw Lulan Lin. Uncle Hazen, have you reached out to Brother Zhu yet? Lulan Lin asked quickly the moment they met. She was definitely worried. Although it was hard for an ascendant to kill someone of the same cultivation realm, the enemy was from the Dark Tower, a frightening assassin no less. Not yet, but our family has sent multiple people to rescue him. He should be safe, said Lulan Hazen in a low voice, brutality swelling in his eyes. Although the operation was aimed at Su Ping, the Lulans were caught in great danger too. Fortunately, they only sent one ascendant expert, or the result would have been much worse. Lulan Feng was truly worried for Su Ping and Lulan Lin. That ascendant expert kept my brother occupied. The main assassins were 6 strong Star Lords that could compare to the top experts of the Divine Lord rank. Even I was unable to beat them, said Lulan Lin solemnly. The assassination would have succeeded if Su Ping hadn't been unimaginably strong. 6 assassins that can compare to the top experts of the Divine Lord rank. There was a change in Lulan Feng and Lulan Hazen's expressions. They turned to look at each other. The 6 Star Lords that Lulan Lin couldn't beat had actually failed to assassinate Su Ping, even though they were great assassins from the Dark Tower. The two of them glanced at Su Ping. Lulan Lin was subtle about it, but the obvious fact was that they couldn't have fled without Su Ping, because she couldn't have defeated them. Whether it was because of Su Ping's own strength or his master's treasures, the result was still shocking. It was likely that only ascendants could deal with the young man. "Mr. Su, are you going back to the Celestial Court, or are you coming back with us to the Lulan territory?" Lulan Feng asked Su Ping. Lulan Lin raised her head and looked at Su Ping, who was much taller than her, with hope in her eyes. Su Ping shook his head calmly. "I don't think they'll come back right after a failed assassination. I plan to return home and then see my master in the Celestial Court later." Return home? All three of them were stunned. They didn't expect that Su Ping would dare to stay outside instead of returning to the Celestial Court after the assassination attempt. Lulan Hazen frowned and asked, "Mr. Su, wouldn't it be too dangerous?" He thought that Su Ping was too young and careless. Lulan Feng's eyes glittered, but he didn't persuade him. He had been to Su Ping's store and knew that there were ascendants that even he was unable to see through. It would be hard even for the Dark Tower to assassinate him as long as Su Ping returned, unless multiple Ascendant State experts were sent to deal with him, but that was too high a price. "That's all right, my place is safe," said Su Ping. As long as he returned to his store, he would be in the safest place in the entire universe. Lulan Hazen was about to say something else, but refrained after seeing the hint dropped by Lulan Feng. He was slightly puzzled, but he didn't continue. Lulan Feng said, "In that case, we'll just escort you home." Su Ping nodded. Although it was unlikely that he would be attacked again, it would always be safer to have ascendants escorting him. Lulan Lin was rather disappointed, but she soon became curious. During the assault, she had realized that the seemingly casual Su Ping had actually been extremely careful and prudent. Why is he so determined to go home? Is someone waiting for him? Once the thought crossed her mind, she felt that her heart had been grabbed by a tiny hand. Then Su Ping followed the two ascendants from the Lulan family to their spaceship. Lulan Lin informed their reinforcements of the change of location where they would pick her up and asked them to retreat for the moment. Lulan Feng and Lulan Hazen learned of the details of the assassination from Su Ping and Lulan Lin as they traveled. Su Ping skipped his battles, also glossing over the details. Lulan Lin displayed images of the assassins with her energy. Lulan Feng immediately searched with his family's intelligence network, soon finding their information. "It's them." Both elders were shocked after figuring out the assassins' identities. Also, thanks to Su Ping's depictions of the other assassins, they soon confirmed that the 6 assassins were those who had organized the shocking assassination 2,000 years prior. They were the ones who assassinated another Celestial's disciple 2,000 years ago, one who was famous throughout the universe, a second-place holder of the Divine Lord rank. Lulan Feng looked awful. Chapter 10:35. It's very useful if you regard them as partners. Lulan Hazen looked at Su Ping with a mix of shock and suspicion. The 6 assassins who committed that infamous murder and shocked the universe had been hiding in the home of Havoc for 2,000 years, until they slipped out and tried to assassinate Su Ping. Even more shockingly, their assassination failed. The 6 of them are among the top 10 assassins in the Dark Tower. Even lords of planetary systems are scared of them. Lulan Feng wore a complicated expression, as Su Ping had shocked him every time. Those assassins weren't on the Divine Lord rank, but they were no less talented than the geniuses listed. "Can you figure out who hired the Dark Tower to kill me?" asked Su Ping. Lulan Feng and Lulan Hazen looked at each other and hesitated. Hazen said, "Although we have connections in the Dark Tower, this assassination had to be highly confidential. We'll try our best to investigate and let you know if we learn anything." Su Ping nodded and left that matter to rest. While Su Ping and Lulan Lin fled from danger, in another part of the universe, a fierce battle had reached an end. A man quickly flew by in deep space, and a hideous beast joined him from another direction to report the situation. "They failed just as I expected. What a bunch of losers." Yin Xing was cold and sullen. Although unable to attack the target, he had created the best killing scenario for the 6 guys, yet they still failed. The intelligence was right in that the young genius was unimaginably strong and could grow to become the strongest person underneath the ascendant state given enough time. Whoosh! He moved to another place along with the huge beast. Then he waved his hand to activate a secret technique and reach into the river of time, soon fetching a tiny creature from within. It was a tiny beast that could reside in time. It looked like a fat bird, with short wings and glowing feathers. It chirped the moment it saw Yin Xing. Yin Xing made his forehead touch the little beast's head, and soon saw a lot of scenes. An instant kill. This brat's small world contains the 4 supreme laws, and all of them have been perfected. Is he really in the star state? Once he saw the whole thing, Yin Xing was so shocked he was unable to utter a word in a long time. His face was gloomy. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed the assassination attempt would be such a fiasco. He had also been able to read Su Ping's lips as he fought the assassins. It was rather unbelievable. Yes, unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable that those 6 idiots were sent to assassinate that kid. He's like a horrifying monster wearing star state skin. He had fully mastered all 4 supreme laws. Yin Xing had never felt such pressure even from the first place holder of the Divine Lord rank. He suddenly realized why he was given such a mission. The person who hired him must have sensed something and wanted to remove that monster in advance. It wasn't hard to imagine how terrifying that guy would become when he reached the ascendant state. He might even reach the celestial state someday. The more Yin Xing thought, the more scared he was. He even regretted the situation. It would be disastrous for him if that monster did grow and later looked for the ones related to the failed assassination he just endured. Damn it! Yin Xing was rather angry. Had he known beforehand, he would have done the assassination himself, even if he would later have to hide in the home of Havoc. That guy was too big of a threat. I should have reconsidered when I accepted this mission. What a huge loss. Yin Xing was rather gloomy. He simply hoped that the person who hired him would continue offering the mission to others. If I share the information with my organization, that person would certainly buy it. He's the one who should be worried and will definitely do something. It's impossible to kill him without hearing ascendance, Yin Xing thought. Once he thought about that, he suddenly felt that the 6 losers weren't entirely useless. At least they helped him learn the latest information about the monster.
What?
Su Ping returned to Ria while protected by the 2 ascendant state experts. Is this where you live? Lulan Lin searched for that planetary system online after she arrived. She felt intrigued and wanted to know about Su Ping's past. Only for now, said Su Ping. The planet seemed to have turned into a spaceship in a way, though. Lulan Hazen and Lulan Feng concealed their auras once they reached the sky above Wafit City, then landed along with Su Ping while keeping a low profile. They reached the store soon after. Do you really run a pet store? Su Ping had mentioned it on their way, but Lulan Lin was still shocked when arrived. A celestial expert's disciple, a genius who has suppressed all his peers, is actually a pet store owner. Does he have nothing better to do? Of course, said Su Ping proudly, this is my store. Lulan Lin was lost for words. The customers who were waiting in line exclaimed in delight when they saw Su Ping. It was quite the surprise for them to see him while they waited. It's Boss Su. Mr. Su is back. Su Ping was a celebrity, the champion in Sylvie's Genius Contest. Although years had passed since the last contest was held and other planets had forgotten about it, it was as fresh as yesterday for Ria's natives. All of them were proud of him. Su Ping greeted them with a smile. Then he invited Lulan Feng and the others inside. After all, they had escorted him all the way over. It would be rude not to let them in. The 2 experts didn't decline his invitation. They were very curious about Su Ping's store, which was clearly extraordinary. Their senses couldn't penetrate it. You're finally back. Tang Ruyan heard the noises and was about to talk when she saw Lulan Lin behind Su Ping. Her smile froze and then disappeared. She asked, are they customers? Friends, said Su Ping casually. He didn't detect anything unusual in Tang Ruyan's tone. Lulen Lin observed Tang Ruyan while standing behind him, and immediately found that she hadn't even reached the star state yet. She then felt greatly reassured. She's weaker and less beautiful than me. She's not a threat, Lulen Lin casually remarked in her heart. Tang Ruyan didn't seem interested in talking to the visitors. She turned around and entered the store. Inside the store, Green Lady saw Su Ping and greeted him with a smile. "You're back." Then she looked at the two ascendants behind him. "You're back." Joanna also glanced at him and stated the obvious. She would have remained silent, not wasting her time on such small talk if it were in the past. However, she started to regard him as something more than just her tour guide to the Archean divinity after he finally took her there. "Yes," Su Ping nodded. Lulen Lin gradually dropped her smile. There was no telling what was on her mind. Tang Ruyan, who was standing next to her, glanced at the woman with curled lips. Ascendant state. Lulen Hazen saw Green Lady and narrowed his eyes. He immediately nodded at her in greeting. After all, she was clearly Su Ping's supporter. There was no need to be too arrogant in front of her since the Lulens were trying to impress Su Ping. "Make yourselves at home. I have some business to attend to. Carry on with your work," said Su Ping respectively to the visitors, and the ladies minding the store to leave the guests in their care. Green Lady stayed silent. She sensed no malicious intent from the two ascendants, so she withdrew her gaze and minded her own business. "Are they all?" Lulen Lin bit her lips as if about to ask something. "They're all my friends and employees," said Su Ping. "Employees?" Lulen Lin was stunned. Somewhat relieved, she whispered, "including that ascendant expert." "Sure," Su Ping added in a low voice. "She can hear you no matter how low your voice is." Lulen Lin glared at him. She only kept her voice down to be courteous. She certainly knew that the person could hear her. "Did your master send them to help you?" asked Lulen Lin curiously. It seemed reasonable that his master would send an ascendant to protect him. But why didn't the bodyguard tag along in his visit to the Lulen family? Wasn't the trip dangerous? "Don't be so nosy just yet," snapped Su Ping. Green Lady glanced at Lulen Lin in silence. Lulen Lin stopped asking, seeing that Su Ping was unwilling to tell. She didn't take it to heart. She then looked around in the store and asked, "Why did you open a pet store? You could have done anything in your position." "Because I wanted to," said Su Ping casually. "Besides, it's my job." "Your job?" Lulen Lin was amused. "Who could give someone of your position a job? Not even Lord Supreme would have asked you to do such a boring thing, would he?" Su Ping asked solemnly, "Do you think running a pet store is boring?" Lulen Lin was slightly stunned. She could tell from his expression that he didn't take the matter as a joke. She frowned and said, "I mean, if you're doing this as a job, it has to benefit you somehow. Does running a pet store benefit you?" "Of course," Su Ping calmed down and replied casually, "battle pet warriors have to get in touch with as many pets as possible. Otherwise, how could you know what your pets are thinking, what they like to eat, and how they like to play?" Lulen Lin was stunned. Is such knowledge of any use? Su Ping raised his eyebrows and said casually, "It cannot improve your combat ability. However, it's very useful if you regard your pets as partners. Wouldn't you be interested in knowing what your friends like to eat and do?" "It's very useful if you regard them as partners." Lulen Lin reflected on his words and fell silent. She gazed at Su Ping, feeling that she was understanding him. She gave a slight nod. "Got it." Chapter 1036. Return to the Archean Divinity. Lulen Feng and Lulen Hazen concealed their auras and stood by one of the store's corners. The customers passing by didn't realize they were awe-inspiring ascendants. This store. The longer they observed, the more shocked they became. They felt that they were somehow being suppressed while standing inside the store, as if something was gazing at them from above, bringing them an invisible pressure. "Have a seat, make yourselves at home," said Su Ping. The two of them looked at each other, and Lulen Feng shook his head. "We feel reassured now that an ascendant is looking after you, Mr. Su. We'll be taking our leave as there's another business we must attend to." Don't hesitate to inform us if you need any help, said Lulen Hazen. He changed his attitude towards Su Ping, dropping all his contempt. All right. Su Ping didn't insist on having them stay. He nodded. He also had other things to do. Xiao Lin, let's go, Lulen Hazen called out to her. Lulen Lin snapped out of her daze and changed her expression. She couldn't help but look at Su Ping, only to discover that the latter was looking back at her. Her heart raced and she said, "We've only just arrived. Shouldn't we take a tour?" Lulen Hazen was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that his family had sent Lulen Lin to accompany Su Ping for a simple purpose. It seemed that she already had an answer. "You don't get to travel often. Stay here if you want to take a tour. You'll be in safe hands while Mr. Su looks after you. Just don't cause trouble for him," said Lulen Hazen, offering help as her uncle. Lulen Lin blushed and looked at Su Ping. Stunned for a moment, Su Ping could only say, "All right." He was intending to refuse her. After all, Lulen Lin was not an employee and might cause a lot of inconveniences. However, he didn't decline her as he recalled how she had protected him during the assault. Lulen Lin couldn't help but raise her head in delight after hearing Su Ping's reply. On the other hand, Tang Ruyan gnashed her teeth in fury when she saw that. Then Lulen Feng and Lulen Hazen offered a few reminders to their junior and left. They didn't leave the planet right away. They hid themselves somewhere in the dark. They knew that assassins wouldn't attack until Su Ping's protectors left, if any Dark Tower assassins were lurking on the planet. They waited for signs of hitmen to show up. Although they were needed for family matters, nothing was more important than Su Ping and Lulen Lin's safety at the moment. They intended to lay low for a while, until they made sure that everything was safe. Inside the store, Su Ping asked Lulen Lin to go anywhere she wanted while he helped Joanna receive customers. Su Ping felt he was no longer familiar with the business after being away for so long. Joanna and Green Lady, on the other hand, had become quite skilled. None of the customers talked much. Those bold enough to hit on them had ended up feeling frustrated. Sometimes, they only needed to glance at the customers to quench their enthusiasm. Lulen Lin was quite curious and surprised to see Su Ping serve customers who were mostly around the Star State. Those customers shouldn't even be qualified to talk to him, yet Su Ping was serving them without any signs of disdain. She could feel the big smile on Su Ping's face was genuine. He seemed to be truly happy. Is making money on your own really that delightful? Lulen Lin felt intrigued. She wondered if she could take over her family business sometime. As long as she wanted to, she could become the master of a planetary system and control countless corporations. A customer had often fed his pet with fruits intended for fiery pets, causing spots on the beast's shell, which was an indicator of internal wounds. Su Ping scolded him. "This is a C-class pet, yet you fed it fire dragon fruits. Do you want it to cultivate fire and water at the same time?" Su Ping dashed among the customers and made enticing proposals. "A fiery beast, no problem. How do you want to develop it? How about professional training? Or maybe you wanted to pick another class?" The customer behind him felt at a loss because of Su Ping's proposal. Time went by, all the pens were filled by noon time. Joanna dropped a hint at Tang Ruyan. The latter understood, so she went to announce that the store was closed. The customers were already familiar with the rules. They could only console themselves as they waited. Su Ping stretched his arms. He felt that he wasn't as familiar with the business as Joanna was because of being away for so long. He then sat on the couch and asked Tang Ruyan to fetch snacks. After that, he summoned the little skeleton and the Inferno dragon before he asked Joanna how to make his pets transform. Green Lady chimed in once she heard talk about transformation. She was obviously an expert in that regard. Seeing that she was willing to help, Su Ping immediately asked the little skeleton to learn after her. "I have other things to do, so I can't accompany you. Try to stay inside the store, as there may be other Dark Tower assassins out there. You can't be more careful," Su Ping said to Lulen Lin. Lulen Lin was stunned. She asked, "Where are you going?" "I'll be in the store too," said Su Ping. Lulen Lin. They would be under the safe roof. Does he have to warn me so solemnly? Ask Senior Green Lady if you have any questions. She'll take care of you, said Su Ping. He entrusted Lulen Lin to Green Lady. Then he picked the Inferno Dragon among his pets and asked it to go to the Archean divinity with him. The rest of you learn as much as possible, Su Ping said to the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound. The little skeleton was reluctant to leave him, but Su Ping petted and soothed the little fellow. The dark dragon hound, however, appeared to be delighted, which made Su Ping want to change his mind. That pet was shrewd and surely knew he was going to a cultivation site. Noticing Su Ping's glance, the dark dragon hound turned from delighted to lethargic and collapsed on the ground. It couldn't have been a better actor. Su Ping rolled eyes at it. Then he sent the Inferno Dragon back to the contract space and took both Joanna and Tang Ruyan to the pet room. Lulen Lin felt that something was wrong and stepped up, seeing that Su Ping had taken 2 girls into a room and closed the door. They'll do some stuff inside. You'd better not disturb them, said Green Lady. They'll do some stuff. Lulen Lin blushed and then became pale after hearing that. Her body shivered while her head was ringing. So bold for Su Ping to take 2 girls into the same room to do stuff. Is he that kind of person? Green Lady saw the latter's ever-changing expression, so she asked, "What are you worried about? It's safe here. They won't be in danger." Lulen Lin's head was blank. Green Lady's remark sounded weird in her ears, and she felt bitter. They're certainly safe now that you're here. He just escaped from a dangerous situation, but he's already this impatient. The more she said, the more disappointed and pained she felt. Although she hadn't known Su Ping for a long time, she knew her family wanted to marry her off to him. She started having feelings for him after the assassination. However, Su Ping had broken his image in the blink of an eye, turning from a mature and reliable man to a disloyal playboy. She had seen many geniuses who had plenty of women. That was the norm. Her uncles had children everywhere too. Their descendants could already make up a big family on their own. However, she had been cultivating with her grandmother, Heavenly Lord Jian Lan, and had always liked her grandmother's relationship. Her grandmother and grandfather were loyal to each other for their entire lives. Even after her grandfather died, her grandmother never changed her heart. Furthermore, her grandfather had been even more brilliant and talented than her grandmother when he was young, but he refused all the other girls, only wanting to be with her grandmother. That was the true love Lulen Lin desired. Are all men like this? Lulen Lin was blue and disappointed. It was obvious that Green Lady didn't know much about young girls in love. She didn't realize the nuance behind the weird question Lulen Lin had just asked. Rather, she keenly caught the new information and immediately asked, "You said he just got out of danger. What danger?" Green Lady became anxious upon remembering that 2 ascendants who came with Su Ping were clearly acting as bodyguards. He just survived an assassination attempt. Lulen Lin was not in the mood for talking at that point. She even wanted to leave the store immediately, as she couldn't help but imagine what was happening behind that door. She gnashed her teeth and told Green Lady everything that happened. Green Lady turned utterly cold after learning that. However, she soon remembered the Almighty Being backing the store and knew that Su Ping wouldn't really be in danger. That was very likely a test for him. No wonder he's so impatient after he barely returned. Green Lady realized what was going on and said to Lulen Lin, "Don't blame him. He wants to improve his strength. That's the only way to protect more people." Lulen Lin felt that the Ascendant Senior was becoming weirder by the second. She asked angrily, "Can you strengthen yourself by doing that kind of thing?" Green Lady was stunned. She saw the fury in Lulen Lin's eyes and finally realized that the girl had misunderstood her. She shook her head and said, "You misunderstood me. He's training pets in that room." You hesitated. Lulen Lin wasn't at all convinced. Her senior claimed that he was doing stuff a moment earlier, and just then she said he was training pets. Is Su Ping even capable of training pets? "It's true," Green Lady was about to explain. Then she stopped and asked weirdly, "But it doesn't really have anything to do with you, does it?" Lulen Lin was stunned. Her face switched from red to pale. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Indeed it doesn't. Humph, I'm leaving. Just tell him I went back home when he comes back." "I think you've misunderstood him. It's better if you wait until he comes out." Green Lady didn't bother to explain further, intending to have Su Ping deal with the matter. "You can't leave this store without his permission." "Senior Yu." Lulen Lin was infuriated. She didn't expect that the senior would give her such a hard time on Su Ping's behalf. "I'm a member of the Lulen family." "It doesn't matter who you are," said Green Lady casually, disregarding her threat. Lulen Lin was seething, since it was impossible for her to leave. But there was hope, deep down in her heart too. She wanted to wait for Su Ping to come out and explain to her in person.
What?
In the Archean divinity, inside the void, Su Ping appeared with Joanna and Tang Ruyan. Both of them observed the environment. Joanna detected the site's aura and was thrilled, but she was a lot calmer than when she visited it for the first time. She asked Su Ping, "Can we really resurrect here?" "You now enjoy the privileges of outstanding employees thanks to the temporary contracts," said Su Ping. He had taken them there mainly because they had been admitted by the Heaven Path Institute, and they could grow up faster there. Su Ping even used 2 temporary contracts so they could enter sooner. He had bought the contracts in the system store. Tang Ruyan had used one in the past, but then her memory was wiped out. However, they had been with Su Ping for a long time and he trusted them. He would restore their memories even if the contracts ended. "We're here mainly to cultivate. Try not to die," said Su Ping. Unlike employee benefits, Su Ping would have to fork out the energy for their resurrection if they died. Okay, both girls were rather excited. Tang Ruyan was particularly thrilled, since her strength had grown significantly in her last visit. She wasn't expecting that she could get a chance to return so soon. Their complaints about Su Ping's long time being away had instantly disappeared. Su Ping was easily able to find the continent where the institute was located. After paying the cost of death several times, he smoothly found the continent and then returned to the Heaven Path Institute via the badge. Su Ping said goodbye to the 2 girls and then looked for his young mentor. Su Ping returned to his residence on the island, then encountered the maid who was asked to serve him. She quickly said to him, "Master, why have you come out at this moment? The prince of the Rain clan challenged you to another duel. Has he taken care of his business?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He was going to counterattack last time, but the guy was caught in an investigation and he had to drop it. "Yes, the investigation is over. I heard that the woman died in an accident during training," said the girl obediently. Su Ping's eyes were cold. The princess of the Rain clan, the only person in her clan who had passed the divine quality test, was found to have died in an accident. It seemed that a lot of people must have taken action to cover up the matter. Chapter 10:37. The Second World is completed. She was the princess of a high-ranking clan, yet she died just like that. Is this how fierce the competitions of the major forces are? Su Ping shook his head. The Archean divinity was too complicated. Fortunately, he could resurrect. He didn't have to care about those complex relationships. All he had to do was focus on cultivating. "Just tell him that I'm still busy with secluded training," said Su Ping to the maid. The maid was relieved to see that he had chosen to decline the challenge. She quickly said, "Got it, master." Su Ping then left to find the young mentor, and soon found the guy. The young mentor remembered him, as he had paid him a visit recently. Why has he returned after such a short amount of time? "Sir, I was wondering if I could ask you more about the multiplication of worlds. Didn't I show you last time? I didn't fully understand it."
Thanks.
The young mentor nearly choked when he saw how shameless Su Ping was. However, remembering that the latter was a human being, he heaved a sigh and could only say, "You should either focus on grasping more laws or on breaking into the next level at the moment. World multiplication would be too hard for you right now." "My small world has already been perfected. I want to condense a second small world," said Su Ping directly. You might make mistakes if you are too hasty about it. Wait, what? The young mentor looked at Su Ping in surprise. Your first small world has been perfected. Yes, Su Ping simply released his small world to demonstrate. The young mentor was startled by Su Ping's small world and its pressure. It had truly been perfected. No wonder he was in such a hurry to continue with the next small world. But his level. The young mentor gazed at Su Ping in a trance. Not even the nobles among the god clans are as terrifying as him, are they? Sir, can you teach me now? Asked Su Ping in earnest. The young mentor realized what was going on and coughed to cover for his pause. Fortunately, he thought things through very quickly and didn't reveal shock on his face. He then said solemnly, "Remarkable. You've made progress really fast. You must be the most talented human being in the last 10,000 years. However, you must not become arrogant. I will show you again. Watch and learn." Su Ping nodded quickly. The young mentor immediately revealed his small world, patiently interpreting again and again for Su Ping to grasp the concept. Su Ping watched carefully, deep in thought. Once, twice, the young mentor taught him carefully and tirelessly. Su Ping was completely devoted to learning. A long time later, when he came back to his deep thinking, he found that the young mentor was nowhere to be seen. Su Ping didn't chase after him. Instead, he focused his attention on recalling the guy's teachings and demonstrations about world multiplication. He felt that he was onto something. He then returned to his palace, entered the training room, and immediately started cultivating. He summoned all of his strength and released his small world. When it comes to having multiple worlds, I must prevent them from sharing anything in common, so that they won't meld together. I must find supporting elements for the worlds. Su Ping remembered the young mentor's teachings. He acted solemnly as he tried creating a second world with the path of illusion as the core, right inside his first small world. Very soon, the prototype of a small world was created. The energy inside Su Ping's body was crazily absorbed into it. He tried to keep the balance of the new world, while overlapping it with his first world. A long time passed, then Su Ping suddenly changed his expression and vomited a mouthful of blood. They had a conflict. The foundation of laws in my first small world was nearly shaken. Su Ping furrowed his brow. He simply summoned his energy and quickly blew himself up, resurrecting soon after. Although the move would cost energy, it was much faster than healing himself with pills. Time was money. Su Ping tried again. He failed again. He failed again. Bang! Su Ping was resurrected time and again in the training room. He kept attempting, sometimes recklessly and sometimes carefully. Although he had already figured out the multiplying method, it wasn't easy for him to put it into practice. He couldn't help but admire the ancestral god who had created 7 small worlds. Time flew. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the training room, Su Ping suddenly opened his eyes. The energy inside his body was rampant and seemed unstoppable, but it was absolutely under Su Ping's control. Multiplication is not about overriding, but reflection. It's like a human being's shadow, or the light shining in the water. Su Ping's eyes were brilliant. All his power was unleashed. However, his control was extremely terrifying. Infinite energy was being orderly built up. Moments later, a hazy world of illusion was gradually condensed. He had already accomplished that 2 days prior. What came next was the difficult part. Reflect. Su Ping sent the world of illusion away from the first small world. The laws in the first small world, however, were spinning madly and on the verge of collapse, like countless loosening gears. There was an attraction force at the center of the spinning laws, which had the feeling as if light was being reflected. The world of illusion in midair darted towards the opening among the laws, precisely as if attracted to them. There was a boom, and the entire training room trembled. Su Ping felt that something inside his body had also exploded. A horrifying aura was spread out with his body as the center. Next to Su Ping, the 2 worlds which had been completely joined were in an amazing status of multiplication. Such multiplication wasn't like 2 quilts put together. which could be easily separated. Instead, they were embedded into each other. The cores of the laws were melted, but their unique features remained independent. It would also be hard for Su Ping to separate the two small worlds at the moment. This was the real multiplication effect. A strange power appeared between the two worlds during the multiplication. Su Ping felt that something inside his body seemed to have been dredged. His energy was pouring into the world of illusion. Originally, the energy inside his body could pour into the first world at any time. It seemed that there was an additional bucket inside his body at the moment. His energy could pour into two worlds at the same time, which implied a greater cost for him. Fortunately, Su Ping had abundant energy to begin with. Adding the vitality law, his energy had already been replenished before it was exhausted. It's true that all the four supreme laws are horrifying, Su Ping remarked in his heart. He stood up inside the training room, and his small worlds emerged behind his back like glittering halos. Death and desolation could be seen from them. There was a hazy, void world in the shadows of the halo, where nothing could be seen. However, one would feel inevitably attracted to it, as if something had been hidden there. This is my power after creating a second small world. It's much greater than when I only had one. Su Ping examined himself. Although he didn't unleash his strength, he could feel the horrifying power inside his body, which was 10 times greater than before. I should practice with beasts in the Forbidden Land. Su Ping walked out of the training room with the intention to fully control his strength. Su Ping had improved another aspect when he cultivated a second small world, which was the absolute control of his strength. He was able to harness and focus the tiniest bit of strength in his body, which further empowered his secret technique, allowing him to gather 99% of his strength instead of the prior 90%. The improvement was below 10%, but further progress was extremely difficult once the limits were close. Su Ping had developed the secret technique on his own. It wasn't any less terrifying than the powerful secret techniques he had learned elsewhere. Master, you're out. The maid was surprised to see Su Ping leave the palace and quickly said, Master, that prince of the Rain clan sent a servant to keep an eye on our island. He'll see you if you go out. Huh? Su Ping paused and finally remembered the matter. His eyes turned cold. He had always wanted to finish off the guy who had provoked him again and again. Exactly at that moment, a man roared from outside of the island, Su Ping, come out. For a student of the Heaven Path Institute to hide like a turtle just after being challenged to a duel, are you not ashamed? Or are all human beings cowards like you? Su Ping slightly changed his expression. The maid's expression also changed and said to Su Ping, Master, he is the prince's servant and is deliberately trying to anger you. Don't go out. The big shots in the academy will punish him if he continues. He has committed insubordination by yelling at you while he is a mere servant. That will be unnecessary. Su Ping said coldly, since someone is in a hurry to get killed, I'll grant their wish. Su Ping stepped out and reached the top of the palace as he talked. He saw a brawny man cursing and yelling at the gate of the island. The latter also belonged to a high-ranking clan. He was quite strong, even though he was just a star lord, giving off the feeling of a looming dragon with a mountain-like aura. The servants in the other 4 palaces on the island were whispering to each other. Su Ping was assigned to that island along with 4 others when he was admitted to the academy. The brawny young man had been pestering all of them over the past 2 days. They held back their anger after learning that the guy was a servant of the Rain clan's prince, choosing not to report him to the authorities, as they didn't want to offend the Rain clan. Even though that prince hadn't passed the divine quality test and wasn't an official student, he was still cultivating in the academy and could have a chance to be admitted later. He's been yelling every day, how annoying. Did the human named Su Ping not hear it? You cannot decline a challenge. Even if he's training in seclusion, can he hide there forever? He pissed the Rain clan's prince. This dude is doomed. 2 of the gods living on the island were quite angry with Su Ping. They thought he had surely offended the prince because he was too arrogant, and that it would be impossible for him to keep on hiding. Their own cultivation was also being affected, since they couldn't focus. Another student, who was from the god's vassal race, had talked to Su Ping earlier and felt sorry for him. Human beings were weak. It wasn't easy for them to enter the Heaven Path Institute. If Su Ping died, it would be a huge loss for humanity. Su Ping, come out. Roars burst out again from the gate of the island. However, Su Ping had already stepped out of the palace. Nobody could see the expression on his face. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The yells and curses came to an abrupt end at the same time. Are you Su Ping? The brawny man narrowed his eyes, taken aback by Su Ping, who had appeared out of nowhere. The man sneered after recognizing that he was a human being. Coward, you're finally out, my master. Rot in hell. Su Ping's reply was brief yet cold. His eyes were as scary as two lightning bolts, which made the brawny man's heart race as if he were being stabbed. He changed his expression, not expecting a direct attack. He roared and released his small world. Splendid shadows emerged behind his back with the most awe-inspiring pressure at the same time. Su Ping then raised his leg and brought it slashing down, as if he were a sword that had been unsheathed in midair. His brilliance was as dazzling as the sun. The illusion of a small world seemed to flash in the front end of his foot as he stomped. After a boom, the entire gate exploded and collapsed. Chapter 1038, Challenge Accepted. A deep pit appeared amid the dust, while golden divine blood splashed from the center. The brawny man's lower half-body was deeply buried in the pit. His chest had been cut apart and all his ribs were cracked. He looked like a dying flower. You are a mere servant. How did you dare to be so disrespectful? Su Ping coldly raised his finger without showing any mercy. You, how bold of you! The brawny man was more furious than shocked, right up to his dying breath. He didn't expect that Su Ping would dare attack him outright. Most terrifyingly of all, that human was irresistibly strong. A moment earlier, he was almost reminded of the pressure given off by his young master from Su Ping. Bang! An aura that had been ultimately condensed was launched from Su Ping's finger, piercing through the brawny man's head and annihilating his soul. He couldn't even be resurrected. Su Ping didn't even bother to look at him. He left the island and went straight to the Heart Mirror Academy, where the princes lived. Well, he dared to kill that prince's servant. He's so strong, isn't he just a celestial god? Back on the island, the other students who lived in the other palaces witnessed the scene in shock. All of them were astonished, not expecting such a bold move from Su Ping. The conflict between them would definitely not end peacefully. Master. Outside Su Ping's palace, the maid who served him was rather shocked by what she saw. She chased after him with worry showing in her eyes. Is he going to answer the challenge? Let's go. I want to watch. The princess who lived in one of the palaces rose and left for the arena. The students in the other 3 palaces walked out. Duels were always rare, especially those where the Rain Clan's princes were involved. Su Ping flew beyond the island and soon left the Unifying Heavens Academy. He reached the Heart Mirror Academy, which was outside of the Heaven Path Institute. The people inside the Heart Mirror Academy were those who had not met the divine quality requirement. They were asked to cultivate their personalities there. Su Ping came to the sky above the Heart Mirror Academy and roared, "Where are you? The prince of the Rain Clan who challenged me. Come out." His voice rumbled throughout the Heart Mirror Academy like thunder in a sunny sky. All the people who were cultivating in the academy looked up in surprise. They were even more astonished when they heard the stranger demand the presence of the Rain Clan's prince. The Rain Clan was among the most powerful clans in the Archean divinity. Who would dare to challenge them? 2 men were talking in one of the courtyards. Both were dazed by Su Ping's roar. One of them raised his head in confusion, and the other put on a cold smile with glittering eyes. Has that guy finally run out of patience? This is outrageous. Who dares to call my clan so disrespectfully? A man rose to the sky from one of the courtyards. He was a prince of the Rain Clan, who was tall and graceful like a young emperor. Su Ping looked at him, realizing that he wasn't the young man whom he had met earlier. He said coldly, "I'm not here for you. Get lost. You are a mere human being. How bold of you." The young man was infuriated. Had it not been for the rules, he would have slain Su Ping to uphold the Rain clan's honor. "He's here for me." An indifferent voice was heard. A young man walked over from a place in the void with hands behind his back and casually reached Su Ping. He was none other than Mo Feng, the prince. His lips were curled, and his eyes were indifferent, as if he were looking at a dead person. "Are you finally done hiding and ready to accept my challenge?" "Your challenge?" Once he heard Mo Feng's words, the young prince realized it had been Mo Feng himself who had caused trouble. He snorted and said, "He insulted the Rain clan in public. You'd better ensure he dies quickly." Then he waved his sleeves and retreated, leaving the matter to Mo Feng. Back in the courtyard, everybody realized what had happened after hearing what Mo Feng said. So, Mo Feng challenged this human to a duel. No wonder he came. However, they saw the human as rather idiotic. Although Mo Feng wasn't a student of the Heaven Path Institute, it wasn't because he wasn't strong enough, but only because his divine quality didn't meet the requirement. There would be few in terms of combat ability who could match him. After all, he was a prince who had won competitions in one of the best clans. How talented must he be to have achieved that? This human being is a mere celestial god, yet he dares to accept the challenge. He's trying to get himself killed. I would have cultivated in seclusion until I became a major god if I were him. This isn't even a human territory, and yet he dares to disrespect the Rain clan. His own clan might be wiped out because of it. Many gods looked at Su Ping coldly from their courtyards, thinking he was too stupid and arrogant. All of them expected him to be killed soon. "What did you do to my servant?" Mo Feng didn't see his servant with Su Ping. He had ordered his servant to provoke Su Ping and coerce him into accepting his challenge, all to prevent him to stay in seclusion for a long time. After all, he knew the young man was an amazing genius who had made the chaos bell ring. He was confident of himself, but he didn't want to postpone the matter for too long since accidents could happen. "I killed him," said Su Ping in a voice as cold as a blade. "He was just a humble slave, yet he disrespected me. Don't worry, you'll be joining him very soon." Mo Feng's eyes glittered with coldness. "My servant's life is 100 times more precious than yours. You shouldn't have touched him. You will soon die a miserable death." "Let's go then. I'm not here to fight you with my tongue." The cold-faced Su Ping flew towards the arena, not saying another word. Mo Feng sneered and closely followed him. Many people in the Heart Mirror Academy shook their heads and thought that Su Ping would only get himself killed. Many others rose and followed them. They were rather curious about the reason for Su Ping to dare challenge the Rain clan's prince while he still was a celestial god. He shouldn't have made such a stupid decision, unless his head had been kicked by a donkey. Does he really have something he can rely on? News of the Rain clan prince's duel was immediately spread as the students in the Heart Mirror Academy moved out. On one of the islands of the Fighting Heavens Academy, Joanna was cultivating in her palace while studying a stone book, which recorded the powerful secret techniques of the Fighting Heavens Academy. She had been making fast progress thanks to her original self's experience, and had already reached level 3. Even ascendants would find it hard to grasp that level, but she was very smart and had already mastered the key. Discussions came from outside the palace all of a sudden. Joanna had just had an epiphany and was going to continue studying, but then she overheard the Rain clan and the duel. She was awfully sensitive about the Rain clan, as she had accidentally trespassed on their territory during her past visit to the Archean divinity. She focused her attention and listened. The next moment her expression changed. The Rain clan's prince is going to challenge a human. Joanna immediately thought of Su Ping. There weren't many human beings in the Heaven Path Institute, and even fewer were related to the Rain clan. She remembered the trouble Su Ping had caused for the Rain clan earlier. Wait, this is the Heaven Path Institute. He can still resurrect if he's killed, but the existence behind him will be revealed, and the ancestral god in the institute will surely investigate the matter." Joanna's expression changed abruptly. She couldn't sit any longer, so she rushed out. She then asked her maid for directions to find the duel arena and immediately went there. In the dueling arena, the place was rather cold, as it was rarely used. Its floor was even covered in dust. However, a lot of people had gathered in that place. They looked around frequently, but none saw the stars of the show. "Is he not here? Did he flee?" One of the maids was confused. She was on the same island where Su Ping lived, and had chosen to go there and watch the battle after seeing how he had killed the Rain clan servant. However, Su Ping was nowhere to be seen. "He went to the Heart Mirror Academy," said a young god. He established a cloudy mirror in his hand that displayed what was happening outside the Heart Mirror Academy. "He voluntarily went to meet the Rain clan's prince." That human lost his mind. Many people were surprised, thinking that the human was trying to get himself killed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Ping rushed to the dueling arena, with the Rain clan's prince following him closely behind. "They're here." That human is just a celestial god. How could he possibly win? Is he ready to beg for mercy? Many people who sensed Su Ping's level were rather shocked. Su Ping was acting cold as he noticed all the unmasked scanning, but then chose to ignore all of them. He didn't hide himself either, and released all of his aura. Bang! Mo Feng snapped his finger. The bell in the arena was instantly ringing throughout the field. Very soon an old man stepped out of the void. He was an ascendant-level god. He frowned and looked at everyone before he asked, "Who is requesting a duel?" "Me." Mo Feng spoke with hands behind his back, seeming like an unparalleled expert that looked down upon everybody else. The old man looked at him and recognized his identity. He then gave a slight nod. "Who's going to accept your challenge?" "Me," said Su Ping. The old man looked at him in surprise, only to be astounded. He said, furrowing his brow, "Young man, what is it that makes you want to challenge this prince of the Rain clan? Can't you just apologize and compensate?" He thought that the result of the duel was already certain, seeing that Su Ping was a mere celestial god, and that it would be a one-sided slaughter. He had also detected the student badge on Su Ping's person, which indicated that he was an official student, one who had good divine quality and talent. He didn't want Su Ping to die so young. "It's already too late," Mo Feng sneered. Feeling the old man's kindness, Su Ping nodded at him and said, "Thank you, senior, but that will be unnecessary." The old man glanced at them and heaved a sigh. He had seen too many young and ambitious geniuses, so he stopped persuading him. "Get prepared then." He waved a hand after both of them entered the arena, to invoke divine laws that would block the entire field. "The duel won't end unless one party dies or the victor forgives the loser. I hope that there's still mercy in whomever wins," said the old man slowly. He had said the exact words 1,000,000 times, but none of the people who had entered the arena had ever listened to him. One of the fighters would surely die, with blood gushing out. "My mercy will be to grant him a painless death." Brutality manifested on Mo Feng's face as he revealed his true nature, as he was no longer afraid that Su Ping could escape. Chapter 1039. Laws or Power, Pick What You Want. The old man slightly shook his head and remained silent. The audience saw Mo Feng's determination to kill. They wondered what the human being had done to infuriate that genius. "You're very talented. Unfortunately, you've shown your talent too early. This is the Heaven Path Institute. Not even your backer can protect you here," Mo Feng said to Su Ping via telepathy, with cruelty in his eyes. To smother a great genius, not giving him a chance to grow, was indescribably thrilling. He rarely had the opportunity to enjoy such an experience. "You shouldn't have come to the Heaven Path Institute. You wanted to rise here, but you've met me." There was a cold smile on Mo Feng's face. He would never give Su Ping a chance to grow. Otherwise, the latter would definitely cause trouble to him because of the grievances between them. That was also the reason why he had to kill Su Ping early in the game. Su Ping was aware of Mo Feng's motive. He said as indifferently as a god who had descended upon Earth, What's all this nonsense about? Are you scared? Come on. Law's world's power, I will crush you in every aspect. Hilarious, Mo Feng said with scorn. He knew that Su Ping surely had something to rely on since he dared to answer the challenge. However, he would make Su Ping know that backers were useless in front of true power. Why haven't they started fighting? That human is just a celestial god. I reckon he'll be killed with one slap. Does the Rain clan's prince want to torture him before killing him? He must have done something. All the audience was intrigued, wondering how a mere celestial god human had pissed off the mighty prince of the Rain clan. It was a civilian versus an emperor. The gap between them was so massive they could have hardly met in normal conditions. I gave you an opportunity. Since you're too scared to attack, I'll attack first. Su Ping realized Mo Feng's plan. The guy was confident but also very prudent, perhaps because of the cruel environment he had grown up in. He couldn't have just become a prince because he was talented. The princess of the Rain clan who had met an untimely end was a good example. After saying that, Su Ping threw his fist forward with countless laws, killing aura bursting out of his eyes. Boom! The punch was so appalling that it seemed about to break the barrier covering Mo Feng. The audience stopped whispering after the punch. All of them were dumbfounded, unable to conceive that a celestial god could unleash that power. The laws were as powerful as dragons. Many people present could gauge that they would be unable to resist such a hit. Mo Feng narrowed his eyes. He had seen Su Ping's strength before and wasn't too surprised. He slowly raised his hands behind his back, while covered in golden light, just like a sun releasing a daunting light. He then extended his hand, pushing out a gigantic golden fist that was about to crumble Su Ping's fist aura. There was a boom and the arena trembled violently. The golden fist cracked, and Su Ping's shocking punch collapsed too. Rot in hell. Mo Feng didn't want to give Su Ping any chances, so he decided to suppress him with a single attack. The cracked golden fist fell apart and turned into pure energy, swiftly taking the shape of a golden spear that darted towards Su Ping. The spear's horrifying aura had already blown Su Ping's hair back before it arrived. However, his eyes glittered like cold stars as he shockingly reached out for the spear. As I said, I will crush you in all aspects, whether it's strength or laws. You will die knowing that you can't possibly win. Su Ping's declaration echoed throughout the field, shocking everyone present. Has this human lost his mind? However, in the next moment, Su Ping grabbed the tip of the unstoppable spear and then spun abruptly to hurl it back. Mo Feng narrowed his eyes. He managed to transform the spear into energy as it approached, back into a harmless golden mist. However, the wind caused by the spear messed up his hair, making him lose grace. You're asking to be killed. Mo Feng's eyes were rather grim, as Su Ping had indeed grown. He could tear Su Ping apart with ease back in the Rain clan territory, but the latter seemed to be much stronger at the moment, almost on par with other princes. That was why he was cautious. He took a deep breath and stopped pondering, eyes completely cold. There was no more fury, only nonchalance. He closed his hands and then opened them, invoking perfected laws. Freeze, said Mo Feng in a low voice. The laws of time and space enshrouded the battlefield as he tried to suppress and kill Su Ping just like he did in the past. However, the waves of power were immediately pushed away when they approached Su Ping, as there were equally powerful auras of time and space emanating from him. Mo Feng looked even more sullen. They had clashed somewhat recently. Su Ping's realm was the same, but he was a lot stronger than before. He raised his hand again and clenched it, like a god about to judge the mortals he reigned over. Annihilation. The horrifying law of destruction swept out towards Su Ping. It had also been perfected. However, a stream of power surged out of Su Ping's body too. It roared like a dragon, colliding with the law surge he had invoked. The resulting destructive waves could be sensed even from the outside world. All the audience was in shock. Both of them perfected those laws. Who's that human being? Such a development was truly surprising. Still, it wasn't due to Mo Feng's capabilities. After all, He was the Rain clan's prince. However, it was unprecedented to see that Su Ping had mastered the laws to that degree, while still being a mere celestial god. Mo Feng became even grimmer, hating Su Ping even more. He actually felt lucky he forced the latter to accept the duel. Otherwise, he would definitely turn into a tricky enemy. How much time had passed since Su Ping visited the Rain clan? He had turned from a vulnerable ant into a person who could fight back. Rot in hell. Mo Feng extended his hand with cold indifference. No longer holding back, he launched all his perfected laws. Aside from time and destruction, the laws of chaos and vitality were also manifested. Chaos had almost been perfected, while the law of vitality had been fully assimilated. He was very close to the limit. If Su Ping had appeared a couple of years later, he would have reached the limit and grasped the world multiplication technique of the Heaven Path Institute by then. Mo Feng raised his hand, and countless laws were turned into a storm, showing all kinds of apocalyptic views surrounding Su Ping. The scene had left many in the audience unsettled. That prince was terrifying. He had almost mastered all 4 laws and was already capable of beating anyone in his realm, provided they hadn't condensed a second world. "Is this how strong the princes of high-ranked clans are?" mumbled someone in shock. "He's an invincible prince. It's true that descendants of big families are much stronger." The prince of a mid-ranked clan was grim. He felt fortunate to be there, since it was a great sampling of how terrifying the scions of big clans were. All of a sudden, while everybody was still in shock due to Mo Feng's strength, eyes glued to a place drowned in a storm of laws, a rampant power emerged out of nowhere and pushed the storm away like an invisible hand. The horrifying apocalyptic views were dispersed, and Su Ping was visible again. His black hair fluttered in the wind, eyes like cold stars. A misty power of laws surfaced on his body with unusual heat, like dragons with tails attached to Su Ping's body. The dragons roared furiously, emitting terrifying waves. "Oh my God! What's that?" Everybody's eyeballs had nearly popped out. It was an astounding sight. 4 supreme laws, and all of them are fully mastered. There was also a slight change of expression in Mo Feng's face. He had seen Su Ping's strength not long before. Still, after such a short period of time, the man had fully mastered all 4 supreme laws. No wonder Su Ping dared to announce he would crush his opponent in terms of laws. So, he had already reached the peak. "No matter how talented you are, you're just a celestial god." Mo Feng quickly took action. Even though other princes of the Rain clan were watching, he couldn't afford hiding his trump cards at the moment. As long as he was admitted by the Heaven Path Institute, he would cultivate there for years before making another public appearance. His current trump cards would be irrelevant by then. A terrifying power was manifested. Splendid shadows gradually emerged from the void behind Mo Feng's back. They were the shadows of the Rain clan's ancestral god. A brilliant and spectacular world appeared underneath the feet of the ancestral god's shadows. That was Mo Feng's small world. It had almost been perfected and was further consolidated by experts of his clan. It contained an extraordinary power. "Go to hell." His small world swept out and rushed at Su Ping. Since he couldn't kill the latter by simply waving his laws, he would crush his opponent with his level advantage. Right then, a person who had just rushed over to the barrier exclaimed, "Boss." Su Ping looked from the corner of his eye, only to discover that it was Joanna. Further away, more and more people were gathering in the arena. "Anna, right on time." Dazzling light burst out of Su Ping's eyes. He suddenly flashed a sunny smile, declaring confidently, "Just watch. Even if you're from a high-ranked clan, I'll kill you all the same. Race and bloodline are nothing in front of absolute strength." Su Ping roared. His small world was manifested in an area behind him like a halo. It was a world of darkness, desolation, death, and horror. Countless bones and an ocean of blood seemed to have been accumulated there. Unlike the world behind Mo Feng's back, which was as brilliant as the sun, Su Ping's world was a dead one. Still, Su Ping's aura and the light in his eyes were like the rising sun. His world was desolate, yet his heart was even more brilliant than the cosmic monarch. Joanna was stunned, somehow recalling what Su Ping had once told her in the Rain clan's territory. High-ranked clans were not worthy of reverence. That young man had never thought much of godly ranks. "You have insulted the Rain clan. Die now." Mo Feng was infuriated. A mere human showing contempt for his high-ranked clan was like a beggar looking down upon an emperor. Divine power seethed inside his body, making his small world even more brilliant. The godly prince was unafraid, even after learning that Su Ping had mastered the 4 supreme laws. His confidence stemmed from his small world, enhanced by the ancestral god's shadows and consolidated by the experts in his clan. It was definitely extraordinary. "Die." Su Ping stepped up, with a horrifying aura darting out of his eyes. He was going to seize the opportunity to break Joanna's crippling fear, crushing his opponent with invincible power. His second small world was summoned. Su Ping pushed with both hands. The small world behind him grew and flew forward like a millstone, colliding against Mo Feng's world. Both contenders were fighting with their physical small worlds, foregoing the use of projections. Mo Feng knew he could hardly kill Su Ping, since he had reached the peak without using his real small world. Su Ping, on the other hand, was trying to crush him and shatter his pride as a god. Crazy, they're crazy. Both lost their minds. Everybody was exclaiming in shock outside the arena. Both fighters had shown extraordinary strength. Su Ping, in particular, was terrifying.
What?
Chapter 1040, From Nothing to Everything. Boom! The 2 terrifying small worlds collided like 2 real planets. The power of laws covering their surfaces, like saber and sword auras, flowed everywhere. Any element of those powers would have caused great damage in the outside world. However, the power was being properly contained in the arena. Right when everybody thought that the Rain clan's prince would defeat Su Ping, or that they would be evenly matched, the prince's splendid and prosperous world suddenly fell apart. Thick, black cracks began to spread at a fast rate, giving off a stark contrast to the splendid views inside the world, just like a beautiful scroll being torn apart. How is that possible? The prince's small world was shattered. His small world wasn't a match to the humans. The audience was dumbfounded, feeling on the verge of madness given that the scene was too unbelievable. However, in the next moment, everybody realized the reason. Even the ascendant old man responsible for the arena had also peeled his eyes in shock. Behind Su Ping's dead and desolate small world was a contour containing illusions. They were hazy, as nothing could be seen with clarity. However, the edge was definitely clear. It was obviously a second small world. Double small worlds. The human celestial god had condensed 2 small worlds. He had already become a living legend. Everybody was so shocked they couldn't say anything. The late arrivals to the fight were just as amazed. Although the world multiplication technique was well known in the Heavenly Path Institute, very few had truly broken the limits and condensed a second small world. Not to mention that a human had achieved it while still being a mere celestial god. It was a talent on par with the famous geniuses in the history of the Institute. Mo Feng's pupils dilated. He was truly shocked this time. That is impossible. How could it be possible? He could not believe that such an ant could have possibly done that. He knew that Su Ping was talented enough to be listed on the Chaos talent rank. However, the scene before his eyes still rendered him speechless. However, the excruciating pain caused by his cracking small world quickly sobered him up. He also felt that his body was about to be squeezed apart by the invincible power. He was from the mighty Rain clan, and a god warrior in his own right. And yet, he had been suppressed by a celestial god. Su Ping had taunted him, saying he could freely pick laws, strength, or world. So he had what it took to make such a remark, and he delivered. Ugh! Mo Feng couldn't ignore him any longer. He let out a deafening roar while covered in blood. His beautiful, godly face was also stained with golden blood, making him look rather hideous. I am a supreme prince. You cannot defeat me. Golden divine blood was burning inside his body like true flames. He seemed to have returned while riding infernal flames, suddenly chanting an ancient and mysterious curse. The old man responsible for the arena changed his expression upon hearing the strange curse. He exclaimed, "The God-scaring curse! It's the God-scaring curse! The Rain clan taught such a thing to a junior. Didn't they fear that it would cause a great disaster?" He seemed shocked and terrified by something that even he, a major god, would fear. Two princes, also from the Rain clan, looked at each other outside the arena. They were appalled too, not expecting Mo Feng to have hidden himself that well, or that his branch would be as crazy. "My divine heart will shine eternally."
Ah,
Mo Feng roared. Dazzling golden light suddenly burst out of his chest. It resembled a piece of brilliant gold, penetrating through his skin and clothes, shining eternally in the world. That was his heart. The light was quickly gone, after having dazzled all the people present. Then, strange veins surfaced on Mo Feng's body with his heart at the center. Those evil and weird veins granted him infinite power. He quickly closed his hands. After a boom, his cracked small world gradually began to close and heal. "Go to hell." Mo Feng suddenly extended his hand and pressed a gigantic fist aura down. It was so mighty it was about to shatter the entire arena. It was a surprising technique made with the power of mysterious laws. Su Ping didn't expect to see a broken small world recover that fast. He felt there was a strange power restraining all laws inside his body as he looked at the giant fist descending over him. "It's impossible for you to suppress me." Brutality flashed in Su Ping's eyes. All the laws inside his body began to intertwine and gather, forming a horrifying sword of laws. The weapon became sharp and firm thanks to the power of faith. He held the sword, and the deity aura inside his body kept rising like a boiling furnace. God's arrival. Su Ping burst out all of his deity aura. The sword of laws dazzled so brilliantly it was eclipsing everything, just like the light when a planet exploded. It was short but unforgettable. Slash. The arena trembled after a thunderous collision, and the divine fist fell apart abruptly. The horrifying sword aura rose to the sky and struck the arena's protective barrier, creating a large rippling effect. Vitality. He activated the law of vitality with the remaining bit of power in his body, generating more power from nothingness. A magnificent surge of power filled his body again. One more time. Su Ping stepped up and waved his sword like an unstoppable sword god. A second horrifying sword aura slashed forth, this time aimed towards Mo Feng's small world. Su Ping was going to cut apart his opponent's recently healed small world to beat him once and for all. "Damn you!" Mo Feng was shocked and infuriated, as Su Ping had unleashed such an intimidating strength he didn't think he could beat him. However, he didn't want to admit it. It would be humiliating if a prince couldn't defeat a human. "By my identity as prince, I request your protection, ancestral god." Mo Feng gritted his teeth and awakened the ancestral god who rested in the Rain clan's territory. The ancestral god's shadows in his world started to emit a daunting pressure as his voice was spread out. The pressure was indescribable. All those watching the battle couldn't help but shiver at that moment. Some mid-ranked gods even fell on their knees and some collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. They were like ants compelled to bow in the presence of a dragon. The Ascendant Senior in midair also changed his expression, also becoming solemn, as he didn't dare to be casual. "I'm under the protection of my ancestral god. That's an advantage that ants such as you will never have." Mo Feng was delighted to see the ancestral god's aura, then looking back at Su Ping aggressively. He had to kill that genius immediately. Su Ping was under the maximum pressure right then. Even the audience had fallen on their knees in fear, not to mention Su Ping, who was the main target of such momentum. It wasn't a simple deterrence, but substantial power imposed on his back, forcing him to kneel and panic. But Su Ping had been through countless life-and-death battles in cultivation sites. His heart was already invincible. It wasn't hard to defeat him, but it was impossible to make him surrender. Even the ancestral god showed up to fight a junior. Su Ping's body shivered. His muscles were torn apart and his eyelids were pulled off. He could not raise his head. No lives were allowed to look up at the frightening pressure source and could only bow before it. However, Su Ping supported himself with the Sword of Laws. His body was bent, but he gritted his teeth stubbornly and activated his small world, where the mountain of corpses was shaking, as if countless souls were going to crawl out and help Su Ping. Su Ping was clenching his teeth so hard they nearly fell apart. He slowly raised his head, bit by bit. He was determined to look at the frightening ancestral god in the sky. His eyelids had been pulled down. His eyeballs seemed to be popping out when he struggled to raise his head. He was truly scary. "Even if you're an ancestral god, there's no way you can make me kneel," Su Ping roared. His voice echoed throughout the arena and in the audience's ears. The kneeling gods were shocked and fearful as they looked at the human being in the arena, who stubbornly raised his head. The scene would be eternally etched in their eyes and in their hearts. The Sword of Laws in Su Ping's hand slowly collapsed. His muscles were being continuously torn apart to then regenerate. Finally, he managed to fully raise his head and look at the high and mighty god. The splendid god was completely unlike anyone he had seen. The being carried such a frightening aura that Su Ping shed tears of blood after just one quick look. He felt a stinging pain in his eyes, but his face became increasingly scarier. He slowly raised the collapsing Sword of Laws, which was being continuously reorganized. Su Ping then walked towards Mo Feng at a steady pace, one step after another. Mo Feng watched in shock as Su Ping approached him. He said, "You dare to defy the ancestral god? You think the ancestral god is something? I can easily defeat their kind if they're on my level," Su Ping roared, letting out a flabbergasting declaration. All the audience trembled with fear, thinking he was raving mad. "You're just a mere ant. How dare you, how dare you?" Mo Feng looked at Su Ping's eyes, which were so dazzling that he didn't even dare to keep eye contact. His heart shivered with fear too. "I have to reach the ultimate peak because I was born a Mr. Nobody," roared Su Ping. His words echoed throughout the world. Joanna was shivering on the ground outside of the arena. She gradually calmed down and raised her head after hearing Su Ping's roar. Her eyes were already filled with tears. She looked at the man in the arena. She didn't take Su Ping seriously in the beginning, only regarding him as a chance for her to find the Archean divinity. However, her respect toward him grew as they got to know each other. It was then when it finally dawned on her. The young man who had been growing under her watch had surpassed her at some point. Nobody knew a thing about him when he was born, yet he had grown up to a point he could shake the skis. He even dared to challenge the ancestral god. How courageous was that? Joanna bit her lips hard and slowly stood up. Su Ping's words gave her courage and strength. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Boss." Su Ping struggled to turn around and look at her as he walked. "I believe in you. Kill him," Joanna roared, summoning all her courage. Her eyes became more determined than ever. Su Ping smiled after hearing what she said. He raised his head and laughed aloud, as if something delightful had just happened. "Of course I will." Su Ping stomped the ground and pushed his small world forward, despite the pressure sent by the ancestral god. He charged at Mo Feng with his sword. "Let's die together." Mo Feng was shocked and infuriated, but he knew it was impossible for him to retreat. He also charged towards Su Ping with craziness written all over his face.
What?
Chapter 1041, Unbent Dragon Soul. A divine spear was gathered in Mo Feng's hand. He looked like an unparalleled god of war. He revealed all the techniques he knew since Su Ping had pushed him to a corner. He roared and waved his spear, launching enough divine power to drown the earth like a tide. Boom! Su Ping staggered while drenched in blood, seemingly about to fall at any time. However, he stubbornly propped himself to stand tall every time his body shivered, as if some sort of power were preventing him from falling. Once he reached his opponent, he waved his sword and slashed furiously. Both of them were trying their hardest. Their worlds were condensed on their blades and collided like two stars. The most dazzling divine light burst out, making the arena glow. All the gods watching felt that their eyes were stinging. The resulting divine light from broken laws was unbearable even for them. What an astounding battle it was!
Uh,
Mo Feng's eyes were almost popping out. He roared furiously while his hair fluttered. His unparalleled divine constitution was falling apart, but he didn't retreat. The god's scaring curse seemed to have enhanced him with an ancient power, protecting him from Su Ping's double small world suppression. On the other hand, Su Ping's bones were quaking. It wasn't hard for him to resist Mo Feng's attack. However, the horrifying pressure given by the ancestral god was still being imposed upon him like a mountain. He was fighting as though carrying the realm of gods on his back at the same time. I will kill you, even if you're under the ancestral god's protection. Su Ping raised his head. Blood splashed out of his eyes and his bones twisted. However, they were regenerated at a crazy rate. The golden crow blood burned inside his body, and the illusion of a massive golden crow emerged behind his back. It flapped its wings and shrieked at the magnificent ancestral god's shadow up in the sky. Boom! The deity aura inside Su Ping's body was focused on his arms like sea water being boiled and evaporated. His willpower was condensed like a saber. His second small world revolved slowly, unleashing a power even more horrifying than the law of destruction, causing even more cracks in Mo Feng's small world. Su Ping stepped forward with a scorching sword, determined to kill Mo Feng. You! Mo Feng was exasperated, frightened even. He had tried his best, yet he was unable to withstand Su Ping's strength. He could not believe he would die there at the hands of a mere human. No way, no way. I'm a supreme prince. I will rise to the ultimate peak and become an unparalleled emperor someday, Mo Feng roared in grief. There was a glorious path ahead of him. How could he fall there? The patterns of the god's scaring curse all over his body were enlivened. They penetrated his flesh and absorbed the essence inside his body. In turn, the power they absorbed allowed the curse to emit an ancient aura, which was even older than the realm of gods. The old man outside the arena narrowed his eyes with a shivering face, fearing that something ominous might happen. Go to hell, Su Ping roared abruptly with his hair rising to the sky. He saw that a horrifying aura was rising from Mo Feng. The one tiny bit of the aura that had been revealed already frightened him. He burnt all of his divine power and boiled the golden crow's blood, summoning an unimaginable power. He rose to an unprecedented height. God's arrival. Su Ping roared and slashed furiously with his sword. His sword aura seemed ready to cut the world apart. His two small worlds exploded and turned into dazzling blades, which struck Mo Feng's small world and tore it apart. Even the arm holding the spear was cut apart too. Golden blood splashed out. Mo Feng staggered back with a pale face. He looked at Su Ping, who had once again attacked him, wondering why he still had strength left. He detonated his own small worlds to fight me. He's crazy. Mo Feng's heart was shivering. He had never met such an insane opponent before. He had made use of a forbidden technique and asked for the ancestral god's protection, yet he was still unable to win. This human being is unbelievably strong. However, he hadn't failed yet. Beast slave, rip him apart. The space in front of Mo Feng fell apart, and a scary tiger-like creature leaped out. It had the body of a tiger and the tail of a dragon. Black fire was burning over its fur and carried the pressure of dragons. It was a tiger grief, a rare beast in the realm of gods. Its bloodline was no less noble or rare than that of many dragons. Roared. The creature roared at Su Ping furiously the moment it leaped out. That was Mo Feng's battle pet and mount. It then stood in front of Mo Feng and gazed at the tiny and frail human with brutality in its eyes. Many gods were shocked by such development, not expecting that Mo Feng would still have more trump cards. The tiger grief was on the same level as Mo Feng. It couldn't have posed a problem to Su Ping had it been summoned earlier on. However, he was already approaching his limits, and he had also detonated his small worlds. The pet would be the last straw on Su Ping's back, signaling his downfall. Was it possible for Mo Feng to turn the tables and win the battle? If he could do that, his name would be sung for eons in the realm of gods, for defeating someone who boasted double small worlds. Your pet, Su Ping raised his head with passion in his eyes. There was a fire in his body still burning crazily. After hearing the hysterical calls in his heart, Su Ping smiled and said to himself, "Do you really want to come out? Can you really endure it?" His smile was even brighter after receiving a positive reply. "All right, come out then. I said I would have you become the strongest dragon. Today you will swallow this god." Roared. As the summoning space appeared, a roar that seemed to have been held back for a long time was finally unleashed, shocking the entire arena. The roar seemed to have originated from an ancient dragon. Even the gods watching the battle changed their expressions. All of them gazed at the gigantic dragon that had just crawled out. They had never seen the like. The realm of gods was vast, and dragons were extremely fertile. They had mutants every year. It was nothing worthy of surprise. However, what astonished them was that the draconic aura wasn't as powerful as they had imagined. Still, the roar and appearance of the dragon had made their hearts shiver. A dragon ablaze with infernal fire stepped out of the contract space. Its massive eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury and madness. So, a dragon slave, a perfect match for an ant master, on your knees. Mo Feng thought that Su Ping had other methods. He felt both relief and scorn after seeing the human had only summoned a dragon. Once he said that, the pressure from the magnificent ancestral god's shadow was also imposed on the Inferno dragon. There was a booming sound, and the Inferno dragon's legs lost strength. The pet immediately fell on one of its knees. Every life seemed ant-like under the pressure of the ancestral god. Even dragons would be insignificant. The contempt in Mo Feng's eyes was even greater. It was a miracle for Su Ping to resist the ancestral god's pressure. He didn't think his pet could do the same. However, the next moment, a maddening dragon roar almost split his ears apart. Roar, roar, roar. The roars echoed throughout the world and changed the color of the sky. The Inferno dragon raised its head and let out a bestial cry that came from thousands of years in the past. It had seen and fought countless beasts along with Su Ping, even against beings stronger than major gods. The pet had been killed with ease, but it was able to remember their auras and pressure. The dragon's courage grew after continuous deaths. Not even beasts 2 levels stronger could intimidate it anymore. Even though the ancestral god's shadow was horrifying, giving it an inevitable fright, it knew that Su Ping was right behind it. Its master was right there. How could it fall? Roared. The deafening roar swept across the arena like a tornado. The next moment, the Inferno dragon slowly stood straight again, raising its fierce head to gaze at its enemy exasperated and bloodshot eyes. The tiger Grief, whose level was higher, was scared before that pet. It uncontrollably took a step back. "What are you doing?" Mo Feng changed his expression and roared, "Bastard, go forward and kill them." The tiger Grief shivered after being yelled back by its master. It was too scared of him to retreat. It then roared and charged at the Inferno dragon. The flames covering the Inferno dragon's body burned even more exuberantly. They were also mixed with lightning and a dazzling divine power. It stood there like an indestructible wall, a loyal guard in front of Su Ping. However, it suddenly raised its claws when the tiger Grief roared and approached. After a boom, harnessing the law of time, it moved faster than expected and flashed to reach the tiger Grief's nape, before it shredded its opponent brutally. The earth trembled and the tiger Grief was smashed, making a deep pit. The Inferno dragon looked down at it with bloodshot eyes. It raised its feet, and there was a small world underneath them. Thanks to the energy transmission technique, Su Ping had taught the 4 supreme laws as well as the other laws he had grasped to the little skeleton and the Inferno dragon. Adding their own experience, the Inferno dragon had established its small world too, almost perfecting it. The tiger Grief shivered and wanted to flee once it noticed the huge world underneath the dragon's feet. However, It was so intimidated by the Inferno Dragon's aura that it didn't even have the courage to run off. "Spare this one," Su Ping suddenly said. The Inferno Dragon's feet paused in midair. They were only half a meter away from the Tiger Grief's head. Su Ping supported himself with the Sword of Laws. He then looked at Mo Feng, who stood beyond the Tiger Grief. "You treat your pet as a slave. You don't deserve its protection." Su Ping had already realized that, although the Tiger Grief's bloodline was much rarer and more powerful than the Inferno Dragons, it seemed to have been tortured a lot. It didn't have the courage to fight stronger enemies. "Damn it, I knew that beast slaves weren't trustworthy. You lowly beings." Mo Feng retreated with an awful expression. The God-scaring curse on his back was still there, slowly twisting and absorbing his strength. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He coldly dashed forward in the next moment, appearing almost instantly before Mo Feng. Then he punched the latter. There was a boom as Mo Feng was hit in the abdomen. He vomited saliva and blood. His eyeballs popped out too. Then Su Ping struck the man's back with his elbow, brutally smashing the god into the ground. Su Ping had already stepped on his handsome face before the latter could stand up. Unstoppable. He looked down at the prince. His body was drenched in blood, but he seemed taller and stronger than ever. "Proud, high-ranked prince, your head is below my foot today. Is there anything you want to say?" Chapter 1042. Intimidating the Gods. Everybody inside and outside of the arena fell silent. Nothing could be heard except their heartbeats. The gods and their servants were wide-eyed in disbelief as they looked at the Rain Clan's prince, who had been stepped upon like a dead dog. The noble prince selected from a high-ranked clan had been insulted like that. Was the human aware that he was not just insulting a prince, but also tarnishing the dignity of the entire Rain Clan? "You bastard human being, what are you doing?" Outside of the arena, the other two princes of the Rain Clan burst into fits of rage after seeing how Mo Feng had failed so disgracefully, and how Su Ping had brazenly stepped on his head, even though they had gloated at his failure at first. They could let him kill Mo Feng, but they couldn't let him insult the Rain Clan. Mo Feng was the most infuriated one at the moment. His lungs were exploding due to his mounting rage, and his head went blank. He looked at Su Ping in the eye and at the foot on his face. How distinguished and honorable had he always been. He would become an unparalleled emperor in the future, yet that human ant had stepped on his head. You. Mo Feng's bloodshot eyes almost popped out. He summoned all his strength, trying time and again to push Su Ping away. However, his strength was dispersed by Su Ping every time. He pushed the ground with both hands, but his head was still being stepped upon. There seemed to be a world under Su Ping's foot. "I'm going to kill you, Are those your last words?" Su Ping's voice was cold and emotionless. He watched the strange patterns on Mo Feng's body wriggling quickly and swallowing his body. Then he raised his leg without mercy. The moment he raised his leg, Mo Feng, who had been trying to get back to his feet, propelled himself upwards and roared, "I'm going to." Su Ping had stomped upon his head again before he finished the roar, at an even faster speed, with dazzling divine brilliance and overwhelming power of faith. After a boom, a sun seemed to be exploding underneath Su Ping's foot. Mo Feng's head hit the ground at an even higher speed. Then it exploded. Brain matter and blood splashed far in every direction. Golden blood was spreading on the ground. All the gods held their breath. That human being had killed the Rain Clan's prince under everyone's watch. Although one of the duel's participants would surely die in the arena, everybody was shocked to find that the victim was not the human, but the honorable Rain Clan's prince. Su Ping had shown shocking strength since the beginning of the battle. In particular, his second world was an astounding revelation. A human had condensed a second world while still being a celestial god. Many god warriors were incapable of such a feat. Outside the arena, both of the Rain Clan's princes changed their expressions to reflect troubled feelings. Mo Feng's death was a good thing for them. There would be one less competitor. However, Mo Feng's death was truly humiliating. He had been brutalized and killed by a human being. The prince had even summoned the ancestral god's protection and the god-scaring curse, but he was still unable to turn things around. Mo Feng had made the Rain clan lose all face in that battle. The old man responsible for the arena changed his expression and looked at Su Ping thoughtfully. He didn't expect the battle to end like that either. Human beings have always been weak. Such an unusual genius who's almost as gifted as an ancestral god has emerged among them. The old man felt conflicted. He's so strong, that human is unbelievable. It's crazy. He even weathered through the ancestral god's pressure. Although the Rain clan's prince only summoned part of the ancestral god's aura, it's already too much for us to endure. Who's that human? I have a feeling that his name will spread throughout the realm of gods as a rising genius. He's already risen. His name will be known on every continent after today's battle. The Rain clan's prince was crushed and killed by a human with a lower realm. This will be a legend that the gods will talk about for thousands of years. The magnificent ancestral god's shadow faded away after Mo Feng died, and the horrifying pressure occupying the arena had dispersed. The gods and their servants looked at the young man in the arena with shock. They felt they witnessed the acts of an unparalleled genius who was about to distinguish himself and shock the entire universe. In the arena, after the ancestral god's shadow disappeared, Su Ping finally stopped shivering. He had devoted 70% of his strength to resisting the horrifying ancestral god's shadow as he fought. If he had bent and knelt to the shadow, he wouldn't have had the courage to fight Mo Feng. Was it a taste of how strong the ancestral gods are? One tiny bit of his pressure almost collapsed me. I'm not strong enough. I'm too weak. One day I will stand in front of an ancestral god and look them in the eye. Su Ping swore to himself, unwilling to stay weak. If the others knew what Su Ping was thinking, they would probably vomit blood. The guy had killed a god-warrior prince while still being a celestial god. If he wasn't strong, then who was? Woo! The ownerless tiger grief was trembling. It did not dare to approach Su Ping. Su Ping ignored it and kicked Mo Feng's body toward the inferno dragon, letting it swallow the body. That prince had a powerful divine constitution, pure blood and energy that shouldn't be wasted. The inferno dragon didn't hesitate. It bit the body and chewed it. How dare you? What are you doing? Outside of the arena, the two Rain clan's princes couldn't hold back any longer. Not only had the guy killed their family member and stomped on his face, he had also asked his pet to eat the body. Make that beast stop. You think no one in the Rain clan can defeat you? One of the princes stood and roared. His voice echoed in the arena with a shocking power that left everyone in awe. The Rain clan was indeed extraordinary. Mo Feng had died, but those two guys were just as horrifying. Su Ping glanced at the speaker. He looked particularly cold with the golden divine blood that had splashed over his body. So what? He thought that no human could defeat you and chose to challenge me to a duel. You think he could return in one piece after entering the arena? You're asking to be killed. The young prince roared furiously. Don't think you're truly invincible. You want to cause a disaster for humans. Su Ping's eyes were brimming with coldness. He stared at the prince and said, Is this what the high-ranked clans do? You ask for your senior's help when you can't defeat me. Come here if you think you're good. I can still fight. I can still fight. His words echoed throughout the field. He sounded confident and invincible. The gods looked at the human. It was obvious to them that Su Ping had exhausted his energy in the battle against Mo Feng. Su Ping would very likely fail if another Mo Feng were there. However, Su Ping still had the courage to challenge them. He wasn't just being pretentious. The confidence in his eyes was a sign that Su Ping had more power that he hadn't used yet. The young prince was silent for a moment. Su Ping had just killed Mo Feng and was about to have his body eaten, imposing such a heavy pressure that the prince didn't dare to say anything back. I'll go to the Rain clan and challenge all of you, declared Su Ping coldly. If you're really capable, fight me at my level. Let's see which of us is the best one here. Everybody changed their expression. They were awed by Su Ping's aura again. They had also noticed the young human was a mere celestial god. He killed a prince and a god warrior while being celestial god. Could anyone at his level defeat him? Up in midair, both of the Rain clan's princes looked awful. They felt humiliated by what Su Ping had said, but they couldn't come up with anything to retort. They weren't confident of beating Su Ping even if they used their full strength, let alone if they were in the same realm. After all, they didn't practice such forbidden skills as the god-scaring curse. However, that was the only opportunity to beat Su Ping at the moment, since he was exhausted after the battle. Even if he had the confidence of fighting again, it was strength that really mattered in a fight. The two princes looked at each other with glittering eyes. They were waiting for the other guy to take action first. While the two princes hesitated, the Inferno dragon finished chewing Mo Feng's body and swallowed it. The dragon only listened to Su Ping's words. His master didn't tell it to stop, so it simply ate the body. All of a sudden, the Inferno dragon felt a horrifying aura that appeared inside his body, even more horrifying than a viper. It immediately felt compelled to roar. Huh! Su Ping turned around and saw black mist rising from the Inferno dragon's body. The black fumes carried a strange and horrifying aura. It was neither divine power nor deity aura, but something weird and special. It was wicked and terrifying. The pet was obviously in pain while wreathed in the black mist. It roared, as if it wanted to push something out. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, as he had figured out the reason. It was the secret technique that Mo Feng had used. The black mist's aura felt exactly the same as the strange black patterns that swallowed his body. However, Su Ping actually dared to let the Inferno dragon eat the body because he wasn't afraid of any accidents. After all, he was in a cultivation site, and they could resurrect at any time. "Hold on," said Su Ping softly. He rushed over to stand next to the Inferno dragon and soothe it. Then he sent it back to the summoning space. Unless necessary, Su Ping preferred to avoid revealing his resurrection ability in public. After all, the Heaven Path Institute was supervised by an ancestral god, who might be asleep or might be awake. It would be terrible if said being noticed something wrong and caught Su Ping for research. "Humph, I told you not to eat it. Do you see what's happened?" The young prince's eyes were cold when he saw that, but there was also wariness deep inside. "Your beast is dying. The only way to rescue it is to pull the body out of its stomach." "It's not so easy to eat the Rain clan's prince," said the other prince with a sneer. The old man responsible for the arena changed his expression and secretly snorted after hearing what the young prince said. Su Ping would be haunted by that thing if he did what the prince said and pulled the body out. Then, it would be Su Ping himself dying instead of the dragon. However, it was none of his business. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "The duel is over, just go back." He glanced at Su Ping with glittering eyes after saying that. He felt sorry given Su Ping's shocking talent, so he said telepathically, "It's the god-scaring curse, an ancient curse at that. You'd better abandon your dragon right now so that you won't be affected." Then he looked at the void, as if something invisible was active in that area. He slightly shook his head and left. Su Ping was stunned for a moment when he heard what the old man said, then became sullen. It was impossible for him to abandon the Inferno dragon. Without a word, he dashed out of the arena the moment the barrier disappeared. He left so fast he didn't even have the time to say goodbye to Joanna. The two Rain clan's princes, seeing how quickly Su Ping had left, suddenly felt they had missed an opportunity. Perhaps it was their best chance to kill Su Ping. Chapter 1043, Domination. The audience gradually left the premises after Su Ping rushed out. News of the duel was soon spread throughout the Heaven Path Institute. Another descendant of the Rain clan had died in the hands of a celestial god. The news was sent back to the Rain clan and to the other clans on other continents by the audience. They were all frightened. Humans. That week, vassal species in the Archean divinity became famous among the clans. Su Ping's name echoed in those clans too, becoming a legend the weak clans looked up to. However, Su Ping didn't care for any of that at the moment. He immediately returned to his palace on the island. The maid serving Su Ping was nowhere to be seen. She had been watching the battle in the arena, so she failed to return along with Su Ping. Su Ping didn't consider that a big deal. He quickly entered the training room, activated the barriers, and summoned the Inferno Dragon. Hulu! The Inferno Dragon almost crawled out. It had been tied up by black mist and was obviously in pain. Su Ping could feel the pain currently endured by his pet. He frowned and transmitted deity aura into its body, helping it suppress the black mist and ease the pain. This is a good opportunity to improve your willpower. Don't relax, said Su Ping, considering the pain caused by the ancient curse as some sort of training. The Inferno Dragon realized Su Ping's intention. It crouched on the ground and withstood the pain in silence without uttering a scream. It was shivering and cramping because of the pain, but it didn't make a sound. There was determination harder than iron in its eyes. The creature had unconditional trust in Su Ping and would do anything he asked. Endure. Carry on. The power of the curse was swallowing its body. It kept healing itself with the law of vitality. At the same time, Su Ping was helping it with the law of vitality too. The torture of being continuously destroyed and healed was 100 times more painful than death. However, the Inferno Dragon had endured such sufferings before. It had come a long way with the Dark Dragon Hound, the little skeleton and Su Ping like this. That was why they could fight and defeat opponents who were beyond their level. All their glories were based on blood, sweat, pain, and devotion. Could it be defeated by that insignificant pain? No way. The Inferno Dragon's eyes were bloodshot. It was trying its best to hold back the pain. It was going to defeat the pain with its own strength. Su Ping was solemnly sending a continuous flow of deity aura. He didn't hesitate, although he was already exhausted. The training room was absolutely quiet. Any creature would have screamed loudly while being in such pain. However, there was no sound to be heard. What kind of curse is this? It's evil and creepy. Su Ping also had an ominous feeling from the curse, while helping the Inferno Dragon suppress the pain. He didn't have such a feeling even when he faced the pressure of the ancestral god's shadow. Su Ping tried to direct the curse into his body, so that some of the Inferno Dragon's pain could be transferred. However, the Inferno Dragon seemed to realize his intention. It started burning its own blood and tried even harder to suppress the pain without sharing it with Su Ping. The curse seemed intelligent enough to know what was on the Inferno Dragon's mind. It didn't move at all, no matter what Su Ping did. It was determined to fight the Inferno Dragon. "It's all right, we'll share this together," whispered Su Ping. The Inferno Dragon turned its head and looked at Su Ping. Then, it moved its eyes to another side. It didn't have the strength to turn its head anymore, but the dragon's eyes told Su Ping that it was unnecessary. It refused to share the pain with Su Ping. Su Ping bit his lip, then touched its scales and clenched a fist. "You must hang on then." The Inferno Dragon cried and breathed more and more heavily. It shivered while blood seemed to be mixed with sweat. It was uncertain whether it was sweat or if it was bleeding. The pet held its head with its claws and then kept it between its arms. It trembled nonstop. The black mist didn't let go of him either, slithering in and out of its body like countless black snakes. There was nothing Su Ping could do. He could only transmit deity aura into its body to help ease the pain. The clock ticked 1 second after the other. There was no telling how long it had been, but the Inferno Dragon gradually stopped shivering. The black mist on its body was also considerably weakened. It was completely gone after a long time passed. The Inferno Dragon stopped jerking and simply breathed heavily. Su Ping felt relieved after the last bit of the black mist vanished. It seemed that the Inferno Dragon had defeated the curse. He had planned to blow his pet up if it couldn't defeat the curse, so that it would be freed from the effect. However, there was no longer a need to run away from it, since the dragon had been successful. Roar! The Inferno Dragon suddenly let out a roar while Su Ping was barely feeling relieved. The sound was aggressive, furious and bloodthirsty. The pet's head left the cover of its arms when it roared. Its eyes had turned completely black and wicked. They couldn't have been scarier. A terrifying killing aura was spread out. Even Su Ping felt compelled to step back. The momentarily dazed Su Ping only thought of calling out to it, "Inferno Dragon." He felt that the dragon's mind was blank, filled with the desire for killing. It didn't have any other feelings or thoughts. The Inferno Dragon slowly turned its head when it heard Su Ping's calling, then fixed its black and scary eyes upon Su Ping. It looked quite aggressive, baring its fangs. However, it paused when Su Ping was reflected in its black pupils. The image was reflected in the depths of its eyes, like a candle in absolute darkness. The next moment, the Inferno Dragon squatted and closed its mouth. Then, it gradually leaned close to Su Ping. Su Ping raised his head, feeling comforted as he looked at his pet. "You've defeated the pain. Good for you." The Inferno Dragon blinked. Then it pushed Su Ping with its head, which wasn't an attack but an intimate nuzzling. Su Ping laid his hand on its head. Once again, he was able to sense all its happiness and sorrows transmitted from its consciousness. He smiled. It seemed that the Inferno Dragon had won against the ancient curse. After nuzzling against Su Ping for a moment, the dragon then lay down next to Su Ping and wagged its tail. The blackness in its eyes was replaced by the previous dark red color again. Su Ping felt rather helpless as he looked at its wagging tail. "You really shouldn't have learned after the dark dragon hound. You're supposed to grow into the strongest dragon." The Inferno Dragon seemed innocent. It held its head high with intimidating momentum when it heard what Su Ping said. It looked quite awe-inspiring. Su Ping felt amused. He didn't say anything else. He pressed its body and infused it with deity aura, hopping to examine the pet's condition. The ascendant state old god had specially warned him of the ancient curse, which was Mo Feng's ultimate skill. It couldn't be that simple. Su Ping only hoped there weren't any ramifications. Su Ping soon realized there was nothing wrong with the Inferno Dragon. Rather, it couldn't have been in a better condition. The energy inside its body seemed to have been refined and doubled. On the other hand, its consciousness had been significantly improved too. Its mental power was already half as great as his own. Su Ping knew how extraordinary his own mental power was. It had been just average before he entered the Sea of Illusions. After all, his mental power was among the best even on the Divine Lord rank after swallowing plenty of spirits in the sea. Anyone with half his mental power could already surpass many genius Star Lords on the rankings. Su Ping explored and found something weird deep inside the Inferno Dragon's astral ocean. There was something akin to a black worm lurking inside. It carried exactly the same aura as the curse did. The dark aura moved, as if sensing Su Ping's probing and dodging. He was surprised at this finding. Had the Inferno Dragon refined and digested the curse? "Can you control this thing?" Su Ping asked the Inferno Dragon telepathically. The Inferno Dragon realized what Su Ping meant. The black aura suddenly rose and entered the vortex at the center of its astral ocean. The pure, revolving energy was soon dyed black. Then, an ominous, horrifying aura began to spread out of the Inferno Dragon, while its eyes turned completely black. This time, however, the Inferno Dragon was conscious despite the black eyes. Su Ping could feel its emotions. The Inferno Dragon lowered its head and nuzzled Su Ping. Then, the black light in its eyes faded away, and it was back to normal. Su Ping saw that the black aura slipped away from the center of the astral ocean, and obediently stayed at the edge. It seems that the power of the curse has been absorbed by the Inferno Dragon. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He didn't know if it was a good thing, though. It didn't seem harmful from what he could see. Su Ping also sensed how the dragon was much stronger than before when the power of the curse enshrouded its body. "I hope everything is fine. If it's not, I'll just return to the cultivation site and take it out," Su Ping thought. He did a few more examinations to ensure the Inferno Dragon was fine, then finally sent it back to the summoning space to take a rest. Then he also left the training room. He had accomplished his objective in the Archean divinity, which was to condense a second small world. Next, he intended to search for a foundation to create a third small world. If possible, he wanted to reach the ascendant state with 7 small worlds too. The second world is made of the law of illusion from the sea of illusions. The third world requires independent power and laws. What should I use? Su Ping thought carefully. His appointed maid had already returned by then. She was waiting outside the palace. Her eyes were filled with respect and admiration when she saw Su Ping exit. She had watched the duel because she was worried for his safety, and she was completely awed by him. Even though the young man was merely a human being, she felt her heart race because of him. "Master, where are you going?" the maid asked Su Ping respectfully. Chapter 1044, Pet's Transformation. "I'm going to meet a couple of friends, and then train in seclusion." Su Ping thought of something and said, "You must be extra careful in the following days." The maid knew what Su Ping meant. His consideration made her feel warm. She then said, "Master, don't worry. We're not involved in this. The Rain clan wouldn't give us a hard time. It is you who should be careful, Master." "Sure." Su Ping waved his hand and said goodbye. Then, he went to the Fighting Heavens Academy where Joanna and Tang Ruyan were stationed. Su Ping's arrival was an immediate cause of upheaval among some of the students. A prince had died in a recent duel held at the arena. The shocking news had swiftly spread in the Fighting Heavens Academy. Many knew of the matter and were discussing it. They didn't expect the hero of the story to show up in their academy. Many students recognized him, thanks to energy projections of the fight. He was a brutal man who was daring enough to kill a prince. Everybody wanted to see if he had 3 heads or 6 arms. "The man who dealt with a prince came to our academy. Isn't he a student of the Unifying Heavens Academy? Why is he here? Oh my God, nobody in our academy has offended him, right? What are you afraid of? This human won't stay alive for too long. Just you wait, the Rain clan will definitely take action." The Rain clan hasn't been lucky as of late. One of its princesses died in an accident recently. Then, a prince was killed in a more brutal way. Even his body was fed to a dragon. "Keep your voice down, he's here." Many students were looking at Su Ping from a distance. Nobody approached him. Su Ping was rendered speechless after hearing their whispers. Did nobody tell them it was the prince who challenged him to a duel? "I am the reasonable one here." Su Ping shook his head. He didn't stay too long. He didn't want to be observed like a gorilla in a zoo. He found Joanna and Tang Ruyan on their islands. He told them it was time to go back. Su Ping left directly after picking up the 2 women. Many felt relief when they saw Su Ping leave the premises. Then relief changed into astonishment. It was an unbelievable thing for them to feel pressure from a human celestial god, especially when the latter was clearly outnumbered. Tang Ruyan was baffled by the discussion she overheard. She didn't know what had happened until she asked Joanna. Then she also felt amazed, not expecting something that monumental to happen while she was cultivating. "Why didn't you tell me?" Joanna asked back. "What could you have done even if I would have told you?" Tang Ruyan didn't know what to say. She felt her insignificance again. She inwardly heaved a sigh, then looked at Su Ping, who remained casual and peaceful. She wondered when she could catch up with him, so she could be helpful if he ever was in need. She had witnessed Su Ping's growth, which was devastatingly fast. Would the day come when he would really need her? Su Ping found a quiet place, then skillfully set up barriers and examined the environment with care. After that, he summoned the system to send them back. Even if big shots he couldn't perceive were watching him, there was nothing more he could do. After all, he had tried his best to hide well. If he was caught in his next visit, he could simply wait until the system automatically sent him back. The 3 of them returned to the store after going through the familiar teleportation. Then they all resumed their own tasks. Su Ping opened the pet room's door and saw both Green Lady and Lulen Lin inside the store. There were a few boys next to them. Su Ping felt confused. He walked over to see them. "You're back," Green Lady smiled at Su Ping and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Your aura. Su Ping quickly concealed his presence and chuckled. I made some progress. Huh, it's you. The three boys turned out to be the little chaos beast, the vast sky thunderous dragon, and Greenie. Su Ping was rather surprised. Did they learn how to transform into human beings already? Back. The nearby Lulen Lin was confused after hearing Green Lady's remark. Where could he have been? Why did she say he was back? Is she just covering for him? However, she noticed Su Ping's aura when he walked out. There seemed to be a dragon sleeping inside his body, which made the once joyful air inside the store heavy and solid. He was rather scary too. Su Ping was obviously different from before. Did he have such a significant change after staying just one day in that room? Could doing that kind of stuff really improve his level? Lulen Lin immediately remembered a lot of rumors she had overheard and couldn't help but blush. She soon turned pale once she saw the two gorgeous girls that walked out following Su Ping. Boss! A joyful voice rang from another corner of the room just then. Su Ping turned around, only to be astonished since he saw a teenager who looked handsome and somewhat wild. The teenager's hairstyle was truly eye-catching. It looked like a collapsed chimney. The young man didn't run to him. Instead, he was crawling over at a fast pace. Green Lady frowned upon seeing that. What did I teach you? She couldn't have been scarier. The young man with a strange hairstyle was so frightened he quickly rose from the ground. His gait was very strange, as if his legs were broken. He staggered towards Su Ping and spoke with his tongue sticking out now and then. Boss, I'm your strongest guard.
Next.
Su Ping was lost for words. The scent and aura were right, but he still found it hard to believe it was the dark dragon hound. Su Ping watched the young man approach, and his eyes then focused on his weird hairstyle. He asked with twitching eyelids, why did you turn into this? Huh, you don't like it, boss. The dark dragon hound was scared. He looked pitiful. Green Lady said that I must follow my heart during the transformation. This is what I've turned into after following my heart. Su Ping was rendered speechless after seeing how pitiful he was. He could only heave a sigh and shake his head. I like it, but your hair. It's very cool, isn't it? Asked the excited dark dragon hound.
Next.
Su Ping glanced at him, then finally stopped himself from criticizing any further. He had allowed them to transform, so it was better to let them assume the appearance they liked. Where's the little skeleton? Asked Su Ping. Lying there with that bald dude. The dark dragon hound turned his head and pointed. Su Ping heard the footsteps and saw two boys walking toward him. One of them was bald and the other had black hair. Both of them were kids. The bald boy ran quickly when he saw Su Ping, in a way that would knock into anyone who stood in his way. The black-haired boy, on the other hand, seemed taciturn. He glanced at Su Ping and approached unhurriedly. Su Ping glanced at them and laid his hand on the bald boy's head. He would have thought it was the little skeleton, had he not recognized his aura. Why didn't you grow your hair? Su Ping looked curiously at the bald boy, whom the purple python had transformed into. He kept on thinking that the little skeleton should have been the bald one of the bunch. Hair makes me feel hot, said the bald boy innocently, raising his head.
Next.
Su Ping was rather lost for words. It seemed that he would need a new pillow. He touched the boy's bald head. It was rather cold, seemingly no different from the little skeleton's head. The little skeleton watched Su Ping pet the purple python. Then he moved closer, grabbed Su Ping's other hand and placed it above his head. He said in a stubborn and innocent way, "Touch me." Su Ping was dazed for a moment, not expecting the pet to be jealous. However, he regained the familiar feelings he had with the little skeleton as he saw the boy's black and pure eyes. Although the little skeleton's appearance had changed, his aura and personality was exactly the same. Also, both pets had become capable of talking after the transformation. They still had a way to go, but they would soon become as human-like as the ascendant state pets with more practice. He petted the little skeleton and found that his hair was clean and smooth. Su Ping said to Green Lady with a smile, "It must have been exhausting to teach them. Thank you for your hard work." Not really. Your pets are very smart. They grasped the skill the moment I taught them, replied Green Lady with a smile. Su Ping smiled and looked at Lulen Lin. Why do you keep staring at me? Lulen Lin gritted her teeth. Is there nothing you want to say to me?
Lin,
Su Ping was puzzled. He thought for a moment and asked, do you want any food? Lulen Lin almost jumped out of fury, but she managed to keep herself in check. She thought, who am I? I'm not related to him in any way. Why would he explain things to me? He felt sore and in pain as she thought about that. Su Ping was deep in thought as he looked at Lulen Lin's lowered head. This time he stopped joking and said in a low voice, come with me. Let's talk. It was impossible to avoid the matter forever. Besides, she was a girl willing to sacrifice herself to protect him during the assassination attempt. Su Ping couldn't forget her instinctive reaction during that life-and-death moment. Lulen Lin was dazed for a moment. She felt somewhat panicky as she looked at Su Ping's solemn expression, but she was somehow hopeful too. Su Ping took Lulen Lin away and entered a room. It was one of the test rooms. No one was able to hear what was going on inside after Su Ping closed the door. Outside of the door, Tang Ruyan stomped in fury. That flirt. Joanna stood next to her. She remained calm and seemingly unfazed. She merely furrowed her eyebrows. You. Su Ping and Lulen Lin were left alone in the room. Lulen Lin was rather nervous at the moment. She was blushing. She usually wasn't such a shy girl, but her heart was somehow racing at that moment. Earlier when I visited your family, I overheard something about your marriage. Su Ping looked at her with complex feelings. He didn't know how he could clarify the matter without hurting her. I'm an undevoted and incapable man. I don't intend to marry anyone at this moment. Lulen Lin shivered. The redness on her face disappeared. She lowered her head even more after Su Ping said that, unwilling to let her face be seen. Her hands, which were crossed behind her back, were already clenching. Chapter 1045, Dual Deal. The spacious test room was rather quiet. Su Ping had never been through anything like that. He didn't know whether or not he had expressed himself clearly, but he thought it was better to make himself clear. You. Before Su Ping continued, Lulen Lin suddenly raised her head with an easy smile. What are you talking about? I've also heard of our arranged marriage. That is my family's intention. I'm here exactly to vet you. Su Ping was stunned, not expecting her to be as honest. Hello. Lulen Lin leaned forward with hands behind her back. Her head only reached Su Ping's chin, so she had to crane her neck to look at him. She was currently flashing her shell-like teeth as she said with a smile, the vetting is almost over now. It seems that our plans are the same. I don't want to be held back by anyone else just yet either. Su Ping was happy to hear that. Good. She looked at him for a moment after noticing his obvious relief, but then she wore a relieved smile a moment later. I don't want to be distracted until I reach the ascendant state. What about you? Me neither, Su Ping nodded. He was planning on reaching the ascendant state with 7 worlds. It was a challenging path. He wouldn't have the time to do anything else. Lulen Lin gave a slight nod, and then punched Su Ping in the chest. Then let's meet again when we become ascendants and see which of us is stronger. I'll try my best to surpass you. That is very unlikely to happen. Su Ping shook his head. Speechless again, seeing how serious Su Ping was, she suddenly burst into a fit of rage and put on an angry yet adorable expression. Don't feel too good about yourself. Arrogance is always the cause of failure. I might surpass you and then marry you whether you want it or not. Her declaration was rather intimidating. It seemed to be half a joke and half real. Thinking that she was kidding, Su Ping shrugged and said, You don't stand a chance. Let's find out. All right, Su Ping wasn't the least bit afraid. It's a deal then. Lulen Lin gritted her teeth with light flashing in her eyes. Su Ping shook his head and smiled, seeing how competitive she was, but he still didn't think much of it. She was indeed a beloved genius of the Lulen family, but he had the system's help and a celestial state expert as his master. He had much more training resources than she did. It was hopeless for her to think she could surpass him. Okay. Lulen Lin stared at him, puffed cheeks gone once she saw that Su Ping had accepted the deal really quickly. He snorted and then said, "Is there anything else you want to say? If that's all, I'm leaving. My reputation might suffer a blow if we stay in the same room." "Well, that's all." Su Ping scratched his head, thinking that the mission was easier than he thought. She was quite reasonable, perhaps because she wasn't interested in him to begin with. He might have thought too highly of himself. With back against Su Ping, Lulen Lin tried to open the door and leave, but she was unable to do so. Su Ping then extended his hand while standing behind her to help her open the door. "Humph!" Lulen Lin snorted with her head lowered. Then she stormed out. Su Ping followed her out. They saw Tang Ruyan and Joanna standing right outside the test room. Su Ping asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Joanna glanced at Su Ping indifferently and then left. Tang Ruyan raised her head and looked at the dome. She said, "A pet just ran this way. Weird. Where is it now?" She then left as if searching for it. Su Ping was lost for words. Seeing that Lulen Lin was about to leave the store, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to go back? Why don't you wait until the ascendants of your family arrive?" "I've already informed them," said Lulen Lin with a snort, not looking back. Su Ping found it inappropriate to say anything else. After all, she was from the main branch of the Lulen family. Countless people were watching her. It would be bad for her reputation if he asked her to stay. He summoned Tang Ruyan and asked her to see Lulen Lin off. He had quietly made note of her favor, remembering she had accompanied him all the way to his store, and then got involved in the assassination attempt against him. Tang Ruyan was shocked after hearing she had been asked to see Lulen Lin off. Her eyes widened and she pointed at herself as if unable to believe her eyes. Once she saw that Su Ping wouldn't change his decision, she stomped and snorted in fury. "Fine, you're the boss here." After that, he glanced at Lulen Lin and said, "Let's go." The store's door was opened and sunlight came in, extending Lulen Lin's shadow. The shadow stretched forward, but finally stopped when it was about to reach Su Ping's feet. "I will surpass you." Lulen Lin turned around and looked back. Her eyes seemed to be crammed with feelings. He then wore a solemn expression. Su Ping was dazed. Lulen Lin laughed and then waved her hand after seeing Su Ping's frozen gesture. She flew away against the sunlight and disappeared from Su Ping's eyesight. Nobody saw how quickly her smile dimmed when she turned around. Since she had heard what Lulen Lin had said earlier, Tang Ruyan asked in surprise, "Did she make you commit to a battle deal?" "A battle deal?" After remembering what Lulen Lin had said, Su Ping mumbled, "Is it a battle deal? Maybe." However, he felt it was more like a marriage deal. Su Ping quickly shook his head. He was apparently becoming more narcissistic. It was clear that she was kidding. He shook his head and stopped considering the matter, leaving all irrelevant stuff behind. He then asked Joanna and Tang Ruyan to prepare and open the store. The daily business began. It had been a long time since Su Ping received customers with Joanna and Tang Ruyan to examine their pets. Some of the pets were wounded when they were brought over, and some had hidden injuries resulting from years of fighting. Joanna and Green Lady healed them on the spot. That way of working had improved the store's reputation even more. Seeing their behavior, Su Ping quietly gave them a higher rating as employees. "You stop running about and causing trouble." Inside the store, the recently transformed Chaos beast like a little king. He ran around joyfully with Greenie and the vast sky thunderous dragon. The dark dragon hound, on the other hand, combed his hair in front of the customers. It was more like him showing off than actually combing. He became increasingly confident as the customers looked at him. As for the little skeleton and the purple python, both preferred resting over moving. They were probably lying somewhere inside the store, and they never moved easily once they lay down. Even turning their bodies aside was an intense sport for them. The Chaos Beast had transformed into a 3-year-old kid with cute big eyes. He seemed to be innocent and harmless, but even Greenie and the vast sky thunderous dragon were hardly able to beat it when it got angry. However, the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound, who had been with Su Ping for a long time, didn't consider this a big deal at all. Su Ping saw the vast sky thunderous dragon, then remembered his promise and made a decision. Very soon, the half-day of business was over. The store was closed in the afternoon. All the people outside the store were already accustomed to it. No one complained. Little White. That was Su Ping's nickname for the vast sky thunderous dragon, who had transformed into a white-haired boy. His hair made him look somewhat weak and sickly. Little White approached him once he heard Su Ping's call. He seemed young, but he had determined eyes. He had always fought with a cold and relentless attitude. However, he put on a clean and curious smile when he was in front of Su Ping. Su Ping petted him and said softly, "As I said before, I'll send you to see your parents when you're capable of protecting yourself. You're already strong enough to meet them right now." Little White was dazed for a moment, and gradually his smile fell. A moment passed, then he nodded and said in an innocent voice, "Thank you." "No need to thank me," said Su Ping with a smile. "After you meet your parents, I'll free you if you wish to stay there." Little White was stunned. His eyes glittered for a moment, but he remained silent. "Go now, you know the way. Do you want me to go there with you?" Su Ping patted his shoulder. Little White shook his head. He was already invincible on that planet. Su Ping's help was unnecessary. That was his own business, and he wanted to do it on his own. Su Ping didn't say anything else. He simply allowed the pet to leave. All the others heard what Su Ping had said. The dark dragon hound moved closer and nudged Su Ping's arm to ask curiously, "Boss, are you really going to free Little White? If he doesn't return, then?" "As long as he's happy," said Su Ping with a smile. The door was closed. Su Ping went to different cultivation sites to complete the professional training orders. On the other side of Rhea, a boy with white hair was flying in the sky. He soon reached the primitive and desolate continent. That was the place where the vast sky, thunderous dragons lived. The Ryan family had set barriers around the continent to prevent the vast sky, thunderous dragons from escaping. Planes and airships took interstellar hunters to the continent. There were many men on the transit island. The white-haired boy flew by and watched the scene in silence. No one knew what was on his mind. He gazed at the continent from a place high in the sky. When he reached the continent, his eyes lingering for a moment. He then swooped and quietly passed through the barriers while shrouded in strange laws. He then landed on the continent. In front of him was a tall and majestic mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a vast forest that covered thousands of square kilometers. It could be seen that some human beings were hunting beasts in a place far from the mountain. He flew above the forest and remembered things that happened in the past. It was in that forest where he met Su Ping and was rescued. He remembered how his mother escaped with him from that magnificent mountain and then hid in that forest. The vast sky thunderous dragons didn't investigate them at first, and life was peaceful. That was the happiest part of his childhood. He would wait for his father to return from that mountain every day. Chapter 1046, The Silver King. The long wait for his father, however, was in the end followed by a heartless judgment. The white-haired boy evinced pain and brutality in his eyes as he recalled his departure. Right then, a furious roar burst out of the woods. The white-haired boy lowered his head and watched, only to see three human beings hunting a vast sky thunderous dragon. They were stabbing the dragon's wings, neck and chest with spears, which were attached to chains enhanced by electricity and flames. At the end of the chains was a piece of equipment that continuously pulled and twisted. The three human beings were causing constant damage to the dragon with secret techniques. A lot of blood was gushing out, and the dragon's struggle became increasingly desperate. When he saw that situation, coldness burst out of the white-haired boy's eyes. Boom! Almost instantly, the white-haired boy appeared next to the dragon. After a few explosions, the chains attached to the vast sky thunderous dragon crumbled one after the other. The unexpected accident shocked the three hunters. Then they saw that white-haired boy in the battlefield before they realized what was going on. The boy seemed weak and sickly, as if he might cough aloud at any moment. However, the boy's face was extremely cold at the moment. He was emitting a world-freezing killing aura. There was also a terrifying pressure on top of this. It was the power of dragons. The vast sky thunderous dragon narrowed its eyes and moaned in fear. It crouched and shivered, without even caring about its pain. It felt it was facing the Dragon King on the mountaintop. The three hunters swallowed in fear. They could see how weird and horrifying the boy was. That was a continent occupied by vast sky thunderous dragons and other beasts. How could a boy be in such a place? Brutality rose in the boy's eyes, but he eventually gnashed his teeth and freed them. Get lost. He promised someone that he wouldn't hurt human beings that readily. The hunting trio felt greatly relieved after hearing what the boy said. They realized that they were drenched in cold sweat. They were shocked. When did such a weird and terrifying monster emerge on this continent? Is this boy the legendary vast sky thunderous dragon? They all ran off in panic, not even having the time to collect their hunting equipment lying on the ground. Once they were gone, the white-haired boy turned around and looked at the shivering dragon. He somehow felt enraged. He opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. Roar! That was the language of the vast sky thunderous dragons. The crouching dragon was stunned by the roar. It raised its head abruptly and looked at the boy in shock, not expecting to be of the same species. The white-haired boy seemed infuriated and deeply disappointed upon seeing the dragon's reaction. He rose and continued flying towards the mountain. On the ground, the wounded vast sky thunderous dragon trembled with fear. However, it quickly flapped its wings and followed upon seeing that the boy was leaving. The boy ignored it, simply flying onward above the forest. His face was cold, and his eyes were glittering. He eventually arrived at the magnificent mountain and flew through the clouds. The clouds dispersed, and he was again able to see plenty of vast sky thunderous dragons hovering around the mountaintop as guards. The guarding dragons immediately flew over and roared once they sensed the boy approaching. Their roars and yells made the boy recall what had happened to him years back. He was too young and weak back then, and he could only watch the strong, vast sky thunderous dragons chase and hunt him along with his mother. They had yelled and roared in the same way at that time. Ugh roar! The boy let out a human roar, which turned into a deafening dragon roar at the end, which echoed throughout the mountain and even the rest of the forest. After a boom, dark clouds gathered at some point in the sky. Dazzling lightning bolts were flashing. The boy's body had significantly expanded. He turned into a gargantuan dragon. The creature unfolded its wings, as if about to swallow the entire planet. It had crystal white scales that covered the body like shells. They weren't any different from the purple scales of the normal vast sky thunderous dragons. The young dragon looked exactly like any other vast sky thunderous dragon, except for the two protruding horns on its head. The dragon roar echoed in a range of thousands of square kilometers. All the other dragons were astounded. They paused in the distance, as none dared to approach. They looked at the white-scaled dragon in fear. The same memory came to all the dragons' minds. That kid was back. It's the bastard dragon, the disgrace of all vast sky thunderous dragons. It had the same annoying white scales as it did when it was young. However, it was a source of shame for them in the past, and a shock at that moment. Unbelievable. The kid was the hybrid of a dragon and an inferior serpent. To think he would reach such a level. All the dragons felt a horrifying pressure emanating from the kid. Such pressure was even multiple times greater than that of the old Dragon King. The kid is back for revenge, cried a vast sky thunderous dragon in fear, shivering. The white-haired boy turned out to be even bigger than the strongest vast sky thunderous dragon present, once he released its true form. Like a king, it unfolded its wings which eclipsed the sky as he looked down at the dragons. There was nothing but fury and hate in its eyes. On the mountain, more and more vast sky thunderous dragons noticed the intruder's arrival and rose to the sky. but then they were stupefied by the sight of such a majestic white dragon. They could not believe that the disgrace of their species could grow up like that. Clouds were gathering, and thunder was rumbling above the dragons. Nothing else could be heard. No dragon dares to even breathe aloud. All of them were terrified. It was exactly at that moment that a roar burst out, and a shocking aura rose against the current. Soon after, a huge, vast, sky-thunderous dragon hundreds of meters long rose to the white dragon's height and stared at it with a pair of sophisticated eyes. The white dragon seemed to be stimulated by the newcomer and roared loudly. It emitted such a horrifying aura that space was trembling and falling apart. One tiny bit of its aura had filled the void with lightning and the aura of destruction. All the dragons were terrified by such an apocalyptic view. Even the huge dragon king seemed shocked and wary too. It no longer dared respond to the challenger's roar anymore. Dragons worship strength, and that stranger was obviously stronger. The leader would have to die or lower its head. Right when the white dragon was about to take action, a different dragon roar burst out. Another vast sky-thunderous dragon rose from below and stood between them. The white dragon stopped upon seeing that second dragon. All fury and brutality in its eyes were gone. Instead, they widened as he delved upon its memories. The being that brought it a sense of safety every day was right there. The white dragon's eyes were filled with hot tears when it sensed the blood relation between them. Hulu! That older dragon roared too, similarly tear-streaked. It almost couldn't believe that such a majestic dragon was its son. The two dragons roared and hugged each other. They continued hovering, with lightning surging out of them. The other dragons watched the father-son reunion with conflicting feelings. The white dragon quickly remembered its mother after celebrating for a moment, so it asked for how she fared. Its father replied that she was fine, currently resting down below. The white dragon lowered its head, then saw a white serpent near a lake on the mountain. The serpent was craning the upper half of its body, with tears flowing out of its gentle eyes. The white dragon trembled and swooped like a nuclear bomb, quickly stopping as it approached its mother, dispersing all the dust on the ground. It became excited to see its mother, which was much smaller than itself. Then, the young dragon quickly shrank to become a little white dragon to jump into the serpent's arms. The white serpent curled its body and hugged the young one tightly. There was nothing but silence on the mountain and in the sky. All the dragons watched the scene in silence, as no one dared to interfere. The white dragon was so strong that not even the old dragon king could beat it. The brawny, vast, sky-thunderous dragon, however, roared excitedly. It had waited for that scene for a long time, and it finally happened. The old dragon was near him, bearing troubling feelings. They had seen the battles the bastard dragon's rescuer had fought on the other planet, while their own planet was being pushed away. Its grandson had already revealed an extraordinary combat ability in those fights. It knew that its past actions might have been wrong. Its grandson's aura was even more horrifying once they finally saw each other again. The old king was deeply scared, not at all confident of beating the other. A long time passed, then the white dragon's reunion with its mother was finally over. They had whispered a lot of things amongst themselves. Once the young one rose again, it quickly expanded and resumed its original appearance. An invisible, daunting pressure enveloped the mountain. All the dragons moaned in pain at that moment. They could not help but lower their heads. Once it watched the dragons bend, the old dragon king gradually lowered its head with conflicting emotions. Although reluctant, it knew it was too old to fight its grandson. An aggressive dragon roar burst out once the old king lowered its head. The white dragon rapidly flew over, suddenly grabbing the latter's wing like an eagle, piercing them through like hooks. The old dragon king roared in pain and wanted to fight back, but it was completely suppressed by the white dragon. A lightning bolt flashed underneath the clouds and illuminated the world, showing the terrifying scene to all those present. The old dragon king's wings were torn apart, and its screams echoed along with the thunder. The white dragon stopped after tearing off the dragon king's wings. It simply gazed at the old leader whose back was covered in blood. Then it turned around, giving its back to the old Dragon King, as if unafraid of being attacked. It attracted the white serpent on the mountain, making her fly to the sky to later leave her with its father. Then it stared at the magnificent mountain underneath, where the vast sky thunderous dragons had lived for thousands of years. It roared loudly and waved its claws. The void was torn apart. Destructive tornadoes swept out and struck the mountain. After a boom, the mountain trembled along with the other mountains and forests nearby. The noises shocked the hunters on the continent. All of them wondered what had happened. Once the dust settled, a deep claw mark appeared on the mountain. The previous strike had almost destroyed it completely. All the vast sky thunderous dragons were astounded, unable to believe what they had seen. They were also in awe of the horrifying strength released by the white dragon. The old Dragon King, wailing in pain moments before, instantly quieted down due to fear, too. Wings wouldn't have been the only things lost if the white dragon would have wanted to kill it. Chapter 1047, Return of the Dragon King. There was an earthquake in the continent where the vast sky thunderous dragons lived. The adventurers who were near their habitat retreated in panic. They sensed that something shocking seemed to have happened to that mountainous forest region. All the people traversing the continent heard a dragon roar at a certain moment. It was the unified roar of thousands, possibly more vast sky thunderous dragons who bellowed at the same time. The sound seemed to convey their respects. At the Pixie Pet store in Wafat City, Su Ping was still training pets inside the store. He received a lot of customers who had asked for professional training. He was currently the only person able to do such training. He received a message from Green Lady when he returned from the cultivation sites in the evening. She told him that someone from the Ryan family had wanted to see him. That came as a slight surprise for Su Ping. The Ryans were the rulers in all of Rhea. However, his identity was already well known. No one dared to disturb him unless it was really necessary. Where are they? Outside the store. Su Ping opened the store, then saw many customers forming a queue beyond the stairs. Two old men from the Ryan family were standing on the stairs. They seemed friendly and respectful. "What can I do for you?" asked Su Ping straight away. "Master Su, we're here to ask if the riot caused by the vast sky thunderous dragons was something intended by you. Do you want us to deactivate the barriers?" They were the current leaders of the Ryan family. Still, they were excited and in awe, not expecting they would have a chance to see him. They knew something about Su Ping, but not all of it. After all, the young man's identity was graded Tier 7, which was usually for those in the ascendant state. Not even lords of normal planetary systems would be qualified to investigate him. They had investigated the riot through satellite observation and security cameras. They found that the white dragon which started the riot came from Su Ping's store. That was why they respectfully went to Su Ping's store and asked for his guidance. They would have to abandon the dragons if Su Ping had intended for that to happen, even though dragons were highly profitable for their planet. After all, even that planet had been pushed by Su Ping. Wasn't it obvious who the master of the planet was? Dragons rioting. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. It was clear that it was Little White's work. He didn't know what it was up to. Energy waves surged in a void section ahead of him. Then, a sickly white-haired boy, who seemed rather unhealthy, slowly walked out. However, if anyone looked him in the eye, they would find he was exceptionally calm and determined. "You're back," Su Ping put on a smile and waved at him. The leaders of the Ryan family narrowed their eyes in fear. Once they saw Su Ping wave his hand, they immediately realized there was some sort of relationship between them, and their shock grew. The white dragon that caused a riot and suppressed all the vast sky thunderous dragons turned out to be Su Ping's pet. So was the white dragon simply carrying out Su Ping's orders. Both of them sweated hard. Was the trip over completely unnecessary? "Have you taken care of things?" Su Ping looked at Little White and asked solemnly, "Have you made your decision?" Little White gazed at Su Ping for a long time before he finally said, "Master, I don't want to leave you." Su Ping felt warm. He then patted the other fella's head. "What about your parents?" Little White lowered its head and said, "I've already told them my decision. There's also something else I want to ask of you, Master."
Huh?
"I want to lead my people and search for an independent planet that we can claim as our own." Little White raised its head and looked Su Ping in the eye. The youngling's eyes were clean, filled with tenacity. It was hard to see such determination in a human kid, mostly because Little White had cultivated his personality during the life-and-death battles, back in the cultivation sites. Su Ping felt slightly dazed. He looked at the boy's unwavering eyes, vaguely realizing why he was doing that. Anyone who saw their compatriots hunted by other races would find it unacceptable. Humans had conquered beasts in the past, turning them into pets that would fight alongside them as partners. However, some humans used to regard pets as battle tools that would act as scouts in dangerous places, then die for their masters. That was the reason why Su Ping didn't slay the tiger grief back in the Archean divinity. Every problem had a root. Su Ping preferred to address the roots of problems. So to speak, you consider them as your compatriots. Have you accepted them, and have you also been accepted by them? Su Ping didn't reply. Instead, he petted his contracted beast with a smile. Little White was slightly dazed. Then he lowered his head as if feeling awkward. Su Ping saw through what was on his mind and chuckled. "Don't feel embarrassed. JSD let the bygones be bygones since the situation didn't escalate. A strong man should always keep an open mind." The boy nodded heavily. "You're more than qualified to rule over a planet. I'll find a planet suitable for you later," said Su Ping. It was really easy for him to purchase a planet at that moment. Furthermore, as long as he expressed his intentions, countless people could offer planets to him. Little White felt excited. He quickly thanked Su Ping. "Thank you, Master." "There's no need to thank me." Su Ping squeezed his cheeks with a smile. Little White was finally relieved, and he flashed a silly smile. He knew that the universe was dominated by human beings, even though billions of other species also lived in it. Without Su Ping's protection, no matter how strong he would be found by other experts if he led the vast sky thunderous dragons out of Rhea. All of them would be caught and domesticated. Finding a place that belonged to them was his goal, so that his people could live in peace. That seemed to be a simple matter, but Su Ping was the only one who could do that for him. Very few masters would purchase a planet for their pets. Even if they did, their pets had to show enough value first. That young man before them, however, he didn't care about returns. He put on a brilliant smile, with his face shrouded by sunlight. The boy couldn't help but wear a silly smile too. Even though he had a terrible childhood and nearly died, all his misfortunes seemed to be leading him to a fortunate man and partner.
What?
The two leaders of the Ryan family were dumbfounded by the conversation they overheard between Su Ping and Little White. They were even in greater awe of Su Ping, who was going to buy a planet for his pet. They couldn't even compare to his pet. All of them wanted to ask if he was still short of pets. They could work as pets too. They could play cute or serve tea. Unfortunately, Su Ping was clearly uninterested in them. They could only smile apologetically and prepare to leave. Su Ping asked them to forbid anyone from hunting the vast sky thunderous dragons until he purchased a planet and had them relocated. The two of them quickly accepted the request and said goodbye in an awkward manner. The customers waiting in line were similarly dumbfounded. Could he be more extravagant? The man is buying a planet for his pet. Normal people often hesitated for a long time when they bought precious food for their pets and had to ask their creatures to fight so that they could earn the money back. And yet, Su Ping was giving a planet to his pet. That kind of love was truly eye-opening. Everybody looked at Little White with jealousy. By then, all the people present understood that Su Ping was only running the store for fun, because his training expertise was disproportionate to the prices he charged. Does he want to make money? No, he only wants to have fun. His store is only open for half a day. What does he do in the second half of the day? Fun. As expected of Boss Sue, I'm truly impressed. If anyone complains about how lazy Boss Sue is because he closes his store early, I know what to say back to them. Boss Sue's pet is rather unbelievable. It caused a riot and even transformed into a human being. What level is that pet right now? Everybody made excited remarks, mixed with other feelings. They knew that Su Ping was powerful and rich. However, his casual decision of buying a planet was a direct demonstration of his wealth. It was so straightforward they were greatly shocked. Some women in the crowd winked at Su Ping too. Once he heard their discussions, Su Ping knew he had talked too much, having forgotten to mute his voice with a barrier. He hurriedly slipped into his store with Little White. It's true that nobody can refuse a man who's rich, powerful, and handsome. Su Ping closed the door with mixed feelings. Next, Su Ping simply reached out to Lulan Feng. He would rather not ask his master to help him, as the matter was too trivial. He already had too many connections with the Lulan family for him to keep a distance from them. Compared to the gifts the Lulan family master had offered, a mere planet was nothing. Soon after, Lulan Feng replied to his message. Su Ping told him about the vast sky thunderous dragons and asked him to find a planet suitable for them. Lulan Feng felt dazed. He didn't expect Su Ping to ask him to buy a planet for a pet. However, he had seen a lot of things, and such a request wasn't as surprising. That thing had happened to some members of the Lulan Feng family before. Some of his family members loved their pets so much they would buy planets and turn them into playgrounds. The members of a big, universe-level family were that rich. Lulan Feng quickly took care of that matter. The planet was being registered. The paperwork would be completed in 8 hours. Then, the process would be complete. The planet would be registered under Su Ping's name, which was fine by him. He continued training pets after the purchase of the planet was completed. Little White was caught by the Chaos Beast and became his playmate. The new Dragon King appeared like a happy and carefree kid, playing and having fun in Su Ping's store at the moment. Su Ping gradually understood something through Little White's incident. He realized the significance of his store and what the system was trying to teach him. And that was partnership. There were countless hostile species in the universe. It wasn't wrong for anyone to believe in their own species. On the contrary, those who sympathized with other species and loathed their own were seen as stupid and cowardly. Real sympathy required courage. It wasn't about betraying one's own species and presenting oneself on the moral high ground, but about trying hard to change things one hated and complained about. Human beings suffer injustices in many worlds and are treated like ants, beasts, or pets. Humans are the dominators of this universe and regard every other species as a pet. However, pets aren't just battle tools. Only if we regard them as partners can humankind coexist with all the other species. Only such humans deserve the respect of other species. If we are evil too, are we even qualified to have other species respect us? If we rely on our fists and strength all the time, our screams will be worthless if we're eventually butchered by other species. Although the strong preying on the weak is a universal law, if the strong can show mercy, being considerate to the weak unlike the condescending gods, then why not? Su Ping knew he was only capable of changing the vast sky thunderous dragon's fate by giving them a peaceful land. However, that couldn't address the source of the problem. If all humans regarded pets as partners, then one day the vast sky thunderous dragons could eventually be willing to step out of the planet they were offered and voluntarily fight alongside humanity. Once I reach the celestial state, my words will be more powerful. The things I want to express will be more persuasive. Su Ping understood the fact and craved strength even more. A few days later passed. Then a letter addressed to Su Ping arrived from the celestial court.
What?
Chapter 1048, The Celestial State Trial. My master sent a message. Su Ping received an email notification. He was slightly surprised, but not too much at that. His master must have learned of the assault against him. Although he didn't report the matter, it was impossible for his master to remain unaware of the incident that happened in the Golden Star Zone. However, after reading the message, Su Ping realized that his master was informing him of something else, not asking about the assault. I must go to the Celestial Court in half a month because there's an important trial. Su Ping was rather surprised. The email only mentioned a trial, but it didn't include the details. Hadn't his master already arranged trials from the Star State to the Star Lord State for him? He had already accomplished the Star State trials. Still, he had yet to become a Star Lord yet, had the trials been pushed forward. Su Ping was slightly puzzled. However, he had to follow his master's wishes and go there as soon as possible. I can ask my master about the Dark Tower's assassination when I see him, Su Ping thought. Although the assassination attempt was already behind him, he couldn't forget it just yet. Furthermore, it remained unknown if the Dark Tower would take further actions after the botched assassination. Lulan Feng mentioned that the 6 Star Lord assassins were among the top 10 assassins underneath the Ascendant State in the Dark Tower's roster. Since all of them had died, the hitman to be sent next time would definitely be Ascendants. Unfortunately, Green Lady can't leave the store. She could protect me all the time if it were possible. Su Ping felt slightly regretful. Although she could follow him by pushing the planet, someone would notice that something was wrong if she kept doing that. Fortunately, his master said he would be under protection during the trip to the Celestial Court, and also recommended for him to act normal. Su Ping had the feeling that his master was using him as bait. Let's see if the Dark Tower will take the bait. Su Ping didn't ponder any further about the matter and focused on his business. From this place to the Celestial Court, if he were to jump across the Tier 1 galaxies, the trip would only take 3 days, but it would be expensive. His Tier 7 identity granted him the privilege of using special channels without the need to wait in line. There wouldn't be any delay unless the space stations in one of the galaxies were to be destroyed by space beasts. Su Ping received customers in the morning and trained pets in the afternoon for the following days, business as usual. What baffled Su Ping was that, every time he returned from the cultivation sites, he would always receive power of faith from the void, due to some uncanny conditions. He had absorbed a lot of power of faith after the trip to the Archean Divinity too. Didn't they say, I can only receive power of faith from those who trust me deeply? Su Ping was confused by such development. He was sure that the power of faith wasn't from his master. For example, when he was visiting the Lulens, he didn't get any faith power. A lot of faith power would surge from the void and enter his small world every time he came out of cultivation sites. I don't think I have any believers. Su Ping asked the system, but didn't receive any reply or explanation. He could understand when faith power was acquired after the trip to the Archean Divinity. It might have been because he had killed the Rain clan's prince and many people admired him. However, he received a lot of faith power too after he returned from the mid and low-level cultivation sites that had only a few living creatures. It's definitely related to the cultivation sites, but the power of faith is truly strange. Su Ping made a few experiments, but he didn't figure out the reason. The power of faith was a very special type of energy. Su Ping reached a complete understanding of faith power through the information given by his master, but the situation he was experiencing was still unusual. Such power could only be granted if a living creature was willing to worship someone unconditionally. Su Ping had sometimes entered desolate places in cultivation sites and fought beasts without ever encountering any human being. However, he received power of faith after he returned. Although he didn't find the reason, it was still a very good thing. Happily puzzled, Su Ping traveled the cultivation sites and harvested enough power of faith that filled up both of his small worlds. Su Ping had been absorbing faith power until they were completely filled up. His 2 small worlds became even more solid as abundant power of faith surged in. That power acted as their foundation. The laws were pillars, but his small worlds were slightly empty with just the pillars. They became concrete after being filled up. Su Ping felt that he could kill the Rain clan's prince again if they were to meet again, simply by attacking with his small worlds. Unfortunately, I'm still unable to fight Ascendants. They can easily suppress me if they use the power of their divine mark. Su Ping had tried fighting Ascendant beasts in cultivation sites. Even though he had tried his best and even risked blowing up his small worlds and body, it was impossible for him to hurt them. He could beat any Star Lord with double small worlds, but he was still vulnerable when fighting Ascendants. No wonder Ascendants are the real big shots in the universe. Although Star Lords are strong, many of them are willing to be other people's slaves, since they're lords of planetary systems. Few Ascendants are willing to concede, unless they are imprisoned or suppressed by heavenly lords or celestials, Su Ping thought. Even the weakest Ascendant expert could easily kill the strongest Star Lord. It was extremely difficult for someone in the Star State to challenge a Star Lord, and absolutely impossible for a Star Lord to fight an Ascendant. There was a small chance that the Star Lord Challenger could win, but no chance for the Star State Challenger to win. I wonder if I can fight Ascendants when I condense 7 small worlds, Su Ping pondered. However, if the moment ever came to pass, he might not even care whether or not he could challenge an Ascendant State expert anymore, because condensing 7 small worlds was 100 times more difficult than reaching the Ascendant State. There had been a lot of Ascendant State experts in history, but very few had cultivated 7 small worlds, even in the Archean divinity. Boss Su, playing with your pet again. An old customer came in and saw Su Ping. He smiled at him awkwardly. Su Ping smiled. He remembered that person. Did you feed the red fire lotus to your pet regularly after you went home? I did. I remember everything you said, Boss Su. I set up alarms to feed my pet. Thanks to your advice, my pet and I have become much closer. If you treat it as a partner, it'll naturally warm up to you, said Su Ping with a smile. While training the pets, he also taught the customers to treat their pets nicely. What delighted him was that most customers were very intimate with their animals. Very few of them regarded pets as tools for battle. There were hidden injuries all over their pets. They never took care of them well. Su Ping lashed out when he met such customers. He simply told them the consequences of their doings, making sure they knew that when a dangerous moment arrived, their pets might attack instead of help them. All the customers took his advice, perhaps because Su Ping was famous or maybe because he was strong. Su Ping knew he couldn't be hasty. His influence was still insignificant at that moment. He would be able to make his voice echo in the universe if he reached the celestial state like Mu Shen. By then, his every word would be worshipped as the ultimate truth. The truth in the mouth of the weak was just like humble begging. Time flew. Just like the blink of an eye, Su Ping had stayed for another 10 days in the store. Su Ping didn't stay any longer, fearing that the trip would take longer than usual. He said goodbye to Joanna, Tang Ruyan, and Green Lady. Then he left for the Celestial Court with his. Rhea has already lost the dragons, but its global economy is still thriving. Is it because of my store? Su Ping had already learned of Rhea's condition. The real estate prices in Wafat City where he lived had soared. It turned from a mediocre city to a global economy center. As for the street where his store was located, every inch of land was 100 times more expensive than diamonds or gold. On the spaceship, Su Ping summoned Little White. How was it? Do your compatriots like the new place? Little White was apparently happier in recent days. It nodded with a smile. They like the place very much. Good. Su Ping smiled. The planet Lulan Feng had purchased for him was registered. He went there with Little White. Then, he made use of his small worlds and those of his own pets to relocate all the vast sky thunderous dragons on the new planet. It was a primitive planet with exuberant lightning energy that had just been annexed to the Federation. A few locals could be found. The local environment was harsh and barely suitable for human beings. The locals had just recently immigrated to better suited planets with the Lulan family's help. I can try and make some time to get some treasures for you so that you can modify the place. Then, you and your family may be able to evolve and become even stronger, said Su Ping with a smile. The plan was barely affordable for ordinary people. However, his power and influence would make the task easier. Little White was delighted. He said awkwardly, "Master, I can make money after I grow up and help them on my own. There's no need to act courteous with me." Su Ping rubbed the young one's head as he recalled the blue planet. There were a lot of favors he wanted to ask of his master during that visit. Little White immediately fell silent. Su Ping wasn't completely relaxed as the spaceship jumped across the space stations. After all, he was the bait. However, 3 days later, when Su Ping arrived at the Celestial Court, he didn't encounter any attacks. Considering an Ascendant's capabilities, they could have intercepted him even when he was in the middle of a space jump. It was just like what they did in the last assassination. Did they detect something, or has the Dark Tower already given up? Su Ping raised his eyebrows in discomfort. The Dark Tower was like a sting in his heart. I must advance into the Ascendant state as soon as possible. I can't count on other people's protection forever. However, I haven't figured out the way to condense a third small world yet. What should I use to cultivate a third world? Su Ping was caught wallowing in misery again. Once he got off the spaceship, Su Ping didn't hide the little skeleton or any of his other pets, except for the Chaos Beast. It wasn't because he didn't trust his master, but because the Chaos Beast was simply too tempting. It would grow and reach a realm beyond the celestial state when it reaches adulthood. What a horrifying bloodline it carried. If any celestial acquired a young Chaos Beast, they would be invincible in the entire universe after they raised the celestial state beast into adulthood. Very few people could resist such temptation. Chapter 1049, The Divine Dome Academy. Once he arrived at the Celestial Court, Su Ping was shocked at the splendors he saw again. The court shined as brilliantly as the sun in the middle of space, driving all cold and darkness away. Many planets and celestial bodies surrounded the Celestial Court, yet they were much smaller in comparison. That was the place where the celestial experts lived, the strongest beings in the entire universe. Su Ping saw that the dark dragon hound and his other pets were curiously sniffing out everything they saw on the street, so he quickly called out to them. "Stop running about. Dark dragon hound, I'm speaking to you." The two sides of the streets were filled with stores and supermarkets that were famous across the universe. Their owners were at least lords of planetary systems. The stores located in prosperous regions were even related to ascendants one way or another. "Humph, where is this bumpkin from?" A noise whooshed above Su Ping's head. He then saw a young man driving a magnetic levitation car with two beautiful girls on the backseat. The man laughed in disdain when he flew past Su Ping. The latter raised his eyebrows and said, "Kid, who are you talking about?"
You.
The young driver didn't expect that Su Ping would dare argue with him. However, he didn't have the time to make a case out of it. He replied with a cold smile, and then drove his car to enter the magnetic levitation channel up above. However, an energy wave rushed over exactly at that moment. The young man was greatly surprised, and so were the two girls on the backseat. They looked back, only to see a scorching cannonball darting towards the car. The young man changed his expression and hurriedly punched to defend. His attack contained the power of strange laws that would melt the fiery cannonball. However, there was a sharp law of ripping imbued in the cannonball, which allowed it to penetrate his fist aura and hit the car. Boom, the car was hit and blown up on the spot. The car remains had been attracted to Su Ping before they hit the ground. Then, they were obliterated into ashes without making a sound.
You.
The three people in the car flew out and stood in midair. The young man was deeply infuriated after seeing his car destroyed. He glared at Su Ping, who was at ground level. Is the man out of his mind? He dared to blow my car up just because I called him Bumpkin. Does he not know where he is? This isn't the barbaric planet he grew up on, it's the Celestial Court. You should have known better than being mean. Su Ping snorted. He certainly wouldn't let anyone yell at him, at least not in his master's territory. "Kid, do you know who I am?" The young man sullenly stared at Su Ping, who was a complete idiot in his eyes. "I don't care who you are. Do you know who I am?" Su Ping asked back in disdain. "What a bumpkin star lord. I don't know which planetary system you lord over, but I'll have you know, we're from the Divine Dome Academy. Have you heard of it?" asked the young man, holding back his fury. The Divine Dome Academy. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He felt he had heard about it somewhere before, but it didn't leave a deep impression on him. That's right, the Divine Dome Academy, only the greatest cultivation land in the entire universe. The young man coldly looked down at Su Ping as if he were already a dead man. "Our principal has a celestial state cultivation. All our teachers are ascendants. Now, do you realize the stupid thing you've done?" Su Ping was enlightened. So, the Divine Dome Academy was the school that his master asked him to go to when he became a Star Lord. He remembered that one of the rewards after he won the Universe Geniuses contest was the admission to the academy as a special student. For the admittance to be treated as a reward suggested that the place was truly extraordinary. Su Ping's surprise grew. Their principal was in the celestial state and their teachers were in the ascendant state. Such a faculty was truly terrifying. No wonder it was called the best school in the universe. "However, I was only admitted as a special student because I won the championship. Those guys seemed downright useless. How did they get admitted?" Su Ping was puzzled. "Kneel before me and say 100 times that you're a bumpkin. If you do that, I may consider saying something nice on your behalf when the inspectors come. Or just prepare to die if you don't." The young man was intending to insult Su Ping brutally. Even if the latter truly fell on his knees and did as told, he would still have the guy executed later. After a momentary lapse, Su Ping smiled and said, "I suggest you get down here right now. I don't like talking to others while keeping my head raised. It'll give me a sore neck." "You're asking to be killed." The young man was furious. The impudent fellow still acted arrogantly, even after learning the name of their academy. Are all the bumpkins who have cultivated in far-flung areas really this ignorant? The two girls who traveled with him also frowned. The Divine Dome Academy was a holy land to them. In fact, not just them, the students in the entire academy had been cultivating there as if in pilgrimage. They were in awe whenever the name of their academy was mentioned. Whoosh! 5 men quickly rushed over at that time. They turned out to be 5 Star Lords. They all wore golden armor like the guards next to a god, holding golden spears. They looked rather intimidating. Waves of laws have been detected. A middle-aged man among the golden-armored guards looked at the place where the aura of laws lingered. He glanced over, immediately noticing Su Ping and the young man currently fighting. "Retrieve the footage." A video clip was instantly displayed in front of the middle-aged man. It was exactly the scene that happened a minute earlier, when Su Ping raised his hand and blew up the young man's vehicle. Once he had a grasp on the situation, the senior looked at Su Ping and was about to scold him, but then found that Su Ping was somehow familiar. He narrowed his eyes and observed him more carefully. His pupils contracted in an instant. Whoosh! He shivered and quickly moved to Su Ping's front. Such action made the young man sneer. "Humph, kid, you're screwed now." He didn't expect the patrolman of the Celestial Court to be that efficient and decisive, truly deserving of a place where Lord Supreme lived. However, the next moment, his eyes almost popped out. He saw the armored senior press his hand against his chest and bow, then respectfully say, "Young master, you're back." "Young master." Su Ping was also surprised by the way the middle-aged man addressed him. Lord Supreme was his master, but the man was calling him as if the Celestial were his father. "Did they disturb you?" The middle-aged man raised his head, still as respectful as before. Once it was clear that he had been recognized, Su Ping nodded and said, "Exactly. That guy called me bumpkin. What do you think we should do about it?" "Anyone who dares insult Lord Supreme's disciple shall be executed without mercy." The middle-aged man immediately stood straight. Eyes cold, he emitted a strong, killing aura. His golden armor also glowed brilliantly. His 4 teammates' armor was also glimmering. It seemed that they were interconnected as an array. Su Ping clapped his hands and said, "Well said. He thinks he can do anything since he's a student of the Divine Dome Academy. He should be executed." "Exactly, wait, what?" The middle-aged man was about to echo what Su Ping said, but then caught that detail and stiffened, dazed for a moment. He looked at the 3 people who were already astounded in the sky. He felt that his own expression couldn't have been much different from theirs. That youngster is a student of the Divine Dome. Since he had been working in the veritable power center of the Golden Star Zone, he naturally knew of the best academy in the universe. The students in that academy were either top geniuses or people with powerful backgrounds. Who would dare to mess with them? Seeing that the man was stiff as a block, Su Ping nudged him with his elbow. "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man snapped out of his stupor and changed his expression. Although Su Ping also had a respectful identity, the senior would not dare kill that young man just because of an oral argument. It would have been fine to take action to kill that young man if he were some Mr. Nobody. "Well, young master, since he's from the Divine Dome Academy, why not be the bigger man here? We can have him apologize or compensate in other ways. If we kill him, then I'm afraid." The middle-aged man hesitated. He would have no choice but to carry out the order if Su Ping insisted. After all, it was Lord Supreme's territory, and his disciple couldn't be insulted by an outsider. Lord Supreme's reputation would be tarnished if the news were to spread. Out of the senior's expectation, Su Ping readily agreed with his proposal. "That works too. Just have him say aloud that he's a bumpkin for 1,000 times. Then I'll forgive him," said Su Ping straight off. "That's acceptable." The golden-armored senior immediately nodded and agreed. The young man snapped out his shock after hearing that. He almost vomited blood due to anger. This bumpkin is Lord Supreme's disciple. He had indeed heard that. While most of Lord Supreme's disciples were in the ascendant state, some of the recently recruited disciples from the last 1,000 years were still Star Lords. No wonder the guy was bold enough to blow up his beloved car and remained unfazed by the patrolman. The young man felt utterly frustrated since he had pissed off a local boss. He wondered why this particular disciple of Lord Supreme didn't look the part. In fact, the man looked like a bumpkin who had never been to a city. Is he okay in the head? "There's no way that I, Bu Wanli, will ever apologize." The young man gnashed his teeth. "I admit I insulted you first. However, you destroyed my car, almost hurt me and my junior sisters. We're even." "See, he refuses to apologize," Su Ping complained to the senior patrolman. The latter was lost for words. He gritted his teeth and stepped up before he roared. "This is the Celestial Court, not the Divine Dome Academy. You insulted our young master and refused to apologize. I have the right to arrest you." "Don't you dare." The young man glared at him but didn't try to vent his fury on a mere guard. He then said to Su Ping, "Let's just take one step back, the both of us. I won't ask you to compensate for my car and you shouldn't make me apologize. See you later." Seeing that it was impossible to count on the middle-aged man, Su Ping stopped wasting his time. He immediately ordered, "Little skeleton, Inferno Dragon, take him down." The black-haired boy who stood next to Su Ping instantly stepped up. The innocent-looking young man dropped his innocent smile. His aura seemed to have changed completely. He turned from childish and naive to cold and intimidating. There was no one who would even dare look him in the eye. Chapter 1050, Beaten Up. "Do you really want to do this?" Bu Wanli was rather shocked, not expecting Su Ping to be so bad-tempered. He had revealed his Divine Dome Academy's disciple identity, yet Su Ping was still unwilling to let him go. The sole response to Bu Wanli's question was the little skeleton's instant slash. A black saber aura was launched, cutting through space and time as it reached Bu Wanli in the blink of an eye. The 2 girls next to the young man changed their expressions and quickly dodged. Bu Wanli narrowed his eyes in shock too. He had realized that the boy was Su Ping's pet. While pets able to transform into humans were rare, it wasn't too surprising that one of Lord Supreme's disciples would have one. However, it was beyond his expectation that the boy was that strong. The law of time. What kind of terrifying pet is this? The law of time and space had spread over in the blink of an eye, freezing and petrifying him. Bang! A silver shield suddenly flew out of Bu Wanli's pocket and shattered the paused time and space. Once unrestricted, it rolled and turned into an energy cover that shrouded Bu Wanli. Bu Wanli finally woke up from that pause thanks to the special protection. Shocked and infuriated, he quickly threw a punch with blue flames popping up from his body. Unusual patterns surfaced on his skin, indicating that he had a notable constitution. Although it wasn't as good to be listed as one of the 10 best constitutions, it wasn't any less powerful. It was then that a saber aura containing all sorts of laws cut down, causing ripples on the energy shield, which nearly crumbled. Before Bu Wanli could react, the little skeleton approached him again and cut for a second time. The pet actually launched a third attack right when the second one was making contact. On the other side, a dragon breath that contained destructive energy fell down like a comet. Bu Wanli roared and an ancient saber appeared in his hand. It was black-colored, which carried an amazing power. He used it to cut furiously, making the world echo with him. The projection of his small world was manifested in front of the saber's edge. That was an ancient saber technique that harnessed a powerful annihilation aura, equal to a weakened version of the law of destruction. Boom! The little skeleton saber auras broke the energy shield and collided with Bu Wanli's saber. At the same time, containing 4 supreme laws, the Inferno Dragon's breath smashed down. The void was trembling violently, and space began to collapse. Chaos, brutality emanated from Bu Wanli's eyes. That was his ultimate trick, the law of chaos, which was one of the 4 supreme laws. His law of chaos had already been perfected. It had the power to change the universe and reverse everything. However, an opposing power moved toward him and crushed him like a scorching sun. The young man also detected a familiar vibe from the saber aura and the dragon breath. It was precisely the law of chaos, and it had also been perfected. What the heck? Bu Wanli was instantly bewildered. His eyes widened with disbelief. What kind of pet is that? Bu Wanli's skin was withering due to the corrosion of the law of vitality. The energy inside his body was also quickly dying out, all due to the law of destruction. His life source was soon affected by the laws, and his life was at risk. Everything happened too fast. All of a sudden, a shadow flew out from Bu Wanli's back and punched. Dazzling brilliance akin to that of an exploding star burst out in an instant, neutralizing all laws and energy. However, the shadow became even vaguer after the attack, as if about to disperse at any time. Who are you? The shadow was an old man who stood in front of Bu Wanli with an awful-looking expression. He was slightly relieved after seeing the environment clearly. Good thing they're not in the middle of nowhere. The celestial court is still a lawful place. We won't really be in danger as long as I stall the man. Who are you? Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He realized that the old man seemed to be the clone of an ascendant. This is the celestial court. You dare to fight here. Are you not afraid of getting killed? Demanded the old man. So you know where this is, and yet you dared to insult Lord Supreme's disciple in his territory. Are you not afraid of getting killed? Su Ping flung the same words back. Lord Supreme's disciple. The old man changed his expression and looked at Su Ping up and down. Soon after, he recognized Su Ping and exclaimed, "You were the champion of the last Universe Geniuses contest, who then became Lord Supreme's newest disciple." Su Ping didn't reply, but his expression implied a positive answer. He was waiting for their apology. The old man turned around and looked at Bu Wanli, who was pale-faced at the moment. Bu Wanli had cultivated in the Divine Dome Academy for thousands of years, and had already become a Star Lord. Still, A boy who had just reached the star state had beaten him, and even activated the divine mark clone he had left embedded in Bu Wanli's body. Wanli was ignorant and offended you. It is indeed a mistake. I will punish him and ground him soon, said the old man to Su Ping in a friendly manner. Why are you assuming that he offended me and not that I offended him? Aren't you being unreasonable? Asked Su Ping curiously. The old man stiffened, then gritted his teeth in fury. If you weren't Lord Supreme's disciple, you would have surely been the culprit here. However, they had pissed off one of Lord Supreme's disciples on the Celestials' territory. No matter whose fault it was, they had to take the blame for the moment. Holding back his fury, the old man struggled to continue. I know Wanli very well. He's always reckless. Just consider it as a favor for you. Just let it go, all right. I'll ask Wanli to apologize to you later. I don't like later. He can apologize right now. Su Ping waved his hand generously and said, he asked me to say that I'm a bumpkin 100 times, so I asked him to say it 1,000 times. What do you think? The old man was dazed. He then glared at Bu Wanli. Of all people, he had to piss off Lord Supreme's disciple on his territory. Are you downright stupid? But even though he was infuriated, his family would be fully humiliated if Bu Wanli were to say that 1,000 times in public. You're both geniuses. That was just an oral argument. Is it really necessary? Said the old man. I'll ask Wanli to personally visit you and apologize. Hold on, said Su Ping coldly. Do you think he and I are the same?
Yes.
The old man was dazed. He nearly choked with fury upon seeing Su Ping's cold expression. Bu Wanli was the top genius in his family, and the future prosperity the whole family looked forward to. And yet, Su Ping didn't even think he could compare to him. Even though he's Lord Supreme's disciple, he's still too arrogant. I want neither compensation nor visits. You'd only make my house dirty, 1,000 times. No discount. Just tell me whether or not you agree. If you don't, I'll beat him up. Su Ping appeared barbaric and unreasonable. The old man's face was blue and pale. He was an ascendant state expert anyway, and yet Su Ping didn't show him any face. However, that was the celestial court, and the elder wouldn't really dare to do anything. If he really attacked Su Ping, he would probably be ripped apart by Lord Supreme the next second.
You.
Bu Wanli trembled with fury due to Su Ping's arrogant declaration. However, remembering the horror felt in the recent life-and-death moment, he ultimately chose to not say anything. Without further ado, Su Ping simply gave the order, "Humph, do it." The little skeleton and the inferno dragon were going to step forward when the old man changed his expression and quickly said, "Do you really want this? We're willing to apologize, but—" The inferno dragon and the little skeleton simply ignored him and attacked Bu Wanli. The old man was going to help, but he heard a snort. His expression changed and his body became a lot vaguer, nearly falling apart. He looked pale and scared, no longer willing to move. Bu Wanli hurriedly cried for help once he saw that the two horrifying pets approached him again, but the old man remained absolutely still. Bu Wanli was soon covered in blood under the little skeleton and the inferno dragon's beating. Despite his resistance, even his limbs had been broken. Although he could heal himself with medicines, he looked quite miserable at the moment. He moaned on the ground, overwhelmed by pain.
Humph.
Su Ping clapped his hands and summoned his two pets. He then said to the golden-armored senior, "He's all yours. He wounded someone else for no good reason. Arrest him." The old man felt dazed, not expecting that Su Ping could suppress and beat up a student of the Divine Dome Academy with nothing but two of his pets. They didn't need to help at all. His lips twitched when he heard what Su Ping said. Who was the person that wounded someone else here? However, he didn't really sympathize with Bu Wanli, as Su Ping could have killed him for what he had done. Su Ping dropped the matter after the middle-aged man accepted his request, since it had just been a minor incident for him. He asked the little skeleton and his other pets to leave with him. Up in the sky, the two girls who had stepped aside earlier looked at each other in bewilderment. They stared at Bu Wanli, who was moaning now and then, although he was gritting his teeth to hold back the pain and found the situation unbelievable. "He's so unreasonable," said a black-haired girl in a low voice, frowning. It was obvious that she didn't like Su Ping's behavior. The man had beaten Bu Wanli too hard and for a mere verbal insult. The other girl, however, didn't say anything. She simply shook her head and said, "Let's go. We don't want to ruin our business."
What?
Su Ping wandered in the celestial court. He had been too busy cultivating to appreciate the scenery. He was almost dazzled by the wonders he saw as he made his way and approached the celestial court's central area. All kinds of rare pets were available. There were also secret techniques, valuable treasures, and the latest technological products developed in the Federation. Many of them were made for pets. For instance, there were virtual pet clothes. Pets could be sent to a virtual world, where all sorts of attires and equipment could be applied to them. That was intended for girls who loved dressing up their pets. This place is paradise as long as you have money. Su Ping had conflicting feelings while he wandered about and watched. He was even more determined to move his parents to that place. He finally sped up after roaming for an entire day and went to his master's palace. "You're finally willing to come back." Inside the magnificent temple, Shen Huang was majestically ensconced in his throne. He looked down at Su Ping with a smile.